PKA 561 with our guest Joshua Fluke Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lucy and SmartMouth, a couple of wonderful sponsors. You already know about them. Links below. Joshua, thank you so much for coming on. I was not familiar with you until about 2.5 hours ago when Chiz was like, you got to watch this guy's stuff. And I was like, I looked you up and it was like computer scientist. And I'm like, he's way too smart for me. I'm not going to get any of this. And then he's like, no, look up the family stuff then and all those stories, because apparently that really helped you blow up in a sad way. But so for people who don't know, the very quick background is you had your family fucking with you, lying to you, gaslighting you for it seemed like 6 years. Can you give us a little recap on that as you're financially supporting them, keeping them from being homeless, and they just seem to treat you like absolute garbage?
Yes, sure. So when I first moved after college, I got my first job. I found out that they were losing their house in the form of, I got an email that said my credit card was maxed out.
Oh, no.
And
that's not how you usually find out.
No.
Yeah. And I was really, how did you get my credit card? But when I first got here, I was unaware that they were losing their house. And it was the first time I had seen them in a few years. So we were just hanging out, and I needed some credit cards to live to my first paycheck. So I mailed those to them while I was moving, and they brought them, but they wrote the credit card numbers down. And they were buying everything for me, like taking me out to dinner and stuff while we were here hanging out with my credit cards. So I found out months later in the middle of a work day that my credit card was maxed out, and I called and I was like, what is this? And I saw the bill. It was Kyle will know because he's in Atlanta, but it's Marietta Power Company.
Yes.
They were in Georgia. So I was like, what? I don't even live there. And so it was just kind of like a downhill spiral, I guess. But I was mad, but instead of being mad, I was more concerned that my family was in the process of becoming homeless. So I gave them my entire savings, gave them my apartment, and then went and got another apartment, and they moved here. And then after that, there was a lot of lies involved, got involved with drugs. And then I was totally unaware. I guess I'm just super naive. I mean,
Yeah. So like, I wanted to ask this because I also did a little bit of research, and it seemed like, how old were you when this specific incident occurred? When your credit card was maxed out and you were like, oh wait, my family's losing their home. How old were you then?
About 25.
So prior to you being 25, had there been like little red flags along the way, like when you were a child, when you were an adolescent, when you were a teenager?
No, not so much. I think growing up it was fairly normal. I knew that they did some dumb spending things, like they would buy things that I'm like, how can you afford that? But there was never any like, that's just stealing from your kids. There was never.
It's worse than stealing. Like it's identity theft, right? Like
ruins your credit, all that stuff.
It ruins your credit. Like money can be replaced really easily. Credit is so hard to rebuild. You know, you can't just go to Chase and be like, no, you don't understand. You see, my mom stole my identity. I pay my bills. It's her. They're like, well, how do we know that she's not going to steal your identity? Can't like they don't believe you. They're not going to believe that shit. So
I think the decision is whether or not you want your parents to take the fall for it, right? Like in my mind, so I watched this too. The choice was I can either, accept a screwed up credit record and pay off these bills, or 2, my parents go to jail. Because my credit gets stolen all the time. Not so much in the last year, but it used to happen like literally twice a month. And they'd be like, hey, we've got these weird charges at like Cumberland Farms. They're not even around here, jewelry stores, whatever. And I'd just be like, nope, that's a you problem. That's fraud. That has nothing to do with me. And they're like, all right, we get it. And it was easy as that. They just accepted my word. They were usually new cards that were open and charges. So you could have done that, but they absolutely would have gone straight to your parents to go criminal. Yeah.
I mean, what do you do when you're in that situation? You want to help them out, right? Because now I'm in a situation where I can, whereas, they raised me, I went off to college, got a job. And so I figure, it feels like even though I'm upset, my credit is totally destroyed. I want to help you not be under a bridge.
Yeah. You mentioned the power company charge, and like I'm in my own head, I'm processing like, well, how bad was the stealing? As if stealing's not all equal.
Yeah,
but like the electric bill is like one kind of stealing. If they also put like home electronics and stuff on it, that's a different kind of
Mhm.
spending on.
And if it's a situation where they're like 50 DVD players and they're going and reselling them so that they can make cash out of your credit,
I don't know what's the worst to me, because to my mind, frivolous spending is one of the meanest things they could have done.
Well,
They
what
were
I just
living high
suggested
on the
is
hog.
what I just suggested is like outright theft, right? Where they're taking pennies on the dollar on your credit to put cash in their pocket,
Yeah.
like.
So what was
and I think we're going to get to the root of this later, but and maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but there's going to be this thing we're coming to, and it's like, at what point do you say family or not? I don't want to jump the gun yet, but like that's what's in my head right now. It's like family or not.
So what was on the cards? Let's
It was mostly just utility bills.
okay.
I had no idea that it was even being used. Like I never got any like fraud. This card is being used across the United States from you. I never got any alerts or anything like that, because I guess they had started using it before I even got it. So that was like the first time it was used. And so that location didn't trigger any red flags for them.
Right. Yeah, they don't know normal spending patterns because the new cards.
Mm-hmm.
And this was about the same time you had given them a car, right? Or was that a bit afterward?
I brought them here and they had a car, but they pawned it. They pawned both of their cars, actually. And so then they were just walking to work or riding a bike to work. And I was like, this is not right. Like, you guys shouldn't be pawning your vehicles, but also like you can't walk in minus 20-degree weather 2 miles like that. I mean, you can, but I'm not going to let you do that. So I got them a car. Yeah, and then they got that, like one of my sister's friends stole it and got into a hit and run, and the police raided my house. It was just a giant mess. Like,
man, you've had so much drama in your life. Like, are you on medication now to be this chill?
No, not really. It just, I don't know. Like, I can be really upset. So, like, some days I think about it, but most of the time, I don't know. It was really hard the first year, but now,
Family must be really important to you.
I would have liked to think it was at the time. I mean, that's what
I know.
Your actions speak to that. Yeah.
Your actions are louder than words. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I love my family. I really do. Like, I've had differences with my mom and stuff, but like, I love her a lot. If she needed help, I'd help her. I'd be there in a heartbeat. But if she stole from me, like, that's a one strike you're out kind of thing. Like, if she stole from me, like if she asks for money, oh, you can have all I have and more. I'll borrow money and get it to you, like whatever it takes. But if you steal from me and you're that close to me, I can't forgive that, because that's so nefarious. I've never experienced anything like that. I've had family members borrow money and then be a little weird about paying it back. And that's one of those things where it's like, come on, like, you're going to make me come to you to ask you for my money back. Like, that's a little shitty. Like I won't mention which family member, but it's like a extended family member. And like, I've loaned them money. It took a little while to get it back. I got it back, but it was like, you made me come to you for the money. And that's a little shitty. You should like if the shoe's on the other foot, if someone borrows money from me, or excuse me, if I borrow money from someone, you're not going to have to come for that money. As soon as I have it, and I'm going to be giving you updates. Hey man, I'll have that money in 2 weeks, I think. Or actually, I won't have it all, but I'm going to have like 2/3 of it. I'm going to get that to you right now. What's the best way for me to get that money? Would you like cash? Would you like a check? Would you like PayPal? Like, I'm trying to make it right because I know what it's like. This is blowing my mind that this happened to.
It was I was watching the video, I was like I clicked the first one you made, and I was like, I mean, everybody has family problems. It can't be that bad. And I'm like bench pressing, listening to it, like using my anger at your family, like those bastards. like, I can't believe like giving them a car, them committing crimes in the car, you getting your house raided. What was the house raid like? Was it over pretty quick when they realized, the situation, or was it like, it's obviously cops in there. It's not their job to understand. It's their job to respond. How did that go?
The car was in my name because I didn't want them to pawn it, of course, which is kind of a crappy thing to have to even consider that they would do with something that you're gifting them, which is strange. But it was in a hit and run, and the tag and the insurance came back to me. And so they came to my house. And they were like, come out, hands up, all that stuff. But after they were like, I don't even have this car. Like, I'm still here, haven't gone anywhere, like, then they were like, oh, okay, well, you'll be contacted by the lady's insurance, and this is her info and all that stuff. And so now even today, my car insurance is all super high for something I didn't do.
Fucking ridiculous.
So that's how that works. If they get into an accident while you buy the insurance, it's your problem.
Yep. If no one will claim it, then it just goes to the person's name that's on it.
Something that was curious to me listening to it is the period of time that your dad seemed to not have a job. Like, did he have a job all throughout your growing up years, and then once he realized he could kind of use you as a bank account, he stepped back and decided to bum? Or was that, it seemed almost like sudden, or did you kind of see signs of that as a kid?
He had the same job. I mean, like pretty much the same job my whole life. And then his company wanted him to start charging like 1,000% markup on a parts, and he's like, I'm not going to do that. We've been selling it for this price for so long, and this feels like theft, and you want me to sit here and fill out my time cards and stuff while I'm still in their parking lot and charge them hourly for that, even though the job is done. He's like, I'm not going to do that. That's like stealing from the customer, so I'm going to quit, make my own company. But what happened was that he signed a non-compete when he was 27 years old that said he cannot work in any industry related for 2 years. So what do you do? That's what he's been doing for 30 years. I mean, so he broke the non-compete, made his own company. They eventually found out because he took some customers, and then they sued him and he lost. And that, I don't know, when they took his house, one day they just showed up to take his boat. Like, I was just chilling upstairs playing games, and some people showed up to take the boat. And I was like, hey, there's some people stealing your boat outside right now. He's like, just straight face, just looking at the TV. I'm like, bro, there's people hooking up to your boat in the driveway, and they just took off. And from then I was like, something's not right. Cause I was working with him while he had his own company, but I left right around the time things started to fall apart. And I really had no idea, cause I was there when he got a DMC later, a cease and desist pretty much. And, he's like, nah, I'm not even worried about it. This is, the only thing I've done my whole life. There's no way they can tell me I can't do this because it's the only thing I know how to do to make money. And he seemed pretty confident, but he lost because he got sued in 2 different states, Georgia and the headquarters where they're at. And so he couldn't pay the lawyer, he couldn't pay his mortgage, so they just took everything from him. And then from then on, I think it was just kind of like a mental shift happened. He wasn't the same man that I knew growing up. But he had jobs when he got here. Well, not at first, but I gave them my apartment and 3 months rent up front, so you don't have to ask me for money because I hate that. Like, you're my parents, I don't mind, but here's 3 months anyways. Here's everything you need. Go look for jobs. And they said that they would get jobs, and they said that they had jobs, but then things started to not add up there. I would, go visit them, just check in on them, see how they're doing, and one of them would be at home. Like, my mom would be at home, and I'm like, you're supposed to be at work. She's like, oh, it's my day off. So then I'd come maybe a day or 2 later, she'd be home again. I'd be like, it's my day off. I'd be like, no. And so eventually I found out that she had gotten fired from a job, and she just couldn't admit it. So
you are such a nice guy.
My wife is watching your
By the way,
videos.
Josh, I need to borrow like $15,000. I know we haven't known each other long, but it's only 15,
I
right?
have a topic like that coming up. I'm watching your videos, and my wife is just milling around the house, folding laundry, making dinner. And she's like, is that your guest tonight? And I'm like, yeah. And she goes, he needs a hug. So,
dude, I want to give you a hug. I really do. I want to tell you this right now. What's happened to you is bullshit, and you seem like a really chill, sweet guy, and you don't deserve all that has happened to you. And if there is some sort of afterlife, that's not really my bag, but I hope if you believe in one, then you're going to be treated well, because you're a fucking saint. You're one of the kindest individuals I've ever even fucking heard of. This stuff is outrageous. Anyone else would have like pulled the ripcord on step one.
so much. The story where you learned paragliding was like somehow that sunk in extra deep for me. We can talk about that later, by the way. But so you're on the mountain, you're doing your thing, and your dad's there, and he's supposed to be driving, I think, for Uber or something to make extra cash, but instead he spends the day with you, and you're like, oh, this is kind of neat, like dad's watching me do a thing, like sort of fulfill one of my own life goals, and here he is checking me out, etc. And then as the day sort of wraps up, I imagine you there kind of exhausted, having walked up the hill a dozen times with the freaking heavy ass wing, hard to carry, slung over your shoulder. And your father starts bumming money off of you. And it comes to a realization that he's not there to see you, like, I don't know, complete a life goal and learn to fly.
Yeah.
He's there for cash.
It was a trick. Yeah.
Ouch.
I don't want to get too personal with Woody and Taylor, but like I wanted to ask you two, have you ever had an instance anywhere like this where you had a close family member, like nuclear family, who needed some money and like didn't treat you well when you gave it to them?
No.
I've never had a family member ask to borrow. I've had one family member ever ask to borrow money, and he told me what he was going to spend it on, and I was like, no, I appreciate you reaching out. We're still going to be tight, but I'm not going to fund that. And it was only like $1,000. And he was like, totally get it. Just wanted to check. And it hasn't impacted our relationship.
I've had family members borrow, like again, not nuclear family, actually, not mother, father, brother, sister, but, a little outside that. I won't go too specific, but, need to borrow
Same.
less than $5,000, but more than $1,000. And it's like, absolutely. Here's your money. Here's your money.
Mm-hmm.
How would you like it? You want to, like I said earlier, like when I'm paying someone back, it's the same thing. It's like, do you want cash? I gave him cash and I got it back. And I was like, there was never any inkling in my mind that I wouldn't get it back. You know what I mean? Like the idea of this whole thing is just really foreign to me. And maybe I was about to say, maybe it's a Southern thing. Like, but your parents were in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, they're from Georgia. I'm from Georgia.
God damn it.
Well, mine at least made sense to say no because it was a cousin of mine being like, hey, can you give me $1,000 so I can buy a bunch of weed in Colorado and drive it to Missouri and sell it, and I'll give you some of the profits. And I'm like, I'm not even cool that you just texted me your plan, dude. Like, that makes me so uncomfortable. No, thank you.
Let me insert this because it's fresh, hot off the presses in my own life story. This guy wrote me last night while I was sleeping, and I'll paraphrase here and there, but he wrote, sadly, I'm stuck in North Carolina. My wife isn't doing well. She's losing weight. She's at 97 pounds now. I am a full-time caregiver for her, and it has me in a bind. Is there any chance you could spot me $200 until the 1st? I can return it as soon as our check hits. I don't ask this lightly. Full-time caregiving is killing me. We do Cash App, Venmo, and Zelle. Please let me know if you can help. And then he gives his name. And this is an acquaintance of mine from 6 years ago. How I knew him is he flew from the same field I did. I do paramotoring. And we would sometimes go to like lunch or dinner as a group, like everyone who flew that day. And that's my relationship with him. I haven't seen him for 5 years, and he reached out and asked for $200. And it puts me in this, like, on one hand, I have $200. Like I could, but I don't mean to flex too hard here. But gosh, I never thought I'd see him again. I might never, like, am I supposed to give $200 to everyone who puts their palm up? I know he's at a hard spot, I guess.
Sets a dangerous precedent. Now he knows who to talk to next time. And maybe next time isn't as dire. He just needs a little extra coin. And the time after that, it's gotten so regular and usual that it's like, oh, this is the guy I go to for money.
The full-time caregiver thing, it rubs me wrong. And maybe I'm a jerk, right? Like I'm open to this idea that, am I an asshole? But it's like, hey, I've decided to completely stop working and just take care of my wife, which on one hand, like feels and sounds kind of noble. On the other hand, dude, I take care of a lot of people, like this happens all the time. When my mother-in-law was in our guest house dying, she had cancer. I didn't just like stop all work and handle that. It's like, no, we funded this whole freaking operation. And like, that's how this works. That's what happens. You don't just take off when someone needs help. Cash is part of the solution to this.
Yeah.
So would you have given the 200? I think Taylor's a no.
I don't think I would have felt comfortable with it.
I heard what you said, but like, what's your acquaintance with this gentleman?
Seems
I
like 6
flew
years
in
ago.
the same place with him 6 years ago.
No. And like him asking you is rather inappropriate. Honestly, like if I were dying, I would ask you for money. if I were dying and we needed to like get me some medical care, I'd ask for money. Otherwise, it's not happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's no way I would reach out to someone like that. Like, dude, get back to fucking work and make yourself $200. My father had a friend, a guy who had a very well-paying job. Like, all right, let me just say how much he made. He made about $12,000 a month. Okay, like just so you have the idea. It's not so he's not an incredibly wealthy man, but like in our little small town, like he's got a good
really
gig.
well.
He's got a good gig. And it's not one of those deals where it's like, oh yeah, like he made $12,000 one month, and the rest of the time it's like $3,000. It's like no, he's on salary for $12,000 a month, but he's got a gambling problem. He's got he bets football. He bets football over his head, and maybe once every 3 months he needs to come to my dad and borrow somewhere in the nature of $10,000 to $25,000. My dad always gave him that $10,000 to $25,000 because this man always came back with the full amount in a very timely fashion. There was never any like question.
Not that bad of a gambler, you know.
Well, I mean, he you know, he would stop gambling for a month and he would earn his like money back up, and he would be good. You know, it's I don't know. This whole idea of people ripping you off, like I can't. I've never had that, and it's fucking rough.
Joshua, would you have given the money to an acquaintance you haven't seen in 5 years?
The first thing that crosses my mind, because I've gotten some emails like that from viewers, and it just makes me think, how many other people did they send this personalized message to?
Yep.
You won't know. You won't know who gives the money and who doesn't.
Yeah.
Josh has learned.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I actually asked a friend of mine that I respect a lot. I mention him now and then. He's super wealthy. And he said that same thing. He's like, I bet this sounds like a form email that he sent. He blasted out to a lot of people.
Yeah, definitely. There's 1,000,000% right. There's 0% chance that guy was like, I got to sit down and compose this just to Woody. Like, it was probably everybody else he saw 6 years ago and every fly-in since then. And who knows, maybe he makes a cool, $800 out of people feeling bad for him. Just very, it's an uncomfortable.
It sucks to be that jaded though, right?
Yeah.
Like I hate that you need to be that jaded, like because I like helping people. I do it whenever I can, and I've been taken advantage of, like small time taken advantage of, I've paid people's power bills, and I paid for Chuck's funeral, right? You help. I try to help out as much as I can with my small town, like hillbilly friends and distant relatives and shit. But it's like, and sometimes I'm like, I know you're lying to me, but I know you need this. Like let's just get you fucking straightened out. It's shitty, and but I feel like I don't know. I want to do the right thing as much as I can.
So the most recent video I got to see, Josh, you told your father at the beginning of the month that you couldn't pay his rent. And then at the end of the month, you also said, hey, don't forget, I'm not paying your rent. He was like, why are you springing this on me? Why didn't I get more warning? You told his parents that. The thought process being, this is your grandparents, the thought process being, hey, heads up, I expect them to come to you next.
Yeah.
And they gave you the whole, I don't know, some like Bible verses, and they went hard.
Yeah, they were absurd. Yeah, what did they say? Like, I hope you can live the rest of your life with no family. You need to honor your father and mother. And it's like, and you said the perfect line in the video, I'll botch it, but you basically were like, so everything was fine. Our relationship was hunky-dory and dandy until I said one thing about not wanting to pay anymore. And it's not like your parents are handicapped or crippled or they're injured to the point they can't work. It was just like, yeah, it really did reveal they saw you as like that's just like a cure-all. That's just our cure-all to every problem. What do you need? Oh, just ask Josh. He makes YouTube money. And meanwhile, you're trying to build a career online, and it's not good to have a bunch of emotional hot tie-ups and hang-ups. It really, people may think like, oh, making YouTube videos, oh, that's like the dream. It's like, well, it's also self-driven. And if you're not in the mood to be doing something like that, you're not going to reach the level of success you otherwise would. And obviously, having your parents and grandparents, like, I think you may have even agreed what your grandparents said was even more fucking absurd. And I also hate that Bible verse shit when it's convenient for them. And like the whole time, like, cause I had to go to like the kind of cult,
fucking pull out that Bible verse about paying your debts.
Yeah. I was seeing those texts. I was like, I really hope the next time he sends like a bunch of Bible verses at them, like "fuck you" verses, and it's like, and you even in your video being more like you handled it more maturely than I would have. I would have sent a bunch of Bible verses, like you're going.
It is wrong. The wicked borrow and do not repay, but the righteous give generously. Fucking send that one right back at him. Good Lord, man.
So you said that you never had a strained relationship with those grandparents, and it wasn't until they were trying to like act as like a defensive hedge around your dad that they reacted that way to you. Were there any signs that they were never that close, or did you think you had a good relationship?
Like we would get along. I'm not a super religious person, but they tried to make me and my sister always go to church and like force me to like Bible camp and stuff for 2 weeks. That was a whole thing.
Shit sucked.
And I don't know. It was just kind of like agree to disagree. Hi, how you doing? I'll give you a hug if I see you. And that was it. Like there was nothing really bitter or anything. And so when I said, hey, I'm not going to pay the rent, just giving you a heads up that they're going to come to you. I'm not saying you have to. Nobody's got to do it. I'm just saying this is what they normally do. I don't want to do it. And it was like, you've burnt your last bridge with me, son. Hope you can live the rest of your life without talking to your family. And I didn't know what to say. I was pretty at a loss for words. So I literally just sent a thumbs up emoji and he put classic response. Josh.
It was a perfect response.
Perfect response. Look, how old are you, Josh?
I'm 31.
Okay, first of all, you look 25, so kudos to you. Proud of you for sending the thumbs up emoji. Yeah. Proud of you. So proud of you for sending the thumbs up emoji and cutting this out of your life. Because
thumbs
like
down emoji would have worked too.
That would have worked too. Or been like, yeah, the money's on the way, and then block communications. There's like I don't know. He said it was coming. I don't know where.
Oh, geez, you don't send it to.
You don't send it.
Screw you don't send it. Yeah, that's so fucked up. Like, I can't imagine my grandparents being like that to me. Like it doesn't even cross my mind. Like they would never be that cruel. And this is something that, it's not just religious people. None of us are.
No, it's not just religious.
Yeah. It's like a level of vindictiveness of, oh, you're going to question like the life I've set up. You're going to take the pillar that you're holding my life up with and remove that. Well, fuck you. You're going to hell. You're going to hell, and you're going to, you don't get to, be in the, what was it? You showed like 2 books where you're like, they told me to read this, and that if I read them, I'd go to heaven. That's not how it works, even by their own rules. But in that your grandpa would be smiling down upon you as you read them. And that is such horseshit, such manipulative horseshit.
Yeah, my grandma was very because my grandpa just passed away. I was pretty fresh, I don't know, maybe under a year or something. And she would send me all these religious books and be like, yeah, thanks, Grandma. And sometimes she'd send me the same book twice. Maybe she forgot that she sent me the first one. But in the book, she would leave her own little handwritten notes just read these and pray and do all that stuff. And if you do that, then your grandfather will be smiling on you from heaven. But if you don't, you won't get to see him again. It's like, Grandma, I'm 30, 29. This doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm not feeling scared anymore. You're not in because I had to go to those Christian camps too when I was younger, and it would be like, hey, everybody ready for 40 minutes of volleyball? All right, now 6 hours of hellfire and brimstone, and you're bad. And it was that your experience at those where they would hedge these huge sermons of guilt trips between dodgeball and ping pong. That's what it was.
My church camp was 2 weeks of just you had to speak in tongues all day, every day. That was the entire point for 2 weeks. And they'd wake you up really early and you go to sleep really late. And if you couldn't do it, they'd put you in a corner. And it was in like a basketball area, like a gym. Mm-hmm. And they'd put you on your knees on the wooden floor and you'd have to face the corner if you couldn't speak in tongues. And I've never been able to do it. And we all had to hold hands, right? And they'd come and they'd do the thing where they push you over and you're supposed to fall over and flail with the Holy Spirit and stuff.
Oh my God.
It didn't work for me. None of that worked. And so
it doesn't work for anyone.
What is speaking in tongues exactly? It's when you pretend you know a foreign language, and
it's when the Lord is speaking through you. When the Holy Ghost is speaking through you, actually, that part of the Holy Trinity. And at my church, it was done. We would. I would see it occasionally, like there would be an older guy, or usually in his 50s or 60s, and he would shada-runduck, shada-la-la-la-runduck, ka-la-la-la-la. And I'm just looking back at him at 9 years old, bullshit, bullshit.
He keeps using the same words.
I feel like
Yeah.
Josh was just unwilling to lie.
Yeah,
He didn't
felt-
pretend to speak in tongues. He didn't pretend to get knocked over by mystical waves. You were the most honest person there.
I don't, why, if you're going to go to church and be in front of the Lord and all that stuff, why would you ever want to pretend and fit in? If it's not about them, it's just about you and God, right? So if I'm not feeling it, I'm not feeling it. There must be something wrong with me that I haven't asked forgiveness for. And why would I ever fake it? Clearly everyone else that has fallen down around me is perfect and something is wrong with me. But that's what you think when you're that age and there's that much hysteria going on.
And when you're the only one doing something different, it doesn't matter if what they're doing is totally insane looking. You're still the odd one out. You know, and you're the kooky one now for not falling in with the falling over and the speaking in tongues. Is that Pentecostal, Episcopal?
Yeah,
right? Pentecostal. Well, I never had to deal with that. Thank God. That sounds fucking horrible. Did at the time, was there any part of you that thought like this is made up, or was it just kind of the consumed with guilt? Like, I'm a bad Christian. I'm going to go to hell. I'm not doing it right.
Yeah, it's more the second one. I had my moments where I was like, yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but faith, right? So whatever, just keep going. And so that's probably most of how I felt. But when I would ask questions, like, they didn't like that. I was a kid in class that was like, how did this dude live in this fish's stomach for like days and days? You know, like that doesn't seem legit. And so they would send me out and make me go sit with my parents in adult church. And I would do that at church camp too. And I was like, why is it not working? And they'd look at me and they'd say, Josh, just let it flow. And I'm like, can you elaborate on how do you quantify that? How does Superman fly faster? Is it just more? What does it mean?
He just wants to fly hard.
Just straining.
Yeah. What do you do?
Yeah.
And you weren't given the gift of faith. That's what my father would
That's
tell you.
literally a thing that they'll say. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember hearing that. Like, if you weren't given the gift of faith, doesn't mean you don't have to believe. It just means it's going to be harder for you. And even as a kid, I remember being like, well, this isn't a very fair game. That
you want to hear my unpopular opinion about religion that I've come to recently? I don't think you should be able to indoctrinate, I'm using air quotes for those who are listening, children until they're at least like 15 or something. I don't think you should be able to introduce them to religion until they're like at least old enough to fucking drive in a car with an adult. You know, like
25, right? Let the cerebral cortex. What is it that
your brain has not complete. Well, like, don't even get me started on army recruitment and alcohol and tobacco. but like the idea, like, you know, I started early, right? And Taylor started early as well. Woody didn't suffer this, but like, and Josh, it sounds like you were there early as well. You know, in our early childhood, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, in church, listening to a guy. And I don't know if you're still religious, Josh, but like at all, but like listening to a guy who's basically like scamming us so that we'll give him 10% of our paycheck every week. You know, just it's like this super nice man apparently who's up there who doesn't have a real fucking job, who just shows up here one day a week with some like copy paste sermon and scams all the adults out of 10% of their pay, and like has his house paid for and his car paid for. Like that guy drove a Cadillac.
Yeah. The pastor would often it was like they were the CEO of the church, where it was like, that beautiful home right on the church land. Oh, that's the pastor's house. And it's like, do they need that? They've got one kid and they live in a 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom estate, seemingly.
Now, I will say, there were good things there. And I want to like temper like what I just said with like, religion can be great. Like religion can like give you this sense of community. It can give you sort of this web of people that you're associated with that can help you, like financially, emotionally, like if a loved one dies, they're right there, like bringing some casserole over, like it's this web of like community that you can form within like a church or something like that. And that stuff is great. It really is. And a lot, and at its core, like, especially, I'm only really truly familiar with the Christian religion, but like, there's a lot of great stuff there, like a lot of philosophical greatness there. That if you actually do live by that religion, you're a pretty decent man. You know, like as long as you don't focus too much on some of the hateful stuff in the Old Testament.
If you pick and choose the good parts of it, you're a pretty good man.
I think he's more saying like the 10 Commandments ones, where it's like, don't steal, don't cheat on your wife, don't, be a dishonest liar. Like those,
all of us here, like believe in the 10 Commandments, right? Like
Well,
except
four
for
of them are like
except
obey
for the
God.
4 that are about God. Like the 4
Yeah.
10 commandments that are like, don't you fucking cheat on me. Like imagine if your wife was like that in her vows at your wedding. It was like like 4/10 of her vows was, and if you ever
It's fucking
fuck
threats.
around on me, lake of fire.
Dude, that's like the thing that
Red flag.
I agree with you. Like, there's a lot of good stuff to be taken out of it, and like, yeah, I agree with like the kids thing insofar as like they should focus more on like the, hey, did you steal that Play-Doh from Tommy? What does the Bible say? Don't steal. Did you just lie about stealing that from Tommy? You know, you're not supposed to lie. What I got inculcated with as a kid was like fear of hell, to the point that like it was debilitating. And I developed like really, people will say OCD. I've said this before, and be like, oh, I have to have a neat room. Like, no, at like 10, 11 years old, I had so much OCD. I had to touch things a certain amount of times. I had to tweak things. I had to turn things off and on, all because I thought if I didn't, that someone I knew and loved would go to hell. And and it was like obsessive to the point that I'd be like crying to my parents, like, I don't want my grandparents to go to hell. I don't want my brothers to go to hell. I don't want my friends to go to hell. I don't want to go to hell. How do I know if I'm going to go to hell? Like, do I know for sure? And I was fucking terrified. I'd lay asleep at night, and my mom at the time, her response was like, we're going to take him to a therapist, and it was a Christian therapist. And so like what should have happened is I go in and they're like, what's wrong, Taylor? And I'm like, I'm really afraid of everyone I love burning in hell for all eternity, and even me burning in hell for all eternity if I don't believe hard enough. I think I do, but how am I supposed to know? And like the way that he handled it, instead of being like, well, you need to calm down, you know, you're not going to die and burn in hell, he was like, well, I still remember him. He had his little notebook. He was writing stuff down. He goes, well, these are real fears. These are real fears that you're in. And I was like,
at this point,
I was maybe 11 at this point. And I was, I got my mom put me on Prozac when I was 11 or 12 because I was so fucking, I think that the Prozac at that age really made me a more anxious person naturally than
You never
I
developed
otherwise would
properly.
have.
That's what's wrong with you now.
Yes. Did you
That's
get
what's
off
wrong with me now.
Taylor,
Yeah,
I had the opposite relationship with hell. I want to slip this in.
Yeah.
When I was 12, I felt like I had a choice to make, heaven or hell.
Mhm.
And it was like, they keep telling me heaven's the good one, but hell has all the cool people. Like, it must be a nonstop party. Hell has like, it just seems better, the warm versus the cold. Heaven seemed really boring.
No.
And hell, a nonstop orgy.
You didn't go to our church because you wouldn't even have time to talk to the cool guy next to you because you'd both be being tortured and just a perpetual burning forever. And like I was only on the
Someone's in there doing the
antidepressants for like
torturing. Maybe you could work your way into management.
He's a demon.
I was only on it for like
We all start somewhere.
for like 6
We've
8
talked about
months
this
or
before.
so.
That humans do not become angels. Humans do not become demons.
That's true. The demons are fallen
I
angels.
can't argue with science.
You can't. You certainly can't. There are some things that are, unapproachable. But something else what age, I'm just curious, Joshua, did you kind of grow out of the religion aspect, and were you driven by that fear of hell really intently, or did your kind of intrinsic doubt keep you from taking it fully seriously?
I was probably about 18 to the 20 range when I started to be like, yeah, this does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just watched things happen, and I'm just thinking to myself, why would this be allowed to happen? You're going to come up with some reason and explain to me that's part of his plan, but I feel like I could have made a better plan than that, and so this doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, and I would have thoughts like that, like, this doesn't make sense. Why is this allowed to happen? Why is this allowed to happen? I feel like I could do a little bit better of a job. Not saying I'm perfect or anything, but like there's some certain things like, how about hungry people get some food? That doesn't seem too hard to ask. That doesn't seem like it hurt anybody really. Why doesn't stuff like that?
So you think you're better than God?
At least the Old Testament one.
Even I'm not quite so sure there's not a God enough to say that. You need to calm down with that. He might be up there. Like every now and then, he might be up there. Let's not tempt fate.
I mean, we better hope that if that's real, he decided to stay Jesus and not go back to.
Well, there's 3 of them. Am I the only one who's always had a hard time wrapping my head around the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost situation?
It never made a lick of sense to me because number one, like Well, I mean, like the Father, I was like, okay, that's God. That's the main man. He's his own son and father. It starts to get a little confusing. And then it feels like they just needed to get to 3. And so they added a third one. And the Holy Ghost is like the fourth line loser of that relationship. Like he doesn't seem to get anything.
Give me a hockey reference.
Yeah, that's the way I always think of it. And like, even like learning, like growing up, they'd be like, God does this, Jesus says that. And the Holy Ghost, he is certainly there.
At the Pentecostal church, it was very focused on spiritual gifts, not so much about what's in the Bible or verses or any of that. It's just like, if you have spiritual gifts, you're good to go. And so like, that's what they focused on.
That's bizarre.
You had to be able to like see prophecies. Like, so they would like have kids come up and give a prophecy. And I'm like, part of it, like I was, I don't know, 13. I was like, this guy's making that up. Okay. Like maybe you had the other one, but this one.
My mom going to give me Jolly Ranchers tomorrow.
It was like, he's going to get a new car in the name of Jesus and stuff. And it's like, what? And he would just, start saying like, people are going to get material items.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that's what you're prophesizing. Like nothing bigger than just, he's going to get a new job and some money and a car. And I don't know. There's just a lot of focus on spiritual gifts and materialism. Like it was all about money, pray for more money and you'll get more money. And it was very strange.
Yeah. And the whole like not knowing with prayer, that confused me as a kid because I would pray a ton.
Go on, tell us.
Yeah. Like meaning like if God says no, that means that no is the right answer. And it'd be like, I remember as a little kid, my grandparents have since stopped smoking. So maybe the prayer worked just very, very late. But I remember being like, please let my grandparents stop smoking fucking 50 cigarettes each a day. I don't want them to die. And nothing ever happened. And in my head, I remember thinking, I never talked to my parents or anyone about this.
Did they smoke 50 a day?
Probably 2 packs each.
I choose to believe 40, it's 50 and he drops F-bombs in his pair.
Yeah, they smoked like 40 cigs each a day for 50 years, so long. And they just didn't stop smoking until I was much older, like an adult, out of the religion thing. And I remember as a kid thinking like, well, I guess for some reason God's plan is for them to keep smoking. Well, that doesn't seem like a good plan. That's pretty scary. Yeah, and I tried really hard throughout my teen years to believe it. Because
until one day you're trapped in the wilderness and your grandfather's lighter saves you all, just like in just like in what's the M. Night Shyamalan movie with Mel Gibson, Signs.
Yeah,
just like it all makes sense. Because your grandpa pulls out that Zippo, clink, and there's like saved. Thank you, Lord.
Yeah. I'm gonna murder you and your family unless you give me 30 cigarettes.
Well, I hope Christians will do.
They killed him anyway.
Taylor, did you ever have people say stuff to you like, God put this on my heart or God told me, and you were ever like, what did he sound like? What does that feel like? Can you just quantify that a little bit more? Just make that make sense, because I don't know what. How do I know if it's my own thoughts or not?
Dude, we totally aligned on that same page. I dealt with that, and I remember once in particular. I've told this many years ago, but I was in study hall first hour in high school, and we had a religious kook as our study hall monitor. And it's only a 50-minute study hall. It was first hour. Now, as a senior, so I didn't really have to come in for it. And she would do a lesson for like 25 minutes of this 50-minute study hall, and she would be mad if you didn't like pay attention to it. And I remember I came in once as everyone was praying, so I was a little late, and I sat down, and she, Mrs. Davis, opened her eyes and was like, Taylor, the Holy Spirit told me you just came in late. And I wanted to be like, are you sure you didn't just notice me come in late? You bitch. But then another time, this was a few weeks later, I came in and I had math to do because I procrastinated. I didn't care. And I just sat down. I started working on my math. And I had learned, religious jujitsu in my brain by like using verses tactically. And so she was like, Taylor, the Lord is telling me that this lesson is really important for you right now. Do you think it would be a good thing to pay attention to this and take away what you can from the Holy Spirit? She was big on the Holy Spirit. And I was like, Miss Davis, I understand what you're saying, but the Bible also says when you do something, to do it to the best of your ability for the glory of God. And if I weren't to pay attention to my math homework right now, I wouldn't be doing the Lord just service. And she was like, Okay. Oh, you lose, bitch. No, I rode that high all day.
I was too afraid. I was afraid if I ever tried anything like that, God would know, and he'd be like, "You're using it the wrong way." So like, I was too afraid to ever do any of that stuff. But like, I would always think, "There's a verse that goes against that." I'm pretty sure, but
oh yeah,
all right, you're the elder, the adult, whatever. I'll do it.
And often it seemed like a way for nosy people to facilitate gossip, where they would want to ask, like a teacher would want to be like, "Taylor, I noticed you're hanging out with blah blah blah, and they were having a party and drinking this past weekend. The Lord's been telling me that I need to approach you and ask you about this. You know, he's been telling me that he thinks you're receptive and that you're ready to change." And it was like, you just want me to, I wouldn't say this. I would be like, no, I wasn't even there. But it'd be like, okay, you just want to get gossip and get people to like rat on their friends. Like this says, the Lord did not tell you that a bunch of 17-year-olds were getting drunk. That's what 17-year-olds tend to do. Like that. I hated that. And even at that age, it was so easy to see through that level of bullshit. I still was like afraid of like the big level of God and everything, but it became easier and easier to see how people manipulate it and use it to get gossip, use it to guilt you. Some of the absolute biggest scumbag, worst people I knew in high school, both teachers and students, were the people who were the most involved in the religious shit. They were the ones that stood there in the front of the auditorium and raised their hands as they were singing. And, you know, first of all, the way they would always go to the front to put their hands up so that everybody behind them can see. When you pray, do not as the Pharisees and Sadducees do. Go into your room and keep it private, because this is time between you and the Lord. You know, but they weren't like that. And it was just a convenient way for them to be above reproach for any sort of criticism. That's what I noticed. Yeah. And it was, it falls apart the more you notice.
It's a religion is full of hypocrites. It's just completely full of hypocrites. And judgmental Karens.
Yeah, and there are genuinely good people who I did think were trying to look out for me, and they thought God was talking to them. I do believe that. I don't think all of them were bad. I think a lot of them were misguided. It's pretty fucked, the amount of damage you can do to a kid long term, like from the whole fire and brimstone shit, because that affected me for a long time.
I remember when I was at the camp, when I kept asking, like, how does this work? Why can't I do it? How come they can do it? His only answer was like, you have something that you haven't asked forgiveness for. And so, like, I don't know, me being 13, I'm thinking about the pettiest of the pettiest. Yeah. So like, just like, was I like late to bed? Did I stay up late? My parents said to go to bed. Like, did I like say a curse word when I was playing Halo 2 on Xbox Live once? Like, I'm going through anything that I've ever done wrong. And that's just like where they left me.
Trying to plug that hole, trying to remember that one thing that you didn't ask for forgiveness for. Yeah. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. I totally empathize with that. I would like lay down in bed at night when I was a kid and be like, okay, God, I asked for forgiveness because I wasn't very nice to XYZ. And also I said a bad word under my breath, and I said this, and I didn't pray earlier today, which is probably bad. And it was like a ritual of self-flagellation, mentally at least, where you convince yourself that you're this horrible person that needs to be redeemed from just everyday things.
Like one day you're gonna be like, right, I fucking swung on the banister too hard and made it looser. And that's why I can't speak in tongues.
Yeah. That's a huge sin. God was a carpenter.
That's a sick line. That sucks. They just convinced you that you had done something wrong and didn't ask for forgiveness, and that's why you were like not being recognized by the Lord. Wow.
Yeah. Speaking in tongues thing is wild, because we didn't have to deal with that. At least, like, being told, I can't imagine how hurtful it was and like damaging to your psyche and whatnot. Being told like, oh, all these other kids, they're frontline, first ballot Hall of Fame heaven people. You might be swinging dancing with Satan, bitch. Like that's it's scary.
See, again, you're making hell look better. So you're dancing with Satan at this point?
No, but he's also stabbing you.
What are you doing in heaven that's so cool?
I mean, they say
I never
what
hear
heaven
about
is.
dancing with Jesus.
I remember like reading about heaven and Revelations in school, and them being like, and heaven is the Lord sitting there, and he has 1,000 eyes and 10 crowns of gold, and it's like really fucking wild, and like, and God has the head of a lion and the head of an eagle and and it's like it's very
Are you
confusing.
on mushrooms in heaven?
I mean, Book of Revelations is wild. It doesn't make any goddamn sense, and also like what they actually spell out heaven is, it's not like you get to like go watch great sports and eat good food. It's like, no, you stand around the Lord praising him for all eternity. And I was like, I can't handle a 2-hour church.
And you know, some of the interesting things that they say about heaven, and my mom said this to me once, and I was like, this is literally, I remember this so well. I remember exactly where we were. We were in Livonia, Georgia, at a red light. I know exactly where it is. It's you know,
Livonia's only red light.
Yeah.
There's like at least 4.
Okay.
All right. Hey, we're a big city in Livonia. Okay.
My bad.
And she said something like, my mom and dad were in the front, my sister and I were in the back. And she said something about how in heaven, we wouldn't know each other. You know, we wouldn't know each other as like mother, brother, sister, father, you know, that would be gone. That whole concept that would be gone. And I was really upset by that. And my dad goes, don't tell them that. Why would you tell them that? And my mom was like, it's the truth. And he's like, well, I'm not interested anymore then. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm not interested either. If we can go to hell and at least know who my fucking father is still, like because that's what's really important to me. And that's partially like why your story upsets me so much. Like going back to like where we began, family's very important to me. Like I love my father. I love my mother. Like we've got a core like thing there where like, man, it means a lot to me. It means a lot. It means everything to me. And the idea of like, quote unquote paradise in there, like it's all about praising some deity I've never met before. And it's not about this person that actually gave me life, that actually raised me, that actually didn't judge me growing up and took care of me. The guy who bought me my fucking first car, the guy who like took care of me when I was sick, you know, like, that's the guy I want to know for all eternity. Right. Not some made up guy who sent his son to be tortured and murdered.
Yeah, he sent himself to die.
My dad doesn't love anyone enough to send me to be tortured and murdered. God's a bad guy.
He is. And he's vain too. Like I remember even like teenage being like, so he like wants us to worship him forever? Like, so and I was like, so if I were to like make a bunch of Lego men that I bought, I make them like, I give them souls and everything. The last thing I want to do is make them worship me forever. Like their little Lego minds must be so far from the unfathomable greatness of God that like, why would you care? Why set up this huge rigmarole just to stroke your own ego?
I can tell you, if you look at it as a business venture, you need their undying devotion, and you need them not to look at your competitors to keep funding that money towards you. You want undying devotion. You want them to understand that giving you cash is their way into the eternal paradise. And like when you look at it through that lens, like, oh, that's why 40% of the 10 commandments are related to loyalty to me. It's because you're my customer. I give you bullshit. You give me money. Yeah. My attraction to heaven was always this. I had this dumb idea. I don't think it's in the Bible that you look like you in heaven, but peak you, right? So I had this idea that there's this slider that you dial between like 0 and 76, however long you made it, and choose which one, which version of you, like 18, no, 27, a little expired, until you find like your perfect age, and that's what you look like.
Nope, that is certainly not how they say it works. Something like getting back to your story, Joshua. You just mentioned it kind of offhand in your video. You said that your dad predicted the rapture at one point, and that I guess, how did that go down? Yeah,
so we were at like Christmas, and it was just like after Hurricane Katrina, and there's like FEMA camps everywhere, and I guess he was convinced that they're actually not to help people, but they're like camps for nefarious purposes, to take people away and collect them, and the believers and the non-believers, and separate them and all that stuff. And he made us all sit down around after we finished eating Christmas dinner and watch this like put together video by his church about how the end of the world was coming very, very soon. And then he said, I'll be right back. And he walked back to his bedroom and he came back with these pamphlets on how to clean your own water and how to grow your own food. And then he gave it to my family only, not my aunts, not my uncles, just me, my sister, my mom and dad, because according to them, we're the ones that are screwed. And so they're just like, here you go, best of luck. By the way, now's your chance to get saved again. So we're going to go have a prayer circle over here. If you want, just let us know. And that's when me and my dad kind of just looked at each other. And then my dad went outside to have a cigarette. And I just kind of followed him. And we just sat outside going, so this is how you were raised, huh, Dad? And he's like, yeah, now you know, Josh. I'm like, oh, yeah, it makes sense.
Oh my.
That is so bizarre.
It took me a second to realize where that was headed. They gave you the water and food things, not like as a fuck you.
Yeah.
As a
because
you're going to need this while we're eating, delicious lamb in heaven. That's so.
It was
what
a twist
a
for me. I thought you were the
little
good
thing.
guys, the lucky ones, getting cared for until you explain. Wow.
Yeah,
It's so fucked. That
we were
is
the ones
so.
that are screwed.
And that's like one of the most common Bible verses, like even in secular people to know. It's like you will not know the day or the hour. Only your Father in heaven knows, like when Jesus is going to return or whatever. Like so, none of those predictions make sense. Even if you're like religious as shit, you shouldn't be predicting the rapture.
How many people wasted their lives because they thought that like this was this minuscule fraction compared to eternity in the afterlife? How many people wasted their lives and didn't live them to the fullest because of this nonsense?
Probably a lot. Yeah,
probably a lot. It's so upsetting to me. It's so upsetting.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Woody.
I was going to ask Josh, where's your relationship with your family now? Because like I feel like you've been cut loose and disowned more than once. Like this is a tactic as a way to get more cash out of you. Are you still cut loose?
So they've tried to contact me. My dad tried to call me after that, maybe 9 months or so, and the first words out of his mouth were, "How you doing, boy?" Not, "I'm sorry, I want to apologize, don't hang up." Like that, sort of, kind of as you would expect. It was, "How you doing, boy?" And then I just let him talk for a few minutes, and I said, "You've been talking for this long, and you still haven't apologized." And he was like, "That was then, this is now. Nothing I can do about it." And I'm like, okay. So at that point, I stopped caring, and I just wanted to just ask him a bunch of questions so that I could have information if the police ever came to me for anything that they needed, because people would go to jail and the police would call me, or people would miss work. Yeah, so
good for you, man. Like for real. Good for you.
That was when you discovered the drug issue side of it also, right? Like you didn't know about that initially, or did you know about the drugs prior to that conversation with your dad?
I knew nothing about drugs really with them. I would have never thought that they would ever do that. Like they would smoke cigarettes, but not that stuff, not that sort of stuff ever. And it was like, I never found any evidence. People, when they saw the video, they're like, "Josh, it's drugs, gambling, something." And I never actually saw any evidence until my girlfriend's dad pointed it out. I was showing him some pictures. He's a firefighter.
Okay.
And so my camera froze. I'll fix it in a sec. He's a firefighter, and he looked at my dad's eyes, and he saw that they were just pinpoints, just tiny. He's like, "Josh, your dad's not even in his brain right now. Like this is how out there." And that's when kind of the dominoes started to fall. Let me just.
What kind of drugs? Battery. What kind of drugs was it?
Heroin and meth.
Oh goodness. So not
skipping right to the end game of drugs.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
So and basically what had been happening is they'd been lying. Was it pretty much that whole time from the first cutoff from your grandparents that they had been, even before that, I'm sure, using that money, lying about what they were spending it on to get heroin?
Yeah. So my dad would have these mysterious medical issues, and he'd say, "I need to go to the doctor and get this and that." But he would never tell me what doctor. He would never show me a receipt, nothing. But, he's like, "I'm going to die if I don't have it." I'm like, "Okay, here you go," Or they would do the triple dipping thing, I guess is what I would call it. They would call me, they'd call my mom's parents, they'd call my dad's parents, and they'd all ask each one of them for money, but they wouldn't tell you if they got money from someone. So they'd, get money from everyone and not say, "Oh no, they already gave me money, we're good." They would just do that every day. So I'd have to tell them, like, if they talk to you and ask for money, please tell me so I know not to give them money and that I know that you already got it. And like there would just be petty things like that. And I'd be like, why are you lying to me? I already know you got money this week. Or I don't know, stuff like that.
Yeah, that is rough. Was that kind of the final nail in the coffin of wanting to distance yourself, like realizing the duplicitousness, the trickery, and the drugs the whole time?
Yeah. So I was under the impression that, first of all, my mom, my dad, and my sister were all living in Utah, but I was under the impression that my mother and my sister went back to go be a caretaker for my grandfather before he passed away, and that's where they were going to stay. And it was just going to be me and my dad here, and I was going to take care of him and help him get a job and help him with YouTube and do his whole channel thing and all that stuff. And that didn't happen. My mom became a caretaker. My grandfather passed away, and then my mom started using my deceased grandfather's pain pills, stealing until she got caught. And then my grandmother kicked her out back to Utah with my dad. But when I went to go see my dad, there was a time where I went to go knock on his door just because I wanted to check in on him because he doesn't answer, sends these texts that don't make sense because he's probably out of it or something. And my mom and my sister were both behind the door, but he wouldn't let me in. I never knew that I was that close to just like uncovering it all, because what if I had just walked in and they're in there doing drugs, which is probably what they were doing and why he wouldn't let me in.
Yeah. There's syringes on the table or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
probably there's syringes on my table too, but that's a different story.
Those are to get yoked syringes, not heroin syringes. Yeah. How is man, the drug thing is really threw me for a loop when you talked about it, because it's like it does go to show how powerful drugs are, that like your family, your parents, like there comes a point where they will put like you tied to a train track just to get high again. And it's a sad realization, I'm sure, to be like, I'm playing second fiddle to meth right now.
Yeah, I gave my dad a second car, my car that I had, after I transferred the title and all that stuff to him after they stole it, because I was like, I'm not dealing with this anymore. You guys can have it, and the insurance and all that. So they pawned that. So then I said, here's another car, me being dumb, right? Obviously, it's laughable now. You're like, what are you doing, Josh? Yeah. But you feel like you're doing the noble thing. Honestly, you just want to help them. And I never knew about drugs or anything. But when I finally took my car back after I said, I'm not paying, you can't have my car anymore. He said you're going to get a job. So I finally went and got a repo dude to come take it while he was, I don't know, at home. All three of them were there. And I didn't know that when I was repoing the car. I didn't know I was taking it from all three of them. But when I got in the car, checked it out, looked for evidence of drugs, because everyone's saying that that's what they're doing, I didn't find any. But I did find that I gave them that car at 40,000 miles. And in 8 months, they put like 20,000 miles on it. And where are you going? You don't.
Drug dealers' houses.
Like, where are you driving to all the time? All the places that you would work would be half a mile from your house.
Yeah. Yeah. And so there's no explanation for that. I'm sure he just lied and denied the whole drug thing. That's what you said.
And this is, you know what I'm just realizing? This is the stuff that you're aware of, because like it was tied to you, like, either your social security number, or you found out about it. Who knows what you don't know about, right? Like, who knows? Like one of these days you're gonna be like, hey, I wonder where's my second DVD player at? Or like there's probably so many little things like that you don't even know about.
There are some that I figured out like after the fact. My dad asked me for money once, and he said he didn't have enough in his bank to make a withdrawal, and it's in there, but I have to wait till the next day to bounce his check. And essentially he would give me a check for $100 and I'd give him $100 cash. And he did that knowing that the check would bounce, but he has my cash. And so obviously the check bounced, and I'm just like, you planned this. You knew that I wasn't going to be able to get that money. This is what you've.
Yeah. And like realizing probably like he's given you like a false smile, just trying to play to your emotions, take advantage of the fact that he's your dad.
Yeah.
That's just beyond shitty. And you said growing up, there was no indication really that like a turn like this was going to happen.
I would have never ever seen it. It wasn't bad. Like growing up was fine. We had a fairly, I don't know, lower middle class life. Like I wasn't like in poverty. Like we had food and clothes and stuff. It was fine. I would have never seen anything like those sorts of things, you know, like you sit as a kid, you'd sit and watch like A&E and Intervention and stuff, and they're like, wow, that's crazy. Never in my life would I ever put their faces in that show.
Yeah. And something that was interesting, I remember you saying in the second video, your dad saying, I don't watch those videos because, you know, your grandparents told me not to. And I wasn't sure to like, I don't know if I believe that, if he actually didn't watch them. But like another thing it revealed is that your grandparents were lying to him in their own right, trying to hide your side of the story from him in as, you know, as much as they could. So, and it seemed like you were angriest at them overall. Because
they made it look like, instead of me just not wanting to be a piggy bank anymore, that there was some sort of like, I don't know, like I hate them as a family and like I don't want anything to do with them anymore. And like maybe some of that was true too, but it wasn't. They tried to make it seem like I was just doing it to be mean.
Yeah.
And not because I had given him warnings for like 4 or 5 months at a time. Every month is like, hey man, you got to get a job next month. Okay, yeah, I will. And then the next month, hey man, look, and it went on and on like that for years, really. Mm-hmm. And then eventually one of the times I just said, all right, this is it, the last one. But obviously he doesn't believe me because I've said that 30 times before. So when I finally put my foot down, you know, even my grandparents were betting on me breaking because I've told them, you know, this is the last month before too. And I was like, you know, I'm not going to pay his rent. And then they would message me a month later and be like, yeah, so how do you pay his rent? And I would say, I paid it. It's fine. He's still looking. It would always be that constant. Mm-hmm. I have just one more interview next week, just another one next week. Oh, the position got filled with someone else. Like there's always something to keep it going, to keep me right there. Like he's going to have his own money. Yeah, it's always right on the horizon.
Yeah, no, because he's a master manipulator. He's figured it out. He's figured, and you're not the only one he's doing that to. I guarantee. I'm sure he's doing that to lots of people. Anyone that will bite, and you just happen to be in that position where you're trying to be a good son.
How are you funding all this? Is it just YouTube money? Are you working full time on top of YouTube?
Just YouTube. I don't know. I'm fairly frugal, I guess. I make investments when I can, but other than that, I just usually buy food and clothes and expense stuff for the channel, I guess. But yeah, it was all just me, just saving because I don't buy a whole lot. So I just save.
And you don't have a fucking drug problem.
Yeah. And by saving, you mean giving your money to somebody else.
Yeah. I thought that was the right thing to do. Like I thought
I hate this for you. I hate this so much.
It's horrible. And like for a parent to like knowingly sabotage their own child's financial future, like the destroying your credit thing, the embroiling you in crimes where, you know, the car that's in your name, it's not enough to do a hit and run. Then they continue to seek out, you know, drugs in the car. You said that something else they would do is they'd use the car that you gave them, and your dad would drive them to like Walmart, and your mom and sister would get out, go in, steal a bunch of stuff, come out, get in your fucking car, and then go sell it on Facebook Marketplace. So it's just a flagrant disregard, like for you as a person. Like, oh no, he's got the internet money, he'll be fine.
They're drug addicts.
Who cares?
That's what my grandmother said. She's like, you make thousands every month. And it's like, so do people with normal salary jobs. Everybody usually makes thousands a month, but like, it doesn't mean I can just pay rent, buy bills, pay his imaginary doctor bills, like all this other stuff. Like I still want to work towards something for myself.
You need to find a real family. You need to find a good family that wants to adopt you. You want to be a Myers? Myers, because we'll suck you right on in. Okay, we don't need any money from you. You just show up. Hey, I cook a great Thanksgiving. I deep fry a turkey every year.
Okay,
dressing. It's a whole Southern thing. You're from Georgia anyway.
Yeah.
I'm sure you like that shit.
Yeah,
like won't borrow any money at all from you. Do you play the guitar or anything? We have these great times where everybody gets together and plays the guitar and sings. Great time.
Okay,
you could be a Myers.
Yeah, things always get really weird when anyone like ever asks me for money now. It's always just like instantly I become overly suspect. I don't know. It's like, what do you want?
That's the YouTube thing, man. Anytime anyone asks for anything, so many people are working you, and then their palm comes up later. You know, soon enough they'll be asking for something. It can be exposure, it can be cash, who knows what it is, but there's. You just get guarded. You put walls up because the turn seems like it's always coming.
The thing that people ask of me a lot is my time, and I'm very generous with my time. We've got this Discord of guys who are like part of our Patreon, and like anytime someone wants to talk about whatever, like I'll jump in a call with them and like chat with them, sometimes for an hour at a time. Like my time I'll give away, but like, man, this whole idea of milking you for your money and like this repeated process of like, I guess you didn't know that it was drugs, but like it makes so much sense now that, you know, we know it's heroin and methamphetamine, like, which is an interesting combination. I don't know a lot about drug abusers, but I wasn't aware that I would have thought that you were either a heroin guy or a methamphetamine guy, like one or the other. You know what I mean? It's like,
I think it was because if they couldn't get one, they would get the other.
yeah. But they're not the same.
Who craves fire and ice? Right? You crave one or the other.
I think they wanted anything but to feel sick from the withdrawals of heroin.
Oh, that's a good point. You know, when you put it that way, they're almost pitiable. I don't know that like justifiable isn't the word. Like I can't wrap my head around doing it to your family, but like I think what we have to keep in mind is that these are people who if they don't rip off their son, then they're going to suffer terribly. I wish that I wish it was like a TV drama, you know, where you could see those times when like maybe there was a time when they were like, no, let's not do this to Josh. And they were vomiting and they were crawling on the floor and just like, this is so awful. Like I bet you're with me and that if you knew that had happened just once, you could maybe forgive or understand, or at least, you know, something.
I've tried to watch a lot of documentaries about drug addicts. I don't know if you've ever seen the YouTube channel like Soft White Underbelly, where he's just one-on-one interviewing addicts on the street and they tell their story. And I try to, I don't know, does that sound messed up? I try to watch them and they talk about how like they can think about nothing else. They don't care about anything else. It rewires the chemistry of their brain to where they're incapable of feeling that sort of, no, he's my kid. I can't do that. It's just, no, I need more. How do I fund it? And that's, I don't know. I try to understand how it changes people's brains, how it changes their attitudes. And like, it's almost like they're hijacked by something inside and like they're still in there somewhere.
Yeah.
And it can come back, but
well, it just rewires all your reward pathways. And so it's like now, whereas when you were a kid, maybe your dad gets joy taking you to a baseball game or something, gets a little dopamine hit, you know, spending time with my son, that feels good. I like that. I'm going to do this more. You replace all that with like an artificial stream from heroin or something. And now that's so much more intense than the high you get from lifting weights or eating a reasonably healthy meal or whatever, that everything has to surround that. I jumped in because I had to go to the bathroom, but you're talking about watching videos about addicts online and stuff. Yeah, it does open your eyes to that problem because I've definitely done the same.
I was really harsh. I think I think in the videos I was. I think some of it was me just being mean, just to be mean. But that's how I felt when I was making that. I had no one to go to really, because the people that you go to are the people that are doing the thing to you. So you turn on the camera and you just talk. Just get it all out, I guess. So that's you did
a great job in those. Like the little, I think most people would have been much more brutal and meaner. Like just having like one or two, fuck you and fuck you too. Like that must have been a nice little bit of, you know, catharsis, getting that off your chest, or a little bit.
What got me as a video maker is I knew they were scripted. So I was like, is he going off script right now? Or does he have like bird in parentheses on the script?
I had like notes of different examples that I wanted to hit of things that they did, but it wasn't a script. A lot of it was just me following through what I could remember happened. And then as I was making that, different examples would pop in my head. And so then I would go off a little bit, but
use bullet points. That's what I do too when I make a comparable video. It's like, these are the things I need to hit to tell this story properly.
You said that, like, you know, you've spoken to them like family members since then. It seems to revolve a lot around your dad, and you're not like having the direct communication with your mom, and it doesn't seem at all like with your sister. Is that still the way it is? Like it's almost like your dad's the liaison for the family to talk to you.
Probably not so much anymore, since when he called me and he wasn't very sincere, he was like, don't put this in one of your YouTube videos. I knew from the moment he said that I was going to do it because I wanted him to know what it feels like when someone lies to your face that you trust so much. So that's why I did it. And maybe that's mean, but
can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know it varies from state to state. If you had recorded these phone calls, and I think you're in California, are you allowed to upload like because that's what I would do. I would record any phone calls in the future I had with them, and I would upload that as reference.
Yeah, so I'm in Utah, and it's one-party consent state, so I could do it if I wanted.
I thought for some reason I thought you were in California. We were talking about West Coast earlier. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So, where did you learn to fly? In Utah?
Yeah, point of the mountain.
Who?
It was a Cloud9, Steve.
Oh, okay. I've talked to him. I don't know him really.
He's a pretty cool dude.
Are you still flying? Like, have you found that I know life is still rough, being distanced from your family and everything, but are you getting some enjoyment, like being able to focus on you? Clearly the channel's doing fucking tremendous. I'm sure you're having more time to do your hobbies like flying.
Yeah, I think so. I haven't flown that much. I have a motorcycle problem, I think. So I have too many motorcycles.
How many's too many?
I have 6.
Oh,
I just got fucking alphaed.
You and Kyle, you guys combined are 3, right?
I have 3.
Oh, well, shit. You always sneak a new one in.
I have a paramotor too, but I've only flown it a couple times, and then one time I went to bring it up, and the wind changed directions, and it blew the lines into the prop, and so now the prop flew off, and I have a wooden one I can replace it with, but I have to re-net it. I have a Scout Carbon, like one of the OG ones, the really old ones. Yeah. So I have to like rivet the net back around it, and I don't know if I trust myself to do that, so I'll take it to someone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Scouts in they?
I think it's Montana
or Oregon. Anyway, yeah, maybe it's not Utah.
But I think it's been easier to focus on myself, but I wonder about them. Like, do they still do it? Did they go to rehab? Did they successfully complete it? And it's nice to be able to finally save for things that I want. It just on the flip side, it feels bad when I spend that money on the things that I want, which I guess has just been ingrained because I've been wanting to help other people for so long that if I do something for myself, I feel guilty about it. I still deal with that fairly regularly. Like, I don't deserve this. I should be giving this to someone else who does, type mentality. I'll get over it eventually.
To me sometimes is like, I could help someone without hurting myself, but am I supposed to? Like that's where I get stuck. Am I supposed to did earn this, right? Like it wasn't like I hit the lottery or something. I worked really hard for decades. Now I don't know, a friend once called me a self-made man who enjoys his toys, and somehow that burned into my head. And I'm like, that's okay, right? Right?
Of course it is. Yeah.
But this person over here, she can't make her car payment. Am I supposed to pay for her car for her? Right? She's been my wife's friend for 2 months. How am I like? What's my level of commitment to this person? 0.
2-month friend?
Literally.
A 2-month friend?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Fuck you.
You don't even have to buy them dinner. Like, 2 month
friends? 2-month friends get dinner. 2-month friends get dinner. They don't get car payments.
And then there's this, sorry, I'm making this about me, but like this, I try not to buy people things because if I have a friend, it should be because they enjoy my company, not because they're able to get things from me. And even if it starts as enjoying my company, if they start getting things from me, then it becomes that, like it or not. It can't be like, Josh was really cool, but he also like pays for my car. You can't unring that bell, like that just that's a thing that's out there. And so it's almost like you can't help, or it ruins the relationship as much as if you do help. And it's tricky to navigate.
I think I don't know. It's like one of the hardest moments was when they were asking me for money for food.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, okay, how about I just take you food shopping? And they instantly turned me down. And then, that's red flags.
Mm-hmm.
When that happens, they want money for a thing, but you're like, let's just cut the middleman. I'll just go get you the thing. Or I have a job interview. I need some interview clothes. Okay, I'll take you shopping. Well, I don't need to go anymore. Stuff like that would happen a lot. So what I found, I guess what I do now is I'll just buy another one if I buy something that I like. And then that way I can share it with someone else if I want, but it's still mine. So like
you're such a genuinely nice guy.
Goodness. you need a peer. You need a peer. Like my dad had this great thing with his brother growing up where like they had they both made a lot of money as business partners. And so like my dad would buy a Corvette, his brother would buy a Corvette. My dad would buy this high-end Remington sniper rifle. His brother would buy one too. There were matching versions of everything, growing up. And it was just like, you need a peer. You need a peer. And it's hard sometimes if you're doing okay and, maybe your peers aren't doing okay to like find that peer. I've dealt with that myself, like where like a lot of my friends weren't doing so well financially and I was. And it was just like, maybe I'll just buy two so that we can all have one, right? I've had to do that before, but it's like having a peer, like a financial peer, sometimes when it comes to this sort of thing is a big deal. Like I think Woody has found that with his paramotoring and his motorcycling, right? Like he doesn't just like find some poor guy who's a good friend and be like, hey, let's get you an R6. Then you can ride with me. He's like, oh, so you've got an R6. You can ride with me. You kind of got to do things that way at some point. Like you can't always be the breadwinner for the whole fucking group.
Yeah. And not only can you run out of money, but you don't even know if your friendships are real.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the Bam Margera thing from like Jackass in like the early 2000s where he was like buying all his friends Lambos. None of them had jobs. And in return, he'd be like, hey, I need you to suck my balls for MTV. And they're like, I guess so. It's not real friendship. It's a little exploitative. It's all, it's a little, transactional. That's the best word for it.
Sometimes I think about like, I want people to experience what it's like to not have to think about if they have to pick between the light bill or food for a month. Mm-hmm. And like a lot of the people I grew up with or like my family, they always kind of just paycheck to paycheck. And for me, I'm not like a millionaire or anything, but for me to be able to have extra money, I just want to show people like when you don't have money, money is everything. But when you do, it's not. And you can only experience that once it's happened to you. Mm-hmm. Like people that don't have money that see people that do, they're like, you could do all this and this, and why aren't you happy and all that? And it becomes more about like, who do you want to be as a person? What do you want to do? What do you actually enjoy besides just coming home playing video games? Like, who do you want to be as a person? And so what I try to do is allow people to have that experience so that like, if you had everything you wanted within reason, now what would you do? And I don't know. I try to, because some people look at me and they're like, what's it like to go shopping for food and not have to look at the tag on the can of corn or whatever? I'm just like, it's good. But there are other things that fill in that worry that I think about. And you can't understand that when you're worried about what the price is. But I wish you could understand what it's like to have money, but also, I don't know. I feel like I'm ranting. Thank you for coming to TED Talk.
No money, no problems.
I was older than you, but for me, it wasn't the can of corn. It was a menu. Until I was like 30 something, I read menus from right to left. Right. So it would be like $9.99, $8.99, $12.99, $6.99. That looks good. Oh, grilled cheese.
Oh, Alpo. Yeah.
That's how I read menus. And then at some point, it just got to be like, reading them from left to right is quite nice. Like, they have sirloin here? Well, that's the best thing on this menu. I want that.
Yeah, that is a good feeling. Like not like the opposite of being on dates in like high school, where you go somewhere and it's like, even if it's just like Red Robin, it's like, if this bitch gets the Whiskey River barbecue burger, I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
I hope she goes for a tavern mini.
I have a plan. If she orders a burger, I get a burger. If she orders lobster, I get water. We're fine.
No, I'm on a cleanse, the water cleanse.
Yeah, I've done that. Like, oh, that's what you get. I guess I'm not hungry tonight. It's all about you, babe. Like,
Yeah.
That is a shitty move. You know, when like a high school girl being like, I'll have the steak. It's like, first of all, we're at Applebee's.
Man, they don't have that at Wendy's.
I never had that problem. Like my dad would always fund my dates pretty well. Like when I was a kid, like you know, like you don't want to go on a date if you got less than $100 in your pocket. Like that's not going to work out, right? Like,
wait, what?
how are you going to go on a date with less than $100 in your pocket?
I go on a date with $24 in my pocket.
Oh my goodness, the movies cost $24.
Yes, you can have to
We didn't go to the movies.
Like, if you're taking a girl to dinner in the movies,
and we're walking,
like 16-year-old me taking a girl on a date. Let's just pretend I have gas in my car, which I don't. Let's but like the movies are going to cost $20 at least, right? Like $9 and then tax, right? And then like, what are we going to not have popcorn? We're not going to have a drink. We're just going to sit there with nothing. Like this is going to be a $75 evening at least, and we should have a little buffer room. Like I can't relate to that because my dad, I would always be like, hey dad, because I'd work with my dad anyway. So like, it wasn't like I was just like, hey, give me more money for free because I'm me. It'd be like, I had like cut the grass, or I had worked on the farm, or I had done something to earn this money.
Crazy enough, this is after Kyle stole his dad's truck and developed a heroin habit.
Yeah, this is last year. Actually. But you know, like if it was Valentine's Day, I'd be like, hey dad, I want to like get my girlfriend something nice for Valentine's Day. He's like, yeah, okay. How much do you think? What do you want to do? I'm like, I want to kind of do something nice this year. I want to get her this ridiculous like box of chocolates. He's like, how much is it? What do you mean a ridiculous box of chocolates? And I was like, it's $100. I was like, it's $110, Dad. He's like, that better be a big box of chocolates. I was like, Dad, it's so big, she's gonna freak out. He was like, show me. And I like showed him on my phone. He's like, that is a huge box of chocolates. She's gonna love that. And he's just like you know, because like, and when I brought her that box of chocolates that was so big you could barely get it inside of a car, she was blown away. She loved it. It was like she talked about that for years to come. You know, wow.
And she finished the chocolates, and you had to break it off.
Yeah. After she ate this chocolate, she was no longer desirable. It was pretty disgusting after that.
Did your parents give you money when you wanted it?
Me?
Taylor,
I needed it. I'll say, like I didn't ask for money when I wanted it. I only ever asked for money when I needed it.
Chocolates are a want, but Taylor,
it's Valentine's Day.
It would usually be like them just buying it for me. So it would never be like if I was like, I need a new hockey stick, my dad would be like, all right, let's go hockey stick shopping. It wouldn't be like, all right, how much is the one you want? Because my dad was a huge play it again sports guy. And like, even we'd go to like Total Hockey, and I would like always, I'm like 14, 15, 16, and I'm standing by like the brand new goalie sticks looking at the name, and it's like, oh, this is Dominic Hasek's curve. I could be as good as Dominic Hasek.
That is how that works. Yeah.
That is how it works. So like, or I could choose to be Martin Brodeur. Oh, the Brodeur stick's $310. And my dad would be like, hey, have you ever heard of Whitey Buck? He was a AHL minor league goalie in the 50s, and here's one of his sticks. And like, and to his credit, it was like those sticks got trashed so quickly, it did not make a lick of sense for me to have a super nice one. And so it made more sense, or the way it worked for me mostly was like, if I needed something, I tell them, and then they take me shopping for it, not so much giving money to go buy it. My parents, so as a kid, they supported me, right? I got all my clothes and food and stuff. Like, it wasn't like I had to make my way on my own. But if it was anything on top of the necessities, then typically I paid for it. And if I needed more money, he would lend it to me, but there was interest. And I remember it was 11% interest, which was,
oh my God.
The thing is, the math on 11 is so much harder than 10. Right. And he chose 11 intentionally, which wasn't too far above the going rate at the time. The interest rates are lower now. But I had friends' parents offering me like 8% interest because they knew I was good for it.
This reminds me.
when it would be,
That's
he'd
so
keep it
funny.
on this. My father was an accountant, and he had this like extra long yellow like legal pad that he would tally all my stuff in. And he'd whip out the calculator, which was an accountant's professional calculator with the tape that went, and he didn't have to look at it or anything. He'd just be like, brah, 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 and just like whirring, and then he'd figure out my current like like what the interest had accumulated to by that day, and I'd pay it down, and that was how borrowing money from my dad went.
Jesus.
Yeah, but then there were other gifts too. Like one of the ones I was a young adult, call me 23, right? So at this time I was working full time. I was going to school at night. I had a side business, and I was having a hard time paying my credit card. Like a life expense came up. I wasn't like super irresponsible. And I was going to work. I was installing networking cables in my father's office, and I was like physically wearing out. I was a mess. I have this like lightweight Tourette syndrome, and I'm twitching and I'm exhausted. And my father's looking at me like, what's up with this kid? And I'm like, I'm just tired, but I have to work. I have to work because I need money. And he's like, you need rest. Like not only are you working every waking moment, but you don't have enough sleeping moments. And he's like, what do you owe? And it wasn't a ton. Call it like $650. And he's like, I'm like cheering up, thinking about it. He's like, done. You get some rest. And that's how that day went. It was meaningful to me because he didn't just throw money away like that. But that day it was like,
Clearly. He's charging you interest. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's charging you interest.
yeah. But
Like you're like, he chose 11 on purpose. He couldn't have just picked 9.
Well, 9 has the same math. 10 you can almost do in your head, right? But he's doing 11% interest. Yeah, but and there was a Christmas once where he paid my tuition that month. So like I was going to school at night, and that was a cool gift. But so yeah, he helped out here and there, but mostly he wanted me to pay my own bills.
I've had moments very, very similar to that. I was texting some girl, I don't know, back when it cost money to text, like across the country, and I didn't know. I was just texting all day and all night, and then one day he got like he was like $988 phone bill just for me, and my mom got the bill and she showed it to me, and my mom just looked at me and goes, "You better probably not be here when your dad gets home from work. There's some places hiring. I saw you can go find them." And I was like, I thought that day was like my last day on earth. If I was going to see my dad at the end of that day. And I came home and I was like trying to find jobs like everywhere, McDonald's, all the fast food places, GNC, like anywhere that I could go in and get an application for, but no one would hire me like on the spot. So I went back home prepared to get kicked out, like is my mistake. And then I was like a little bit of a mess because I was afraid he was just going to disown me and kick me out. And I was crying a little bit, and he just gave me a hug. He said, "Don't worry about it, Josh. You're good." And I said,
See, I think maybe part of like why like my experience is different than you guys is like I worked with my dad like and did a man's work from the time I was like 11 or something like that. Like putting fucking shingles on roofs and like doing carpentry and PVC work and like climbing under houses and like working. Like you'd go and you would work all day. And like my dad always had like some flunky that was also hired to work, and I would outwork the flunky as a 12 or 13-year-old. And it was like, I think and I wasn't getting paid. I didn't get paid until I was like 15 or something like that, when it was like, yeah, you have a reason to have money now. Cause like, what's a 14-year-old need money for anday? Like
you can't go anywhere.
You can't go anywhere. You can't do anything. But a 15-year-old, he's got some reasons to have some fucking money. And a 16-year-old certainly does. So like, then I started getting paid a little bit, but like, we would do like these big overhaul projects sometimes. Like I remember one time we did this thing where we were just like, I've talked this before with like poultry houses, how like we were retrofitting them. And it was this like, it was 2 or 3 weeks of solid work, 10 hours a day of carpentry and like insulation and PVC and like lots of hammer and nail work. And I remember he paid me $14 an hour, and he paid the Mexican guys that were working with us $12 an hour. And I was like the foreman. And I took that super seriously. I was like every time I saw them being lazy, I was like, come on, we got to get back to it. Come on. Like I ran the fucking crew. And I don't know, I took it super seriously.
That's
That
So,
was
like,
like just during the summer.
It wasn't a man's work. The employers in my area were about the beach and the boardwalk.
Yeah.
So it was a teenager's work, you know.
Yeah, I like that's why I've got like all those stories of like gruesome fucking injuries growing up and all these like ridiculous scars and stuff. Cause like, I don't know, I was always cutting myself open or smashing a finger or like getting attacked by wasps or something like that. It was an interesting childhood, but it taught me a lot of like work ethic, I guess. Like I was thinking today about like the times and like, you know, you think about those times in your past that make you cringe, like when you did something wrong or you fucked up. And I was saying there was this one day when like we were working and I had to go home and take a shit. And I went back home and I was so exhausted because I hadn't slept the night before. I was like 15 and I just like climbed into the bed to like try to like catch a little sleep, but I fell completely asleep. And like my dad came home. He had done all the work by himself and he came home and he was just like, what happened? What happened?
It's a good question, right? It's a good opener.
Yeah. What happened? And I'm just like, I thought I'd just like lie down for a minute and I don't know. What time is it? He's like, what fuck? Why does it matter what time it is? The work's over. We're done. We're done for the day. I'm like, oh, shit, I'm sorry. And I was just thinking about how embarrassing that was. Like how bad I felt that I had like left him in a pinch, you know, to do all my work and his work too. Like I thought about that today. I was in traffic today and I thought about that. It made me feel bad. But I don't know. We were always working growing up. So it was just like,
just during the summer you were doing this or during the school year also?
Well, I was homeschooled for a couple of years, so it was all day, every day.
What years were those? I'm curious.
6th grade and 7th grade. So I would have been like,
did you go to high school?
13 maybe?
So you didn't homeschool at high school?
That was middle school. So like 6th grade and 7th grade. And then I went to 8th grade. And then high school is 9, 10, 11, 12, right? So like I did all that, of course. I came back in 8th grade. I was having so many issues in 6th grade that they just pulled me out very early in 6th grade.
Like bullying issues?
Yeah. I had this problem with this one kid. And it was literally like that shit they talk about on Reddit all the time about how like as soon as you defend yourself, you're the problem. Like against a bully or something like that. And there was just like this fucking bully that was just a fucking piece of shit that I had a problem with. And like whatever I did, he seemed to take issue with it and was just constantly like fucking with me. Like he would end up sitting behind me in classes, just like, you know, flicking my ear or whatever the fuck. And like when you finally stand up to him, now you're the violent one who's like needs some sort of parent teacher conference. So they just pulled me out. And what was funny was like I was at a football game. I don't know how long it was after I had been homeschooled, but like that guy like confronted me again and I beat the shit out of him in front of like a bunch of people. And it was like, I don't know. It's one of the happiest
moments. You better than him?
What?
Did puberty treat you better than him? Like,
yeah. I was a good like 3 or 4 inches taller at this point. Like he was. Yeah. He looked like a short Eminem or something like that. And I'd been working on the farm for 2 years or whatever the fuck. And he just got his shit pushed in
like
one day.
Rocky 2ing this.
Yes. Yeah. And, you know, I don't want to like, and it wasn't like I was like teeing this guy up or anything. I caught him one good time in the mouth and like his mouth was bleeding. And for like a 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade fight or whatever it was, I really don't remember like, that's a KO, right? And I just remember everybody was cheering, and it really was like one of those Reddit moments, and everyone clapped.
Wow, Kyle's gonna keep us safe from the bullies.
It really was like that, though. And like my dad,
and then they brought me a crown made of a trapper paper.
I swear to God, this. And then my dad walked up, and he's like, and like my dad, of course, like is well versed in like my problems with this guy, like going back, and he's like, look at that little son of a bitch now. Look at him now. And it was just, you know, he was proud of me. And
meanwhile, your dad's been Mr. Miyagi-ing you on the floor for 2 years.
He's just like swinging the fucking hammer. For 2 years, I've been swinging that fucking hammer. It was like there's a Johnny Cash song about that's just like that, about like working all these years when Oni's been sitting up there getting soft, and I've been working hard building muscles. And it's his last day of work, and he's tired of being bullied, and he's going to beat the shit out of Oni, who's his like the manager or whatever. But yeah, I beat the shit out of that guy, and because it was a school event, he was in trouble. Like he was going to get suspended from school because we're at the football game, but I'm homeschooled. You know, Dad's like,
silly witch, you have no power here.
You have no power here. My dad's like, nah, he's coming up here with us to watch the rest of the football game. Like to, you know, the principal or whoever like the authority figure was or whatever the fuck. And it was just like, you know, they take him away and they're gonna like they kick him out of the game. It was a good day. It was a good day.
Did you ever have to get like summer jobs at like Sonic or something, or was there always just so much work to be done?
Always so much work to be done. Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah, you got to work
Like,
alongside your dad like that.
Yeah, I always grew up like driving tractors and driving trucks and tractors and trailers and all that stuff, like cutting hay and baling hay and all that stuff, like farmer shit.
Yeah, my summer jobs in high school, like, were like, I guess it was, I only had to after I could drive. So like 16, 17, 18 summers. And that was initially like, I would have been that was the story where I went and I tried to work at Ben and Jerry's, and they told me I was hired after getting 8 full hours of making waffle cones out of me. And then they told me that they actually closed, and thank you for trying out. And so, so that
What's
sucked.
the word for that? We learned it with Danny Mullen.
Oh, there was some French word for like a tryout, but it was like 15 minutes in. They're like, "You're a natural at the waffle cone thing," and I'm like, it kind of does it for me. I kind of just pour it in there. But then my job from then on was I was always a pretty competitive goalie in ice hockey, as you two know, and so my summer job then was like this camp recruited me to be like a coach, and that was just my job for summers from then on out, which was pretty awesome because there was something about being like, when like, if you're not a hockey player, you don't know, but like the coach is out there with just skates. The goalie coach is out there with just the lower body pads and then like a windbreaker. And I always thought like at like 14, like, oh, those guys are so cool. They're like, and I'm like looking at a 17-year-old at 14, like a grown up. And then like when I got to be that guy, I'm like, damn, I'm fucking tight. Like I'm teaching kids how to butterfly, how to handle the puck and everything. And that was a great summer job. It was fun.
I coached a swim team in college in the springtime, and it was taught at my collegiate pool. Like the kids would come and they'd say the thing, and it wasn't really like coaching. These kids were so young. It was a little past learn to swim, right?
Yeah.
It's not like I'm training them up to become Olympians, but it was a big deal that my name was on the wall on the record board, like while I'm coaching them. There were a couple of us. If there were 6 coaches, like 2 or 3 of us were record holders at the school. And it just felt like that was the most badass thing. Like when he introduced us to the parents, he'd be like, "Do you see that, Matt Woodworth? That's the guy right there." And,
you want to know my silliest summer job? I think I watched Jeremiah Johnson, or like one of those like old timey like trapper movies, like about a wilderness survival man.
Okay.
And I became like interested in traps, like fur trapping.
Yeah.
This sounds absurd. Like what year is it? And so like I found
2003.
this is literally like 1999 or 1998. And like one of the farmers nearby had this issue with beavers, like going into like their corn or their wheat or whatever. And I went and bought beaver traps, and I literally like trapped beaver for them for $10 a beaver. Yeah. I trapped. I mean, look, I didn't make a living out of doing it or anything. But
how many did you get, do you think?
I don't remember how many.
He's still a bit of a beaver aficionado, if we're honest.
Yeah. And he still traps them in his own way with threats.
Kyle's pretending not to get our jokes, but I think he's with it.
That trapping beavers is a very funny thing to do. Why beavers? Was it just like
because
that's the only thing they needed trapped, and so that's
the only thing they needed trapped? And I don't really feel sorry for them. But I just remember like they were like, I heard these farmers talking about how they had this beaver problem, and I was like, Dad, do they make traps for beavers? He's like, I don't know. And we went to like Bass Pro Shop or something like that and asked, and they're like, yeah. And a beaver trap looks weird. It's this weird, funky trap. And
it's not a square with a little door inside that falls behind them.
Oh no, it kills them. It's one of those. It's not a live
trap.
Like
a bear trap?
It's a little like a bear trap, but it's shaped very differently. It's at least I'm sure there's different kinds, but the one I had was like wonky. But yeah, I trapped beaver for them at like $10 a head. And I just remember like how awkward the negotiation was with this man. Because like, let's see, if it was like 1997 or 1998 or something, I was like 12, 13 or something. And I just remember approaching this farm. Yeah, there it is. That's literally it. like I don't know about you, but as a 12-year-old, I looked at that and I was like, so is somebody going to teach me how to use this? Or?
I need a lesson right now.
I need a lesson right now, and I've used one before.
Okay. Yeah. It looks like maybe you pull it wider so it becomes kind of a cube, and then They
The
trigger
part that's
the
on
two
top,
things hanging down.
The parts on top, you pull away from each other, and then it expands the springs on the
Looks
side.
like you could just beat the beaver to death with it.
You definitely
Not
could.
very big.
But I
So-
remember
That trap is like the end of the beaver when it steps in it, pretty much.
yeah.
So you didn't take them out and like release them. You're just showing up with like beavers in your hands. Like this is 10 here and 10 here. And there's some in my truck back there.
I would show up every time I had a beaver, and I'd be like, "Here you go, Doug. I got another one," and he'd give me $10. And like that year, I caught I don't know how many beaver, but it was enough, for like, again, I was like 12, 13, 14. Definitely wasn't even 14, probably 12 or 13. So like $10 was a big deal. It was like, oh, this is fucking candy money. We're gonna make it rain. It was, it was a big fucking deal to get like $10 extra on top of everything else. Yeah.
That
So,
was
like,
real money at that age.
and I was kind of working for it. I don't know. It was kind of cool. And again, like I had gotten this whole idea from watching. If nobody out there has seen Jeremiah Johnson, it's the meme that you've all seen where like it zooms in on the wilderness man, and he just goes,
Oh, now I know.
Just the nod.
it's the nod. It's the bearded wilderness man giving you the nod. It's that meme. It's there's this part at the end where he's been spending all winter learning to be a mountain man, and the guy comes back that had seen him when he first started, when he was bad at it. And he's like, "You've come a long way, pilgrim." And he just goes, "It feels like a long way." Because it has been. It's been the hardest winter of his life. He's had to like scrape for every calorie he's eaten, every little bit of warmth that that has like kept him alive. He's had to grind for it. He's had fires go out. He's scrambled in the creek for fish. I want to say that the Indian named him "white man who's bad at fishing" or something like that. like he ended up you hope that your Indian name is going to be like "stand strong like bear" or something like that, or like "wild man." But he's like,
your name is Weeping Pussy.
they name him like "Bad Fisherman" or something like that, because he's just like in the creek trying to like get the trout out. Like, no, Jeremiah Johnson, great movie, and it inspired me as a 12-year-old to become a trapper for a while.
You're like, I think they say history repeats itself. We're about to enter another era of trapping as a primary source of income.
Dude,
You didn't trap anything on our survival trip.
that was so that's I didn't mention on the survival trip, but that's one of the many reasons why that survival trip was so humiliating. Because like I've done this shit before. Like, I'm not a wilderness man. I'm not a survivalist, but I grew up out here. Like I've spent so much time in these woods. Like way more than you would imagine. Like
Josh and the 1% of you who are new fans, we did this trip where we went into the woods for a week or maybe 5 days with no food. And originally we were going to have very little supplies, but we got a sponsor. So we're out there with like knives and hammocks and like survival gear, but no food. I caught 2 crawfish. No one else wanted to eat them because they were smarter than me. And we brought a live chicken that we ate on Thursday. But Kyle was pretty confident there'd be no food shortages.
I didn't see it happening because like we were at the Mount Currahee like wilderness area. If you've ever seen Band of Brothers, it's where they're running. It's the first episode. It's where
Ross,
they're training.
It's
where Ross is training them to like be soldiers. And like I had scouted this area, and I don't mean I went out there once. I had been out there 3 times at least leading up to this. Squirrels everywhere, just bounding around, jumping everywhere.
Did we see hog trails? I kind of recall you identifying a path that
we saw deer trails for sure.
Okay.
And I saw a bobcat. Like all the times I've spent in the woods, I've only ever seen one bobcat in my entire life in Georgia, and it was on that trip. It was crossing the dirt road in front of us one time when we were walking, but no, like nothing else.
I'm with you. Aside from like small birds, like a sparrow, I barely saw a living animal that whole trip.
Yeah, and like every morning I'd get up and I would get in my truck and I would like drive way down the road. I had this idea that maybe our camp and the smoke or something was up disturbing the wildlife. I'd get a half a mile down the road, pull over, park, walk 100 yards into the woods, and I just sit there on a stump with my rifle and just wait and just look up and just not move. Like, I mean, I've hunted my whole life. Like I know what's up. Nothing. We'd have died.
Yes. We would have lived 21
We'd
days.
have eaten shit on day 28. Day 28 comes around.
Oh, sorry. Where did you get the crawfish? Was it like from one of those sewage creeks? You know what I'm talking about in Georgia. Like it was one of those. Oh yeah, no. Oh no.
It was
a
down.
poor choice.
Just eating human feces, subsisting on crap.
I would rather eat human feces than the beaver shit. Look, I'm not a fucking survivalist. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but like I picked the camping area. So like all the blame is on me if it was bad or good or whatever. But like, it seemed like a really good area because a beaver had dammed up the creek and made this little area that was like a pond. And when I had scouted this prior, I swear to fucking God, I saw a big catfish in that water. I mean, big. Yeah, that's the area. That's the top of Mount Currahee. You can see the graffiti
We were on
there.
that rock. Didn't we go to that rock?
We sat exactly where that man is sitting. Yeah, it's beautiful. You can go up there. If anyone out there is in Toccoa, Georgia, use your GPS, get up there. If you got a truck, especially, even like a little SUV or something will like easily make the drive. It's a beautiful view. Spray paint your name up there. It's cool to go up there. Don't fall off. Don't be a dummy.
It sounds like spray painting is bad, but it appears to be some sort of tradition where
it's accepted.
You're just spray painting on top of the spray paint.
Yeah. It's a cool little area. It's a really nice view. I don't know. I like it up there. We weren't like on the mountain, like camping or anything. We were just there's a big wilderness area that supports.
Did we go there at the end or on the way?
We did. We did.
Is that what was up?
Yeah, me, you, we all went. We all went up to the top of Mount Currahee and took some photos up there, up on the precipice and all that stuff. It's a cool place.
I agree. Yeah, it's neat. I kind of want to ride my motorcycle there now. Like I'm like, I remember there being some dirt roads, going to the views. It's the kind of place we like to ride.
Yeah, you could. I don't know if it'd be worth the trip, but yeah, you could definitely go up there.
Josh, go ahead, Woody.
I want to know what you did before YouTube, because you were 25-ish when you started YouTube. So you went to school, I guess. Were you mech-y? Did you get a job?
Yeah, so I have a mechanical engineering degree, and then I got a job doing that. And then that job was, you've seen the movie Office Space?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe I have like 3 bosses.
I love it.
Get told that you're wrong 3 times when you mess up. Yeah, it was like that. I was like, it was the most stereotypical corporate job that you could
What did you make?
Like how much money?
No. With the product.
It was silicon wafers, basically, just SSD chips.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So,
I don't know. For some reason, I thought I'd be more like, I don't know, freaking train door locks or something like that. Like a little. No. Okay. So you made SSD chips as an
just flash memory, and I was in charge of making sure the technicians are supposed to do whatever they're supposed to do, but like they've been there for 10 years and I'm just this new guy with a degree, and because of the degree they put me above people who've been there that know better than me and expect me to tell them what to do, and I'm like, that's not going to happen. They're not going to respect me. They're prior Navy. Like I don't have that sort of rapport with them. Like I'm going to let these dudes do what they're doing. But that was that job. I was a mechanical engineer, and then I didn't like having to come in to sit at a cubicle farm just to do PowerPoints and Excel sheets. It's like, if I'm going to do this, I want to do this at home. So I went and asked, and they said, no, you can't do that. So I decided, all right, what other jobs are there out there that you can do at home? And when I did it, it was mostly programming at the time. And I was like, yeah, I could probably do that. I played video games as a kid.
Yeah,
that's how that works.
I'm halfway there.
Yeah. So I went to like a boot camp part-time while I worked there. And then,
neat.
Then I moved to programming. And then,
how long was the boot camp, and did it prepare you for work?
No, it was
3
months, but it was part-time, like 2 days a week. For like 3 hours at night.
But it got you hired that next to your degree. And then you somehow had to defeat imposter syndrome and be an actual programmer? Yeah,
so I learned enough to be able to pass the code test pretty much that they gave me. And there was a lot of imposter syndrome because, I mean, I don't know. I definitely didn't feel qualified to be doing what I was doing, but they seemed to be satisfied with what I was doing. But I remember I had a lot of questions, and there were some tasks that were totally unrelated to programming, which just really kind of the bitch work, so to speak, because I'm the junior dev. So I'm just doing the things like cutting and pasting different strings of text from Excel sheets to databases all day long. And I don't know, it was all right. I like programming if I'm programming fun things, but web dev, like healthcare application 3,467, I don't particularly care about. But at the time, a job was a job. My goal was to work towards being remote, and those were pretty abundant at the time.
Yeah, so I think I had that same job. I did it for decades. I web dev, when I first started it, which was like 97 or something, was the leading edge, coolest thing around. Like, we were building the internet. E-commerce was new. Not every company even did e-commerce. And, so when you added it to your company, it was a big deal. Cisco was like the number 2 company in the planet in terms of revenue when I started there in their e-commerce. And, but over time, it went from like the shiniest, coolest gig around to not the shiniest, cool. Now web dev is not like the shining star it was in the .com day.
It's seen as an outsourceable, cheap kind of thing that they can we don't need to hire someone for that. Let's just pay someone overseas really cheap to get it done, and that's all we'll need it for, and we should be good to go. And that's kind of where it's at, unless you're working at like a super large company here in the U.S.
Yeah, or someplace where the website is really important to them, like Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you're Pepsi, I bet they outsource that shit. Pepsi's not about their website.
Mm-hmm.
Was it working at that office space style place that inspired a lot of your content here, kind of analyzing and critiquing corporate structures and, corporate thought?
Oh, everything that I've poked at in my on my channel, I've experienced, like, literally all the things in such a short amount of time. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it was just luck or what, but it almost seemed like every single job had some sort of ridiculous, I don't know, gotcha to it that I was like, this can't be. Like, I heard about it from my dad growing up. He worked that kind of corporate job, had a boss that got paid to do nothing but told him what to do, all the hard stuff, and got paid way more. And so, like, he'd tell me about how corporate works and, like, they don't care about you and stuff, and I'd be like, you're just complaining, Dad had a hard day. But, like, then I got to that age and I was like, they don't care about you at all. Like, like this.
Yeah.
Like it all came together. So
I've had projects where I worked overtime for like 3 months in a row, 9 months in a row, like a long time. And at the end of it, you get like a 3 or low 4-digit bonus. And it's like, what does that work out to hourly? Right. Yeah. I stayed here till 9 p.m. as a minimum for the last 7 months. Mm-hmm. And you're giving me $750 bonus?
Doesn't cover your dinners you had to order in.
Like, good God, and sometimes it would come around promotion time, but you never felt like, oh, did I get hooked up? Did I get to, this is sweet. This is a company that really values what I just put in. No, it's like your bonus is shit, but your raise is like 3% more. And over lifetime, that kind of accumulates into something, but it's just never good. It's always the least they can give you. Mm-hmm. And it sucks. But a lot of your content, for people that don't know your channel, is like roasting companies for being assholes. I watched one, the Meditech one. I don't know if you remember that one in particular. They wanted everyone to come back to work for laptop bags and ice cream. They had a dorky corporate video they made about it. Ugh. I've made dorky corporate videos.
Kyle, you're muted.
But yeah,
that's so cringy. Oh, mm-hmm. I'm glad I haven't ever had to do that. Like that's so soul sucking.
Yeah,
like that. What you just said, like coming back in for ice cream and a bag. Like, you're a grown ass man.
Mm-hmm.
You have fucking children. You have a wife.
Yeah.
Every minute you spend with them is precious. And they're buying those minutes with ice cream.
I've always detested pizza and ice cream. To the company, it's a morale builder, right? They're like, look, we just laid out $72 in pizza for you guys. I hope you appreciate this. For me, it's like, look, you're not once a thanks, baby. You're not moving my due dates. You're not helping me in any way. You're just forcing me to waste this time at work. This is just overtime. I've had a related thing where they're like, what are you, 4th of July weekend's about to kick off. Why don't you go home early? Oh, yeah? So we're going to push my due date off, right? No. So when am I making up this stuff? Like, you're not helping me at all. You're acting like this is an afternoon off, and in a way, but it's only an afternoon off if we move the deadline.
If you want me to like if you want me to come in and like take time away from my family or whatever, you better make it worth my while. Like if they were like, oh, we're gonna have, he's on my mind right now because he just passed away. Norm Macdonald's gonna come in. He's gonna do an hour of stand up for the whole fucking company. We're gonna come in. We're gonna do an hour of stand up with Norm Macdonald and do a meet and greet for 30 minutes afterwards. And the all right, can I bring my wife? Oh yeah, open bar too. All right, you've got me now. You guys just spent $100,000. But a pizza fucking party? What is this, high school? What is this, fucking high school? Can I have 2 slices? Oh no.
Yeah. It's like the same reward you get for doing well on your spelling test when you're 11.
Exactly.
Have you ever been forced to do, well, not forced, but pretty much peer pressured into doing team building activities in like the middle of the day while you have stuff to do? And if you go and you spend that time there to be part of the team, be a team player, whatever, you miss out on time for your deadlines. So if you don't go, you're punished. If you do go, you're punished.
Yeah.
And that's
Yes.
And so much of those,
unlike,
like, you're not even doing it for the only, like, I remember when I worked at Enterprise, right out of college, they would do this shit where it'd be like, oh, you need to do all these callbacks and all this busy work, and you might have to stay a little extra, but I want you to come back with the manager and role play a couple scenarios with another employee. And it's like, I can't say no because then I'll be on this guy's shit list. And if I say yes, I'm like, just like signing off, like, yep, you pull me in here anytime you want, and I'll have to stay late. I'm already working a 9 to 9. What's a 9 to 10? You know, like, it's just fucking infuriating.
Typically, I build in time for shit like my happy place in project management is ahead of schedule and kind of not killing myself. That's where I usually spend my time. So if they inject something like a ropes course, which is like a real example, then you know, we're all okay there. But I kind of like some of those things a little bit. Like, you know, the pizza and ice cream, I freaking hated. It wasn't worth my time. But if we're not going to the office that day, if we're doing an outdoor activity,
field trip,
it's like work is a 3 out of 10. If you slip in a 6 out of 10 on me, that's a good day. You know,
I can see that for sure. Like, again, like the only real job, like corporate-ish job I've worked was working with AutoNation, right? Selling cars. And like, there was a day when they brought in like the hot shot salesman to like teach us what's what. Like the guy who had sold so much that now he made more money teaching people how to sell. And I'm always like,
all the best salesmen teach people how to sell.
It's like, dude, if you are actually selling 30 cars a month, then what must they be paying you to show up here today? Like, if they're not paying you $50,000 to come talk to us today, then you are wasting your time because you're a guy who's literally telling us that you make $3,000 to $5,000 a day. Like you make $3,000 to $5,000 a day selling fucking cars with no overhead. You don't own that desk. You can come into any dealership, sit down at their desk, sell their fucking stuff. All you need is your suit and tie, and you can make $3,000 to $5,000 a day. But you're here talking to us, teaching us a mnemonic device. It's just like that episode of The Office where like Michael Scott is teaching the mnemonic devices to remember customers' names. He did that. And I'm just like, bro,
just remember their name.
I've got a planner. Like I've got a planner on my desk. Like I've got one of those big calendars that like is your whole desk. You know, it's like I've got everybody's names written down. Like I've got a book with like I was organized, right? I'm every day I have my calls to make, and I'm calling these. Hey, Barbara, how's Mike doing? Look, we talked about that Honda Pilot last month. I know that didn't work out. We got a brand new one in, and you know, like this one has fewer miles. This one's a different color. Like maybe you want to come take a look. I'm doing that every day. You're just wasting my time. But there was Popeyes after, so I wasn't too mad.
That was enough to keep. We were young enough.
Popeyes was all it took. At 19, free Popeyes was enough. At night, but like there were 40, 45. I always
he's now a Chick-fil-A man. He's advanced since then.
Yeah, we're way above. It was free Popeyes, and it was like, but like back then, it would be like. Again, I was 19 with like I got no family. My rent was like. I was in a 3-bedroom apartment with like 2 other guys, and my share of the rent was like $350 or something like that. my car payment was $380. So as long as I can come up with like $800 a month, like I'm golden. And like that's pretty easy selling cars if you're decent at it. Like I don't want to brag, but I was pretty fucking good at it. Like I made a lot of money. Like as long as I was mentally sound, like I went through a breakup, and that was. but like when I was killing it, I was making thousands and thousands of dollars a month.
Fords you sold?
New Fords used everything, and that's where you made money. Like I didn't want to sell a new Ford fucking Mustang or something like that. You'd end up making like $100, $200, but you could sell like a used F-150 Excursion, Volvo, Nissan, and you could literally make like $3,000 to $4,000 on one car.
Damn.
You know, there's so much. Yeah, my cut. Like I sold an Excursion once and made like upwards of $2,000 on that one car deal, because I was like, when someone would come in to buy that used Excursion, I had two different customers looking at it, and one of them I told. Actually, I'll take that back. I took it in on trade and then I sold it. So when I took it in on trade, I was like, look, sir, they don't make these anymore for a reason. Hurricane Katrina just happened. Gasoline is $4 to $5 a gallon. You know what kind of gas mileage this thing gets. It's getting 8 to 10 miles a gallon, right? And we're in the city, right? That's you know, I can only.
Later that day, you can't get these anymore. This is this is
then
your
I'm
last
selling
opportunity.
Then I'm selling it, and I'm like, same pitch, just different tone. They don't make these anymore. This is the largest SUV a man has ever even fucking conceived of. Look at that. Did you know that you can park a small car in the back of an Excursion SUV? Because you can't. You actually can't. It's that fucking big. It's the largest SUV ever made.
My brother had one for ages, a diesel one.
Absurd. Yeah, this was a gasoline one. They came with the diesel and the gasoline. You probably want the diesel because I think the gasoline was I want to say a V10, but that's probably wrong. It's been so long. In any case, it was like, this is the gasoline one too. You don't have to be smelling like diesel, as if you would smell like diesel because you put diesel in your Excursion, right?
Right, you don't smell like gasoline.
I took it in so low and sold it so high. It was like a $12,000 profit. And so like I get like a high percentage of that. I don't remember how many cars I sold that month, but it was at least 20 and maybe 25 plus percentage on $12,000, which is pretty fucking good. So at least $2,000, maybe $2,500 to $2,600 profit that I got from selling that fucking car.
That's a week's pay in a lot of jobs. Like,
yeah, like when you get one of those, you're fucking popping the champagne as a 19-year-old. You're just like looking at everybody like, who's the man? I'm the man. You're like everybody's like, yo, you sell the Excursion? I'm like, yep. You knocked their fucking head off? Clean off, motherfucker. Clean off. It's over there in the bathroom right now. You want to go play soccer? Because their head is gone. You know, you're so happy.
Popeye's money now.
Bad car. So I'm looking to buy a car. I'm young. Call me 18 or 17 or something like that. And I was like, I don't know. Like I'm at a Dodge dealership. So I'm thinking about like either a new Neon or a used Stratus. And he's like, huh? What? Like those cars don't compete with each other. And in my head, I'm like, they're the same price. A new Neon and a used Dodge Stratus go for about the same amount. And he made me feel stupid, like I was wrong in what I was looking at. I didn't know what I was doing. And I still look, every car that's the same price competes with each other. Suck a dick. That's how life works. Don't tell me they're like different categories. They're $15,000 category. That's the category that they're in. And I walked away. I didn't buy it. But I look back. I'm like, you just suck at your job. Why would you make your customer feel dumb like that? He's trying to buy from you.
So, Josh, I'm looking at your more business oriented videos. Is it more practices, like general business practices you think are shitty that get to you, or they're like select companies that just really get your goat, and every time you're thinking about it, you're like, I need to make another fucking Monsanto video or whoever.
Yeah, sometimes. Like yesterday, I think I made another Meditech video because they basically have written in their company handbook, it says, we don't have a 2-week resignation policy. You don't have to give us a letter. We'll just basically decide if we like you or not when you give it to us, or we'll just fire you. It's up to us. And it just blatantly says that. And it also says, we remain disappointed in people who refuse to tell us where they're going when they quit. And we wish they would trust us or something. And it's like, why? No one's going to to tell you where they're going when they get a new job, especially if it's a competitor.
Yeah, just lie. I'm joining the Taliban.
Yeah. Like, but there are
Solid.
certain things that companies just put into handbooks or policies that I guess people maybe just like they just overlook it. But like when you really sit and think about it, you're like, wait, how is this illegal? Like, it's legal because you agreed to it. Like, that's pretty much it.
Mhm.
Like, a lot of companies that make you install webcams at home while you're working remotely. There was one company that it's called Teleperformance, I think. They wanted you to install a webcam in your house. You had to agree to take polygraph tests if they asked you to, and you had to agree to let it run all day. So you had to sign a consent form if you had kids that would let them also record your kids in the background. Like,
That
just
is
really
wild. What kind of
weird
company is
things.
that?
It is a customer service company. So like when you call your, I don't know, one of your bills and you get to some customer service agent, you get to that guy and he's being watched, and it sends screenshots of your.
They
of your
should be able
screen.
to monitor
It's
you.
fucking dystopian.
Yeah, but they can pull the dystopian thing off with more subtlety, right?
Yeah, not filming your children. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Like the camera, and we all know the cameras usually have a little light that that indicate something about that light makes you nervous. Like you're being watched. It's a thing. That light's supposed to be off. That's your happy place.
Mm-hmm.
But they can monitor your keystrokes. They can monitor your web activity. They can, like, Cisco, I'm sure, did all that shit. Now, there was so much of it. I don't know how closely they watched.
Yeah.
Every time I logged into a Linux machine, it was like, you are being observed. By doing this, you've agreed. There was a whole page of shit that just like was part of your login script, warning you not to be an asshole on that machine. But yeah, it's all like all your stuff is logged. All your emails, those aren't your emails. You don't have any privacy in your work emails. Those are corporate property that they can read anytime they want.
Yeah.
I don't know why they had to have your camera on to accomplish their goal. That's dumb.
That makes it so much weird. Like, what is somebody else going to sneak on and answer the calls on their behalf? Like, what is the fear? It's some fucking pedophile who works there.
What every employee wants is just to be measured by their productivity, right? If it's a customer service company, look at my survey results. Look at how many cases am I handling, what those cases are, and what my customers think of my performance. You should be able to look at those things and decide whether I'm awesome or not. You don't have to watch me do it via webcam.
Yeah, generally, like, in the way it's always worked places where I've been is like, oh, is that thing we told you to do done? Yes, I finished it. Okay. Like, or is that thing we told you to do done? No, it's actually not. Well, that's kind of a problem because we told you we need blah, blah, blah. Like that. That's all you really need. If anything, like, it would make you worse at your job. I feel like, to be like, do I really need to? Oh, I got sent an unfamiliar acronym in an email, and if I search this, am I going to look like a retard to the people monitoring? Well, you need to check your TPS reports. Oh, TPS, what the fuck does that mean? Okay. Oh, this guy's an idiot. He doesn't even know what that is.
They have these things that check keywords. So if you type like new job, like if you're at work and your friend's like, hey, I need a new job in here, and you open up Indeed, red flag number 1 gets automatically sent to manager. You start typing anything about the word job, more money, like those phrases are tagged for them to get automatically reported to your manager to check out what you were doing. And because it logs your keystrokes, if you did any personal business, they now have your passwords if you type them in. So like you check your bank account because you're about to pay a bill or something. Now they have your login and they know your balance, and they know, like HIPAA violations because they can see medical records if you pulled those up and stuff like that. Just like when they overreach, when they try to make a job more than what it is, like when they call you company family, that's a big one.
That is so bizarre.
And, welcome. We appreciate you. We value you. We're going to take care of you. And then you do one little thing wrong or get a budget cut. And they're like, yeah, sorry, bye. Yeah. Who are you again? Talk to HR.
Like the way that I accept love from my employer is via cash.
Yeah.
Right. That's how I feel valued. Everything else is silliness. I accept cash.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the, again, going back to like when I sold cars, Saturday morning, right? We all get there early, 8 a.m. We go into, we had like a playground inside the dealership. We had a big dealership. There's a playground inside.
For kids. Okay.
That way your kids have something to do while you're, getting your head knocked off. Indoor playground with like slides and ball pit and all that shit. We go in there. That's where we have our meetings. And because I don't know why.
So
but
you're on a ladybug on a spring, just attending your meetings.
Honestly, yeah, you literally
Okay.
are. And like 15 grown ass men wearing suits and ties, sitting around on like little baby chairs and shit, just chilling in there. Because it's also like there's a door, so we can speak in private. Like, even if there's a customer out there who got there early, like he can't hear what's going on. This is a private meeting. I don't want anybody to hear this. And CJ would come out. CJ was 28 years old, black guy. They had given him the reins of the Atlanta fucking Alpharetta dealership. It's a big deal. It's a big deal for a 28-year-old young black man. And he's not going to let it slip through his fingers. And he's fucking fire. He's pumping us up. He's like, anybody sells an old age unit, which is a unit that's been on the lot for like 90 days. Let's say, it's a car we haven't been able to get rid of yet. $100. Anybody that sells 2 cars today, $200 bonus. You sell 3 cars, $300 bonus. You sell 4 cars, $800 bonus. Holy
just when
shit.
I thought I understood the pattern.
Yeah, just
There's no pattern. that's making
5 cars,
on up.
$200,000.
I was going to go the other way.
Out of
you
business.
sell 4 cars, 800. You sell 5 cars, 700.
And we're writing this down because like we're gonna hold him to his word, right? And and he's just like, and then he'll start throwing money. He'll literally start throwing money at us. Like he's got like $500 on him, and he's just like, we're gonna make some money today, aren't we? We're gonna make some fucking money today. Who's gonna make some money? Kyle, you gonna make some fucking money?
I'm already making money.
And I'm just like, Kyle's gonna knock somebody's fucking head off today, aren't you, Kyle? You gonna sell another fucking excursion, aren't you, Kyle?
Like boxing out the weaker salesman.
yeah. Like he's throwing fistfuls of ones.
This is why women make less in the workplace. There's a money wrestling match.
They don't have the reach. Yeah.
There was a woman who worked there named Katrina. And Hurricane Katrina just had happened. She filed some kind of sexual harassment shit, which was not legit, by the way. Like it's not always legit. And this one was not. Man? Nope. I don't know who she was going after, but like this was bullshit. And anyway, like it was always like that. There were all these weird bonuses. Like you sell this many, you get this. You sell like 2 of this, you get that. And it was like, oh shit, let's write this fucking shit down. Let's try to knock out some of these bonuses because there's a big marker board that they're like writing like, Kyle sold XYZ. And we're keeping track of this as the day goes on and trying to hit these bonuses. And if you're like this close to a crazy bonus, you're gonna work super hard. You're gonna do whatever you can. You're gonna fucking wheel and deal and try to make shit happen. It was fun. Yourself. I mean, there's been times where like buying a car yourself might actually make sense. Like there were bonuses that were like that. It was like, dude, the guy has 19 cars sold for the month. At 20 cars, he goes from making like 24% to making like 30% on every other car he sold, like grandfathered in. I mean, he can resell that bitch.
That thing about buying at the end of the month and getting better deals cut, everyone I talk to says that's real. Like a lot of times they are very close to quota or something.
There's lots of quotas, and the salesmen have quotas, the managers have quotas, the general managers have quotas, and Ford Motor Company has quotas. And like if you can like ever like weasel your way into like getting lucky, and it's like, if this dealership as a whole sells 1 or 2 more cars this month, they make an extra $35,000. If they're at like 398 cars and 400 is this huge ass fucking bonus, it's a big deal. It's a big fucking deal. So like I saw it happen. Like I've had customers where it happened to them, where like I told them, I was like, we're gonna get you a good deal today because like we need to sell a couple more cars. We're at the end of the month. Like just hang in here. We're gonna get you a fucking car. Like, this is happening. I promise.
The deals suck right now because of the chip shortage and the like. Apparently, inventory is short everywhere. Friend of a friend has a Subaru dealership with 0 cars on it right now. Not a car at a Subaru dealership.
What do they do? Just say we'll order it online, and when it gets here, come back and look at your potential new car?
That's a good strategy. I don't know how they just can't get any inventory. They're out.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, it happens. It definitely happens. But yeah, that's
a chip thing happening right now.
The silicon, the whole thing with the Chinese.
I looked into like, why is there a shortage on everything right now? I need a new visor for my motorcycle helmet. Can't buy it. I found one in Germany to ship over here.
Lame.
Frustrating. And
I bought an extra for one mine. I'm sorry.
I wish I had. I couldn't get a pin lock. Anyway, so there's like a bunch of reasons. One is the COVID shortage. Like that Evergreen thing had apparently like waves of trouble that reverberated for like 6 months. The Texas power outage had petroleum shortages that impacted plastics that lasted like 6 months. Maybe you've heard that one. It just seems like if only half of this is COVID, why is it so bad? All these other things seem like things that just happen from time to time. You know, like I don't know. I'm frustrated with shortages lately. Normally, my whole life, the way you buy things is you look at what you want, and balance that against what you would like to pay, and find something that fits. Now it's what you can get is a big part of that equation. You want to buy a tent. 75% of the ones I considered were out of stock. That's the nature of tents right now, and helmet shields and whatever. The shortages are wild. In England, they're saying the food shortage is just the new way of life. Get used to it.
Food shortage. Goodness.
Yeah, it's not like they're going hungry, but just like certain brands or whatever will just be completely out of stock. They'll be a bare part of the grocery shelf. And it's like, damn, like that's not usually what happens in capitalistic countries.
In the first world, at least. Yeah. We're really used to having plenty. I don't know. I'll be glad when this COVID thing is over. I ordered a COVID test the other day. It arrived yesterday. I'm going to do it tonight and mail it in tomorrow.
How do you do it?
I didn't look too much into it, but I did notice there's a vial, which I think is for spit. And there's a long swab, which I think I'm going to have to shove way up there, Morty, up my nose. And I think that I'll be able to know if I had COVID. I'm feeling much better now. I'm 3/4 of the way through my bottle of antibiotics, and obviously I gave myself that shot in the ass. And I still have nasal congestion, but the sore throat has been long gone. The strep is long gone. It was awful. Like if I hadn't gotten treatment, I don't know what would have happened. I don't know if you ever are actually able to fight off strep. It's so bad.
That was one of those things. That's like if you don't cure it with the antibiotics, that's it. Like
you just die.
Yeah, it goes too hard, I think.
I've had the same experience as you, Kyle, where I had strep. I didn't recognize it as a serious problem soon enough. I let it get way too bad. Then when I got on antibiotics, helped me surprisingly fast. Like 4 hours later, I felt so much better. I've talked. And then like you, the respiratory, like I'm kind of healthy except for this respiratory thing, which just takes 3 weeks to clear up for some reason.
Yeah, it's bad. It's right now it's literally just nasal congestion. I don't have a cough anymore, nothing else. I hope that I did have COVID, because the more I read about the COVID-19 antibodies, because we had this question in the the Discord the other day as to whether it's better to have had COVID or to have had the vaccine, and it's sort of a mixed bag. Something about B cells, it's over my head, but something about initially the vaccine is better, but on the long term, the having had it, your body like gets better at defending over time, but the vaccine gets less effective over time. You know what I mean? So having both, you would imagine that you'll never get it again. So I'm really hoping that I had it last week.
Yeah,
and this is just a thing that's over for me. And I'm
not
100%.
a virologist or an epidemiologist. It just makes sense to me that having the vaccine and the disease itself kind of your immune system is fully trained up.
They see COVID come in again. They're like, "Oh, you again?"
Yeah.
It's like that scene from Goodfellas. It's like that scene from Goodfellas when like Tommy comes back, but the guy's like, "Get your fucking shine box." He's like, "Keep him here, keep him here." And he fucking shows back up later, and they just stomp him to death. And then they've got him in the trunk of the car with the butcher knife and everything. Like that's how my immune system is going to treat COVID at this point.
I don't take your medical advice from a comedy podcast, but if I were to get a booster shot, now I had Moderna. It's like, does it make sense to get the Pfizer booster just to cover all my bases?
They're saying the booster shot isn't required anymore. They're being wishy-washy about that now, saying maybe you don't need a booster shot.
I've heard that too. And I've heard that only old people need booster shots. And now I'm like, are we saying this because it's better for old people or because of availability? We originally said don't wear a mask, but we were lying to you because of availability. Then we said do wear a mask. And that's because we got more masks available. We wanted you to wear them all along, but we just lied to you in the very beginning. You originally asked, is it better to have the disease or to have the vaccine? And I'm like, can you get a non-political answer to that? Even the scientists, it's so woven in there. And even the studies, I feel like I can't get an answer that is free of a political smear, or even if it is free, I'm not qualified to tell if it's free.
Yeah. No, I feel you're absolutely 100% right. It's and this has never been a thing in my lifetime where things are like that.
Hard to get data.
Yeah, hard to get data. I mean, of course, like gun control or something like that. Yeah, but like something medical based, right? And I also read something where they're going to like couple like the flu vaccine and the COVID vaccine and even something else. I can't remember the third thing, but like
so I know Moderna is looking to combine those two. So if you get a flu shot in like 2022, then you might get the COVID in the same syringe, which would be pretty cool. Agreed,
100%. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm glad I got the vaccine.
Me too.
I got the Pfizer vaccine. That's all that was available in Georgia. I think I actually signed up for Moderna, but it wasn't an option.
At the time, I preferred Pfizer because it was 3 weeks for the second one, and I wanted to be like fixed. Yeah, I wanted to open the door to travel and fun. Whereas the Moderna, it was 4 weeks to get the booster, and then 10 days after that, and you're mostly vaccinated. So I was like, I'd rather not wait the extra 17 days, or extra 7, I guess. But I got the Moderna because that's what I could get.
For sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is ever going to be over at this point. I go on that Herman Cain Award subreddit all the time.
That was great.
It's so fucking great. I gotta say, I will say this. It's a very leftist subreddit, unfortunately. True. Because like sometimes I see them, cause for those who don't know, what they'll do is they'll post traditionally what they'll post. And the things I like, they'll post that fat white guy with the goatee. And he's just like, y'all are a bunch of, he'll post that meme where it's like a bunch of sheep with masks on and then a bunch of lions with no mask on, right? Because that's him. He's an alpha male, right? Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, he's
lion in the pride.
Meanwhile, he's 120 pounds overweight.
That just proves how well he catches prey.
Dude, he already is hardly slowed down by obesity and diabetes. What can
you think obesity can stop me?
Diabetes can't stop. I just need a peg leg now.
With this beard, you can't tell how many chins I have.
Exactly.
That is the ultimate beard thing. Like at this point, like I'm too afraid to see how many chins I've accumulated. You know what I mean? You've never had your beard grown out, which is a damn shame. Kyle, you never have either.
Oh, but it's a mess when I grow it out.
I know that I've done it before, and it's like it ruins my week. Where like I'm just like, you're so much fatter than you thought you were.
Dude, one of my like emotes on my Twitch channel is Wings when he's fully shaven. I was gonna use it as my card protector because when you're playing poker, I stream a lot of poker, and like I need to like cover my hand so the people I'm playing with can't potentially like look at it. So I was gonna put Wing's big bald head like over the cards, but someone made me a better card protector anyway. But getting back to
go ahead.
People might. No. So one guy complained, and I called him a word that I'm not supposed to use on Twitch because I was angry. But it's just like, look, it's either delay.
A bundle of sticks?
Yeah. And, you know, like you're either going to delete. It's two things when you're streaming poker on Twitch. You're either going to have a delay, in which case I can't interact with chat, and I interact with chat a lot. Like like because poker is slow, and there's a lot of hands I'm not even playing. Or I cover the fucking cards up and I show them to you after the hand is done. And there's a little suspense built. It's one or the other.
How do you show them?
I have a hotkey, so I just make a scene.
Oh, you switch to one that shows it. Gotcha.
Yeah. I just make a scene where like I insert a scene that's an image file, and it's perfect. It looks exactly like the cards looked, but it says blocked at the bottom, and I just have a hotkey.
So I want to ask you about like the wild money that's been getting thrown around in the the poker games, but we're going to hear from a couple sponsors.
Please go ahead.
Everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath. That humid, awful smell keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now just think about all the times you were the gross, smelly one and the other person was trying to get away. You probably can't think of any examples. That's because we rarely have an accurate read on our own breath odor. In other words, you could be walking around with trash mouth, not even realize you're grossing everybody out. That's why SmartMouth was invented. SmartMouth's clinically proven 2-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent bad breath from coming back all day. Rinse once in the morning for all-day clean breath and once before bed to prevent morning breath. Just 2 uses a day and you'll never, ever have bad breath, guaranteed. Whether the boardroom or the bedroom, having confidence in your breath spells success. So go to smartmouth.com/PKA now for a free coupon. You can find SmartMouth products in the oral health aisle at Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that is smartmouth.com/PKA for your coupon. Then you can go get it at one of those nice retailers. So check it out. Reflects well on us when you do, and you're going to be getting a lot more pussy with great breath. That part wasn't the read, but it's true. Everyone knows.
Everyone's talking about it.
What happens if you put SmartMouth in a vagina?
It really, I tested that with Melania, but I don't know because she hasn't let me near that thing in 5-6 years.
Put in a super squirter.
Yeah,
But I tell you, Baron is crushing it.
Okay.
not
He
Melania.
probably is.
Otherwise, he probably is 7'1". This episode of PKA is also brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 3 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created a nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that comes in 3 flavors: wintergreen, cinnamon, and pomegranate. They sent us some of all 3. Cinnamon is the far and away the best, I think. Lucy also has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine and cherry ice flavor. Each and every flavor actually tastes great, and it's convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the go, or even in the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug the vape, throw out your dip, and get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes direct to your door each month. It's so simple, and you don't have to leave your house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Already listeners, go to lucy.co and use promo code PKA to get 20% off all your products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. That's lucy.co, and use promo code PKA at checkout. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So head over to lucy.co and be sure to use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including the gum or lozenges. So there you go. Those links are below. Check out those companies if they're interesting to you. But Kyle, it's been like 5 or 6 days or something since you sent me and Woody that text being like, dude, someone's down $8,000 in the Discord poker game. What the fuck?
So we started out playing $5 tournaments where everybody put in $5, and we do kind of a winner take all thing. Things have progressed. A gentleman lost $8,000 the other night, and it's not the first time he's lost a bunch of money.
He's the very wealthy individual.
He's a very wealthy individual. I'm not trying to talk shit against him.
Your story's just starting, and Josh has to go.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well,
we really
Josh,
appreciate having you on.
It's been great. I feel you seem like the kindest guy to put up with all of this bullshit and still not even be that jaded by it.
I want to be your friend, but I really want to be your family.
Yeah.
It's a profitable position to be.
You can be a part of our family now. Here,
you're not wrong. I mean, I've calculated it all out. I probably could have paid like a couple senior software engineers to make some revolutionary app with everything that I've given, but I don't know. It's just you can get your money back, right? But the relationships and trust, that's one of those things that's takes way more time than it does to get money back. But
my father would tell you that life's serious problems are emotional and medical. Everything else money can solve. And like I'm listening to you being like, yeah, the money is, but the emotional side, like that's irreparable.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for coming on, man.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Can you plug your channel? Anything else you want to pimp?
Yeah, sure. So if you are tired of corporate nonsense, come on over to my channel. I am happy to poke holes in everything that they've told you about company family. And if you want to, I say the things that you can't say when you go to work. Basically, that's my channel. So
There you
And
go.
if you roast the company hard enough, sometimes they get better. It's
Yeah.
a force for good.
I'd like to think it is. I know sometimes it's just ranting, but sometimes they do listen, even though they're pissed off at me about it, and they remove it just because they're mad.
Bastards.
Yeah, but thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
coming on. We got to do it
Thanks
again.
for coming on, man. I enjoyed you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Thanks, guys.
take care.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
So the
$8,000.
gentleman is $8,000 down. Apparently, not even.
Well, I mean, that was just for one night, you know, like there was another night where he lost like several more $1,000. I don't know what it was, $3,000-$5,000 or something like that. Yeah, the poker game is really big in the $50 Discord. If you want to play, you can join the $50 Discord. They play almost every night. They're playing right now.
You can get in. Yeah, Kyle plays a lot. You'll probably actually spend real time with him.
You might actually lose money to Kyle.
You might actually lose some money.
It's a thing we offer. Kyle,
It's
take
the
your
thing
money.
we offer here. I'll take your money.
He took mine, kind of.
We call it a
That night, too.
$50 Discord, but for some people, it's a $2,000 up Discord.
people,
For some people, it's like a used Camry down.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're playing right now, and it's hundreds of dollars are in the pot. Usually they play like, for those who play poker, like 25 cent, 50 cent, or 50 cent, $1, or even $1, $2. But like maybe one night a week, they'll play like 2-5, and that'll progress into 5-10. And 5-10 is insane. 5-10 is insane.
I want to talk about my experience playing. So sometimes I hang out with the poker players, and it's interesting to watch. And because I'm a host, they're always happy to have me or whatever. I'm hanging out, and someone fronted me $50 to join the game. And at first, I felt like I played pretty well at first. A combo of playing well and just catching some good cards. You can't win with a bad hand, or it's hard to win with a bad hand. And I had some good hands. And but I also is it called slow rolling when you don't like just immediately raise $16? That's when you show your cards slowly, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a different thing. That's a different thing.
What is it called when you just sort of like? I felt like I extracted all the money I could have out of the other players. Is there a
I don't
term
know.
for that?
Just playing well, I guess.
Okay. Well, I felt like I made some good decisions on not like making people think I had a strong hand and getting them to do the raising. And I thought I did well. Maybe I didn't, but I thought it went well. And then what happened is I got a bunch of hands in a row that were neither awful or good. It was like, a jack and a 5. Well, that's a fixer-upper. Like let's see what comes down what the first 3 cards are. And that concept of like, a 10 and a 4. This is a fixer-upper. Let's see what else we get. If we have a pair of 10s, maybe I want to play a little bit. Is stupid. What would happen is I'd stay in the hand long enough to be in there for like $7 or something. And then once the cards were laid down, it costs like 13 to stay in the hand to the end and have a chance. So I'd fold, and I just kept folding, giving away more money than I had to. I should have folded earlier. And good players know they fold most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like I wasn't letting math drive my decisions. At the very basic level, you look at how many cards you think it will take to win, and each card has about a 2% chance of coming. So you're like, if either this or this hits, it gives me a 4% chance. It's probably a bad decision to stick in this, hoping that I'm going to catch this. Anyway, so I'm not great at this math, but I understand it a little. And even I wasn't being smart based on what I understood. I feel like I was getting bullied. Like they're getting me in there for $5, and then they're making me spend 13 to get a chance to win at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So I fold, and that happened enough that I was like, "Fuck it, I'm standing up for myself. I'm gonna bully them. I'm going to be the guy that like puts my last $23 in there."
So I bought in for $200,000.
So they took it all, and I was like, "Fuck." I guess in my head, what I thought I would do when playing was the math. And when I look at the best players, the math really drives their decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And I quickly went into this like, well, shit, I'm getting pulled in. I'm getting pushed around. I'm standing up for myself. These are not the thought processes of a winning poker player. And I don't know. I just walked away. I sort of pondered on it after the game and stuff. I was like, you're smarter than you played. if that can be a thing,
Yeah.
or you can be smarter than what you did.
Like you feel like you got emotional.
For sure.
Yeah.
I didn't just, like other players. There's one guy who has a little matrix of like, if he gets this is what his initial bets will be. And that's so math driven. I, on the other hand, am thinking along the lines of like fixer uppers and who's pushing me around. Stupid. So I like to think that I learned from it, that I would be better hypothetically if I ever played again. But I think it's interesting that I wasn't as good as I knew to be.
It's very math driven to some extent. Like there's range charts that people use based on position, and there's a couple different ways to play the game. Whether you're playing sport.
What is a range chart?
It's a range of hands that you will or will not play, and depending on your position in the table, as far as where the blinds are, and it's just like.
So you get your opening two cards. Those opening two cards might be worth playing at the start and not worth playing at the end. And they'll raise a lot if those opening two cards are extra good. That's what this range chart is, just so that your initial bet is just, it's not even a math decision. You could program it to do that.
Sure. Yeah. Your opens, I suppose you could program. It's kind of after the flop where things get a little bit more difficult, but it's a fun game. I like poker. I think I'm like even for the week. I kind of like one night I'll win 300, the next night I'll lose 300. So it's kind of been up and down.
I'm always confused by like hands where I'll watch sometimes on the Discord not playing, and I'll see someone on their stream that everybody's like honor system not watching. It'll be like a king and a jack, and I'm like, oh, those are like two really high cards. That's a good hand, and then fold because they're like, well, no, they're not right next to each other, and so the chance of a straight is blah 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 blah. And then someone else will get like a 4 or 5 and they keep it. Like, so that's confusing to me. That must
it depends on the player,
gut feeling.
right? Like some of them are just bad. Like some of those guys in there are just really bad at poker, and they're just like, I feel like playing a 3 and a 8, and like
that's a fixer upper.
And sometimes the flop will come 3-8-8. There is some chance built into the game.
Yeah, of course.
But I don't know. It's been a lot of fun.
Would you rather have a 4-5 or a king jack?
Or neither one good.
I would rather have
king
jack.
jack.
If we're heads up, I'd rather have the king jack.
That's a good point
because
too.
they have to improve. The 4-5 is a good hand too, though. It's a really good drawing hand, especially if it's suited. It's called a suited connector when you have a hand like that, because it's really good at drawing at straights. It's really good at drawing at flushes. And if you were to open, as it's called, which is like when you raise pre-flop, let's say the blinds are $1, $2, and you make it $7 to go, so everybody has to call your $7. They might not be putting you on a 4 and a 5, so they probably wouldn't think you have a 4 and a 5. They might think you have like a small pocket pair or some over cards, like maybe you've got an ace and a queen or an ace and a jack or something like that. I don't know. There's a lot of ways to play the game. I'm definitely not the best. Those guys have a good time in there, though. It's when they were playing 5-10. I'm just watching. I'm not playing in that game. That's ridiculous. You need $1,000 just to sit down.
How many people are playing in those? Is the table full in those?
No, the table's not full when they're playing that high of a stakes. It's usually like 5 guys or something like that. But when we play like 1-2, like the table's
Does
full.
Dirty play in those?
Yeah. Dirty won a lot of money.
Dirty's a very good player. He tends to win more than he loses. And
Dirty won $3,000 that night.
Hell yeah. Good for him.
Yeah, a big part of it is maximizing what that hand could have done, right? Yeah, and I used too many words in the beginning. There were a couple hands where I thought I did that, where I thought that, if you gave those same hands to Dirty, he wouldn't have won more than me. I hope. But then I played stupid. Anyway, Dirty often plays smart. He makes good math decisions, and if he is a known winner, it would be dumb to just like go all in and get you to stop betting. Instead, he'll make you underestimate what he has. And anyway,
poker is one of those games that like I'll fantasize about being very good at, because I'm like, man, being good at poker is like cool. I'll wear sunglasses and fucking something, and I'll be cool
upside down.
Yeah, upside down sunglasses. They won't know I'm just crazy.
What Marcel Lusk does that. He would wear his sunglasses upside down. Famous poker player.
But yeah, I've never put any time into poker. It's just Texas Hold'em you guys play, right?
Yeah.
No variations or
no. No, we play
I
hold'em.
enjoyed playing, but I think I would still be having guilt about losing $50 for some reason if I hadn't been fronted the money. Like that would sit on me. And I went up 77 in like, we'll call it 20 minutes. I went up 277. And I was like, everything in me wants to just pull out and call myself a lifetime winner. But I didn't front me $50 to play for 15 minutes and have me walk away with it all.
That would be so funny. You walk away with $47.
That was a question too. Like, who gets the winnings out of this?
You get the winnings.
Well, okay, but let's do this. You give me $50. I run it up to 77 and get out. I made more money off of your donation than I did off of my poker.
It is a question. Yeah, I think somebody's done that for Taylor before as well. Like fronted him a buy-in or whatever, just because they wanted him to sit down at the table.
I didn't win anything, but I survived for a while.
Yeah, that
was my barometer of doing okay.
Sometimes that's the best I can do is survive for a while.
I feel like it's hard for me to overcome the thought that you're supposed to fold more hands than you even play. Like
80%.
sometimes I'll see like Dirty play and he folds 7 times in a row. And I'm like, I guess that he's the poker expert. I guess that's the right move. It feels weird to
You're
80% of the time be checking out.
Yeah, you're folding like 80% of your hands.
That's even higher than I imagined it being.
Yeah.
Are pros like that too?
Yeah.
Like 80?
Oh yeah, at least.
I guess you have to be really selective with it.
Yeah, because there's 10 other people. You want a strong hand if you're going to be putting money into the pot because you're betting based on like the strength of your hand and its drawing ability. So like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, preferably suited. Pairs. Pair of deuces, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, all the way up. It's kind of all I play. I don't play a lot of nonsense. I don't play a lot of unsuited hands unless it's very cheap for me to get in and play with them. I play a lot of if I have an ace and anything else and it's suited because I can draw at the highest flush. I like to do that. If I can play with any pair because if you've got 2 deuces and another deuce comes on the board and all of a sudden you've got a set, it's a very strong hand even though they're deuces. Stuff like that. I try to play pretty tight for the most part.
Yeah,
doesn't always go well.
3 of a kind, that beats a lot of shit, right?
Obviously, it beats 2 pair and 1 pair, but it doesn't beat flushes and straights. I made a straight flush last night, I think. I made another straight flush. Yeah.
Do people get full houses often?
Fairly often.
That's
like
3
maybe,
and 2, right?
Yeah, that's 3 and 2. That's like 3 kings and 2 jacks. Something
Everyone
like
knows
that.
this, but the more people on is it 8 people? Is that a full table in this?
I think we play 10.
Oh, with 10 people, you need a pretty good hand to win a lot. Like if we were to play heads up and I had a pair of 4s, it might beat you, right? There's a pretty good chance. A pair of 4s and 10 people probably loses.
Yeah, that's where like pre-flop raising comes in big. The amount of if you have those 4s, you might make it $10, $7 or $8 if anyone wants to call and see the flop and see any more cards. And so like very few people will call that because they probably got strong cards. And you would imagine that they've probably got big cards like aces, kings, and queens. So if the flop comes and there's no aces, kings, or queens, you can kind of feel safe with your like 7s or 8s. But of course, if you flop a pair of 7s or you flop a set of 7s and there is an ace out there, you're like, oh, we're about to make a lot of fucking money here because maybe he's got a pair of aces with like a queen kicker and I've got 3 7s, like there's I don't know. It's a much more complicated game than it appears to be on the surface. There's a lot going on. I'm still learning. I think most people still are. It's a lot of fun though.
And it's difficult to remove all your emotions and I don't know. I'm letting last hand's loss be like, all right, Woody, get your head in the fucking game. This time we're going to push back a little bit. That's not how you win at poker.
No, I have 0 emotions when I play. I don't give a shit about
as I thought I would. That's where I'll be next time.
Yeah. I just couldn't care less. I treat different players differently. Like there's a couple players who are just, I think of as absolute idiots. Like there's a couple guys in there who are just idiots. So like you kind of have to call them with like a weaker hand most of the time. And sometimes they'll beat you and sometimes they won't, but you just have to call if you're going to be profitable in the long run because they're going to do stupid shit with stupid hands. But then, if you get raised by certain players, it's like, okay, let's leave. Like, he doesn't do that unless he's got like a really good hand. And I've kind of learned as time goes on, like who I'm playing with and kind of how they play. The good players, you can't do that to anyway, though, because they mix it up so much.
Yeah.
Who are the tops now? The really good guy.
Pick
I know
one.
Dirty's
Who's
probably
the
near the
guy?
top.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm not
but I
gonna
wanna
pick one.
No,
I'm not
that's
gonna
what I
pick
really
one.
want you to do.
Yeah, everybody wants that. I don't know. Like Dirty does very well. Alexander always plays very well. Ari's been playing pretty fucking good. Scum plays pretty good. All those guys play well. I don't know. I haven't looked at the wins and losses or whatever. Like I said, I'm like breaking even most of the time. Like I'll have a good night followed by a bad night.
You had a good run, a couple good, like, I remember you had a week that might have been a 4-digit week or something.
Oh yeah, I had a 4-digit night. And then the week just kept going better and better. But there's ups and downs with that game, and I'm just not good enough to like always be a consistent winner. I don't think. And then there's also luck involved too. So like shit happens. Like sometimes I'll have ace king and they'll have ace 10 and they'll just get a 10. The odds are in my favor. If we could do this over and over for like infinite money, I would do that, right? Because like I'm way ahead. The odds are in my favor, but sometimes they just don't go that way.
Sometimes you do get emotional. I'm thinking about that. I've definitely seen you months ago, I saw you absolutely rail at a guy who was winning, but not the way you wanted him to.
Yeah.
And there was another guy who you're like, I'm about to fold, but I want you to know before that you played this horribly.
Yeah.
If you have these cards, then you should have made a lot more money than you did. And if you don't have those cards, then you shouldn't be winning at all. You're going to win this, but you suck at poker.
Yeah.
Here's my money.
I've done that. I've done that.
More, Mr. Robot, how you
I will get mad, but I won't. But see, that's a perfect example of me being a robot, right? Because I didn't let my anger affect my decision. The correct decision was to fold, and even though I felt like I was, even though anger would make me want to be like, I'm gonna fucking call you, fuck you, I want your money. Like I'm just like, you know what? Let it go. It's $20. We live to fight another day. I try not to let anger like make me like do things, but it will make me say things sometimes. I'll occasionally say some things. I try not to because it's shitty. I do. It's rare when I'm just like when I do stuff like that.
The show, and also I feel like the rules are different for hosts. Like if you, Taylor, or I flip out, I think there's a lot of people enjoying that. And if like another Discord or Patreon or something flipped out, they might be a dick. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy in that regard.
I don't know. I try not to be a dick. I try to be polite. If they beat me, I try to say nice hand. But yeah, if they just play awfully and then somehow like just get lucky, I may indeed point out. Like
and it depends how you flip out. I'm sorry to cut you off, but like if you were to be like an ace, are you serious? An ace at the end? This is awful. Then you're not hurting my feelings, when you say that. But if you're like, fuck you, Woody, you only won because of that ace, that's a different thing than I said the first time.
Usually you'll just hear me like hitting my desk. Usually you'll just hear me hitting my desk or something like that. Or like when I was streaming the other night and something bad happened, I was just like, he's got the straight. It's just like, shit happens. It's a fun game. That's what makes it fun. I'm going to try to get a heartbeat monitor and like display it on my stream, because I swear to God, when I've got a good hand or when I'm bluffing, my heart rate fucking skyrockets. It's so high. Like it's got to be 140, 150 or something. Like I'm sitting there and like I'll go quiet in the stream. Like they'll be like, Kyle's got something here. And I'm just like slowly betting.
I don't want to say this because I'm afraid because I want you to do it, but that's a tell. You're like, guys, I'm going to put my pulse on screen. So like that, I feel like,
it goes high if I'm bluffing too. So I don't feel like it is.
I considered that. Yeah.
And I mean, my betting is telling you what's up. Like I'm talking about like if I flop like a full house or something like that, and I know he's drawing at a flush and I'm slowly he's like $70 and I'm calling, $150 and I'm calling, and I see the third heart come out. I know he's got the flush. I know I'm about to get all of his money, which that literally happened the other night. My heart is going because I know I'm about to take all this guy's money. Mm-hmm. It's really fun.
You think you're about to take all his money?
Well, then you did take all his money.
And in that instance, I like there's something called the nuts, which is when you have like literally the best possible hand. Like you can look at the cards on the board and you can be like, yeah, nothing beats me. There are no two cards that beat my two cards, and that was the instance in that situation. Like
That's what the nuts means.
yeah. Usually, if I'm putting lots of money in, I have the nuts or close to it.
As context, I heard people. I was like, "Oh, the nuts means a really good hand."
Yeah,
I didn't
like you're about to
interpret
bust. That's what I thought.
No, because they mentioned having the nuts a couple of times, and I was like, "Oh, that means there's a high likelihood of winning." But now I understand it. It means that, given the 5 out there, the best things you can have in your pocket are these. And
Yeah. Like I think I had King 10, and the flop came King 10. So like there's just nothing that beats me. There's not there aren't enough kings and 10s left to make a better hand than what I have, and there aren't enough. Like I guess
he could have 2 kings.
There aren't any more. There aren't 2 kings left. There's only 1 king left.
Oh, you did say King 10, didn't you?
Yeah. Like the only thing that beats me at that point is if he has pocket aces and the next card is an ace and the next card is an ace, which just
then he'd have the nuts.
Yeah, then he has a magical hand. If he's got magic dick syndrome, then I'm happy to pay that off. But that ain't happening.
Do you ever lose like a hand where you're so sure you're gonna win that it's just you take it as an omen that you're like, you know what, guys, I'm out for the evening. I'm gonna go.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I cut my losses short. If I lose $100 or $200, I'm just like, all right, that's it. I'm done for the night.
That's smart.
Some of those guys just keep going and throwing like good money after bad. I won't do that. But yeah, I've had like. I've had a full house beaten by 4 of a kind, and I've had like an ace high flush beaten by a straight flush. Those are really shitty situations where it's like there's only the odds of you having that are just if you have it, you have it, and I lose my money. That's kind of how you have to play poker. Like you can't fold an ace high flush. You can't fold kings full of aces. Like you just can't do those things. But I've ran into all of that. We play a lot of hands, and so you see a lot of variance, and you see a lot of ridiculous hands. I made a straight flush last night. I don't know how many times I made 4 of a kind last night, at least 3. You know, like you see some really strong hands when you play as much as we do, as many hands as we play, as quickly as we play.
So, are you ready for a new topic?
Yeah.
Have you seen the latest Stephan Bonnar interview?
No.
Okay. So viewers, Stephan Bonnar's UFC fighter. At his peak, he was probably like top 5 or 10 in his weight class, but he's really known for his fight against Forrest Griffin that kind of launched the UFC into the company that it is now. Okay. He's in the Hall of Fame for that fight. He has retired from professional fighting. He does a little professional wrestling, the show, and he is clearly addicted to drugs, opioids. Videos came out semi-recently of him in the hospital like swinging crutches at staff and stuff, keeping them away. Because, as Stephan Bonnar describes it, the hospital was full of people because of the COVID vaccine. And they're overwhelmed and they can't give him the pain meds that he clearly needs. So he has a standing prescription for pain meds from his doctor, but, that runs out early, as they do, right? And he's like, I know the routine. You go to the hospital, you tell them this, they give you a shot and a prescription for something else. So he's trying to like get sort of 2 prescriptions cooking at the same time, as well as a shot of some sort of opioids. And I guess initially they told him that they were going to do it. And then they conferred, this is the hospital staff, and decided not to do it because he's doing this painkiller seeking behavior.
Yeah.
And that's when he flipped out in the hospital and sort of physically threatened the staff and stuff like that. I think there were police involved, and he's being interviewed by an MMA journalist. And to watch him explain what happened, like people who are experts in what these addicts are like, he just checked every box. First of all, he was describing the pain he was in as like excruciating. Mm-hmm. Every surgery he ever has had is haunting him at the same time. My knee is this, my wrist is that, my rib is something else. I did this move, done it 1,000 times, but now my rib, it hurts just to talk to you. Mm-hmm. And he's like convincing the interviewer, attempting to convince the interviewer and us, and maybe himself, that the reason he needs these drugs is the outrageous pain that he's in all the time, not the addiction. And when you ask him the wrong question, like, hey, if you ran out, why didn't you contact your family physician? He responds with anger. He attacks the guy who asks the question and flies off the handle. Stephan Bonnar is in a bad place. And you hear him talk about his relationship with, he's like, I've got friends. And they're like, they act like they want to help me. But then when I tell them, you know, to get me some painkillers, because that's what I need, then, you know, I'm just like, fuck you. Fuck. If you're not going to help me, then just get the fuck off the phone with me. What are you doing? Like, you know, fuck this guy. And like, he go, like, they're calling trying to help him.
Does this guy have a history of this, or
it's new to me? Yeah, but he's clearly an addict. Like, if you were to watch it, I'd show it's 20 minutes. It's hard to like incorporate.
But clearly drug-seeking behavior. Yeah.
Yeah. And afterwards I read the Reddit comments. There was a pro athlete who was like, I was this guy. And I did everything I could to convince everyone that I needed this for my pain and not for my addiction. That's what he's going through. And Stephan Bonnar is hooked on drugs right now, opioids, clearly. And it's sad to see. He was, I guess I have an affection, I guess I'll call it, to the pro fighters who are more professional. Chael Sonnen comes to mind. Stephan Bonnar comes to mind. Joe Lozon comes to mind. Guys who are just like smart, you know, above average intelligence, who can do this right. And I'm getting distracted a little bit, but you know, I guess you can speak clearly and maybe went to college and stuff. Like when I see them, I guess I connect with them a little more than I do like a Mike Perry. If anyone knows Mike Perry, he's kind of, I want to call him a hood guy. He's white, but he's like just gangstery. And I like those guys on my TV too, but they're not the ones I connect to, like a Stephan Bonnar. And anyway, dude's fucked.
Yeah, hopefully he gets better, because that does seem to check every box.
It was crazy.
Going to multiple doctors, really exaggerating the pain.
Yeah, and you would
when
imagine
they say like, "Oh, we can give you this for the pain," it's like, "No, I need 80 oxys, and that's it." Yeah.
Like, I think at one point he said they were trying other pain therapies. Like, there are things they can do with like electrodes and stuff to help manage pain, but they don't help manage addiction. Zach has a quote here. I recognize this from the interview. Are you effing kidding me? Let me effing fracture your lumbar vertebrae and see how you feel 2 weeks later, and also break your wrist and also fuck your shoulder up and you're crutching around on it. Like, come on, man. Really? I'm being honest here. Do you have a problem? Fuck you. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know. Now I believe him. That was convincing.
This is what he said.
That was pretty convincing, honestly. It's just like
to the interviewer. He's like, let me fracture your lumbar. Let me do. And you know, like it is kind of like you kind of buy it. If you watched all 20 minutes, you probably wouldn't.
Because of his career, like you're inclined to be like, well, he got beat up for a living.
I'm like, the knee thing, that was like 6 years ago. You're telling me that, like, I've got that. I don't even know which knee it is. I have to find the scar. You know, I've got this wrist thing. I've got this. And they don't bother. Like, they fix it. You know, you're telling me that everything that's going wrong with you is like haunting you now.
Still
younger
hurting.
than me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, anyway, Stephan Bonnar. A wreck, and it's sad to see.
Looks like he hasn't fought since 2014. So
has it been that long?
Yeah, that was on his wiki. Yeah.
What organization was that? Bellator?
It was Bellator. Yeah, I'm going off what I remember. Yeah, he fought. His last UFC was 2012.
Going off what you remember.
Well, I closed the window out.
Oh, okay.
And so I think UFC was 2012 and
like,
Bellator
I'm a huge
was
Stephan
2014.
Bonnar fan from way
I'm
back.
a huge fan. I just go to my recent Googles. There he is. Stephan Bonnar. It's not Stephen, or I guess no, Stephan.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Anderson Silva Tito fight?
No, I haven't even seen highlights. Really, I know the result.
Anderson Silva, that guy should have quit when he was ahead. He was like the most epic, best like serpent kind of fighter. What, 2012, 2013, around there?
That's perfect. Yeah, I like what you're saying.
He still got it. He fucked Tito up. It was
it first round? Did you see the?
Yeah, it's like first round, I think. I watched the knockout. He's doing his thing. He's fucking dodging those big ass gloves, and Tito can't hit him. 46. And he lays Tito out, and it was beautiful because fuck Tito, right? Like Tito's a piece of shit. It was really fun to watch.
Why is Tito a piece of shit?
He's always been a piece of shit, but like the most recent thing he did was like he fought Chuck Liddell, you know, the Iceman, for the third time in this bullshit promotion that's not the UFC. And Chuck was clearly like out of it. And Tito went super hard in the paint and beat Chuck up. And Chuck, look, you would do a better job at defending yourself against Tito than Chuck Liddell could do in that fight. Like clearly Chuck is like incredibly diminished. He's broken down physically and mentally. He shouldn't be in there. And Tito showed no mercy and just beat him down.
UFC paid Chuck Liddell not to fight for a decade, right? Chuck Liddell, he is the heart of a fighter. Even now, he wants to fight. He thinks he can win. And the UFC kept him on the payroll as long as he didn't fight.
Mm-hmm.
Until they sold out, then the payroll ended, and now he's fighting. So
yeah,
it's bad.
He's done horribly. Looks like up until 2006, incredible. I guess
this is Chuck Liddell.
Yeah, Chuck Liddell, 20-3 up through 2006, and then it's just been losses since.
And what you might not know about his record is Tito Ortiz wouldn't give him a title shot. Tito was the champion and Chuck was the challenger, and he just kept being like, dude, we're friends. I don't want to fight my friend. And Chuck is like, we are not friends. I'm not your friend, and I want to fight you, and I want to take your title. So Chuck, as the number one contender, was clearing out like 2, 3, 4, 5, and Tito's fighting like 8s now and then. So Chuck is like defending the belt he doesn't have against the top guys until he finally got a chance to fight Tito and beat him, and then beat him again.
Yeah.
He was very impressive. And I just remember, like, he's clearly in line for a title fight. He's taking a very hard fight when he could have waited for it, and then he won that too. And I really like watching him fight. He knocked guys out.
Yeah, he was fun back in the day. He would just storm them, eat a couple punches on the way in, and just knock them the fuck out.
He would fight with his arms down here. This is Tito's fighting stance, right? And I'm like, why don't people just punch up the... I don't know.
He's like a rock'em sock'em robot. He was just like,
yeah.
We put holes in people. We put holes in people. He's just coming like a cavity creep.
Like a cavity creep, yeah.
He didn't give a fuck.
We make holes in teeth.
Yeah, Chuck's a legend. I'm almost positive he's in the Hall of Fame. I bet on it. But Father Time undefeated. That's what's up.
Is there a little bit of a Babe Ruth thing with like someone like Chuck Liddell? Well, maybe Babe Ruth is a bad example because
I know where you're headed on this.
Kyle's reaffirmed to me that like Babe Ruth genuinely was fucking incredible and would have been good in the modern day. But like, some all-star in 1909 in MLB, they're like, this guy revolutionized the ground ball or whatever the fuck. Like
he was the first player to hold the bat the right way.
He was the wide side of the bat.
They've been holding the back part of the bat.
Everyone else has just been poking at it.
Right before 1917, they just poked at the ball like billiards.
Yeah,
it was Johnny the Bat McGovey, and he's the first one to swing a baseball bat.
I would argue that almost no champ from 2005 earlier would even be top 10 right now, and that includes I'm sorry, I meant to say Chuck.
Yeah.
That exists, but
like such a young sport.
Yeah, I think even today, I feel like the sport's under a period of rapid advancement.
For sure.
And, people.
It's like how hockey was in like 1930. They're like, this new guy figured out how to slap the puck, some sort of slap shot. That's literally what it was, and people like it didn't cross people's minds before that to try it.
I've had this thought. I'm not saying it would make hockey better because physical is fun in hockey, but if they had a no check top league, if the NHL suddenly went no check, I would love to see how that game evolves because I think it would go lacrosse. I think guys would be picking up that puck at the blue line, doing weird shit with it all the way until they shoot it on goal.
Probably it'd be a very high scoring league because without checking, a lot of defense falls apart. I wouldn't be as interested in that. I like the physicality. I like the hitting. What it would really be is more like international hockey, like Olympic hockey, where they play on the bigger ice surface. If you don't know, Kyle, the actual ice surface in the Olympics is much larger than in the NHL. That's why like a lot of European players are known for like, oh, that's Elias Magubenberg. He's not very physical, but he has got great hands. And then they get their first year in the league, and it's like welcome to Canada, retard, and they just
UFC has that too. Like there's two different sizes of cage, and it's a big difference. Like it's a big difference. Like the small cage makes it hard not to engage with the other guy, and the big cage allows for a lot of. I prefer the big cage.
When I played ice hockey, I played in 3 men's leagues at the same time. One had a smaller than usual rink. One had like an NHL sized rink. It's pretty common. And the other had an international sized rink.
Yeah.
And the way that my game was, I was fast. It was by far the best part of my game. If you got right on me and I had to like deke you or something, I like your odds. But if I could get a little skating room and I could get around you, then that worked to my advantage. And on the international ice, I was a good player. On the regular ice, and on the small one, always freaking jammed up. Always, the guy'd crunch me.
The NCAA, like the rink I played at had the NCAA, the smaller one, the NHL, and the international. And in playing goalie, like it was a big difference. Like if I was playing on the international one, I'm like, it's going to be real fucking hard for them to create traffic in front with this amount of space. This is going to be way easier for me. Whereas with like NCAA, the really small one, it's like, fuck, they're going to be easy to cluster in front of the net. They're cutting off my angles, hard to see.
Maybe
so it does make a big
I didn't
difference.
realize college played on a smaller rink.
I could be wrong. That's what they called it at our rink. They called it the NCAA, the NHL, and the international or the Olympic.
Oh, did they move the boards, or were there 3 rinks?
3 rinks, yeah.
In the same building?
In the same building, yeah. It was a real big building.
Yeah.
Because hockey culture is bigger than you would think in St. Louis because there's no basketball team, and everybody plays hockey for the most part. Kyle, speaking of sports, your Georgia Bulldogs eked one out against University of Alabama Birmingham, 56-7.
Yeah, it was very close.
It was a close one. And Mizzou.
By the way, that 7 they scored was a pick 6. Okay, I wanted to be known that our defense did not give up any points
this year.
Yeah, your offense.
This year.
Your offense is really trying to fucking boost their numbers against UAB to get that average up, but your defense is solid. Mizzou, on the other hand, lost to Kentucky, so our season is over.
Yeah, it's
dude.
over.
Ours is too. NC State lost a game. They had it like the little odds had them at like 66% chance of winning and 99% next week. So I'm like, we're gonna start off 3-0. We're already ranked 27th. Just someone in front of us will fall out of the rankings. We'll get a number next to our name, like a big boy. And I'm totally psyched. What happens? We lose the game. We lose our best player, and we lose another returning starter out for the season on injuries. Our season's over.
That's
so
incredible.
I'm rooting for the Georgia Bulldogs.
Fuck yeah, man! It's a good bet. It's a good bet. We're definitely look.
Roll Tide.
Fuck you.
I'm a huge Alabama fan. I love fucking all the players. Like
all of them,
all the players, the big ones, the small ones,
and their coach, Mr. Tide. He's really good.
Yeah, Jeremy Tide.
Jeremy Tide.
Nick Saban is head coach of Alabama.
No, Nick Saban. That is his name.
Dude,
no, I'm rooting for Georgia too. I want someone from the SEC to bring it home. And if Mizzou sucks ass again, may as well be Georgia if you like.
It's a weird position to be in where you're like, all right, we're the second best team in the country, according to the polls anyway. Who's the first best? Oh, those guys who are right next door to you. They're right next door. They're literally like a quick drive. Like they're so.
I think of the Gators as your closest team. Am I wrong?
Oh yeah. Well, we play that game in Jacksonville, but I don't know. But their school is a little bit further south. I don't remember exactly where the Florida Gators school is, but we're touching nonetheless. Like they're really close. And it's Athens, Georgia, is where the Bulldogs play out of. So I don't know geographically who's closer.
Oh, okay.
Between where does I think University of Alabama plays out of Tuscaloosa. I could be wrong about that though. I don't know. That's what's popping into my head. But in any case, it's like Jesus Christ, like the best team in the country, perennially. Oh, I always struggle with that one.
You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you.
Perennially.
There we go.
Perennially is It's right fucking next door. Like they're the best team every goddamn year. Like why can't we have a year where it's like the recruiting class for Alabama sucked this year. Georgia got all the 5 stars. Everybody from California even came out. You know, like
It's like you at your gym, just being like just mogging on everyone, and then like you see fucking
Chris
Thor
Bumstead.
Bjornsson come in and be like, "This is your first day lifting weight." No, I think, sir, you forget to put weight on bar. No, it's an overhead press, 155. Yes, but what about the workout?
One hand. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
oh, you can one-handed overhead press. I see. Yes, let me get in. Let's spot me.
I don't know how to spot you. Are you just gonna because right now, sir, the bar's 9.5 feet in the air.
He's twirling it like a fucking
There's
cheerleader.
ropes on it like a Macy's Day Parade balloon.
Yeah, that's what it fucking feels like. It's like, God damn, we got a good team. I really hope we beat them, but like I'm tempering expectations. Like I said,
Not
like
me, I'm all on board. I might buy a jersey. I might go full Myers and get a Georgia Bulldogs jersey.
If I were like Kyle, I'd buy an Alabama jersey.
We found out that State
Do it.
lost, that they weren't doing well, and I told this guy he's an App State fan. App State has very passionate fans and a team that's better than you'd guess. Like they were 1A not long ago, and now they're like 30th in the country. But I think they're in the Sun Belt Conference. Like they're just better than you'd guess, but not a major team. And he pulls for them. He pulled for them when they were nobodies, and now they're on the doorstep of being someone. And I'm like, yeah, State lost its players. I think I'm going Georgia this year. And he hates it. He hates it. He thinks it's a lazy pick. But I went from the, you know what? I'm not a Church of Kyle member, but I do respect some of their values.
It's not even a lazy pick.
I grew up 35 minutes.
It's a good pick.
I grew up 35 minutes away from Athens. You know, always been a Georgia fan. Always hated those Georgia Tech guys. And it's just like, this might be our fucking year. Finally, this might fucking be our year. Like, I think we can get through the field. I think we can go unbeaten. Like Florida's going to be a hard win. They're top 10, but I think we can beat Florida. If we beat Florida, like we're definitely going to the SEC championship. Even if we lose to Florida, we might be going to the SEC championship. Probably are.
Why do you dislike Georgia Tech? They don't seem to be very good.
Oh, it's an in-state rivalry thing where they think they're better than us. They're the Georgia fans are the hillbillies, and the Tech fans are the classy fans.
Oh, well, then I love Georgia too.
I'm the hillbilly
hillbillies.
school here in North Carolina, and they call it Moo U. It's not nice.
I mean, if you guys,
it's Atlanta versus Athens.
I feel like isn't Auburn usually rated way higher than 22? They must not be doing well.
They come and go. They had a. I want to say last year we might have even lost to them last year. I don't remember. They had a good team last year.
I feel like because I paid a UNC tuition, it gave me the right to root for them too.
Sure.
that should count.
They should give you a jersey. You pay for a fucking ride up the through that school.
Right?
They should hook you up with a jersey or something, a hat at least.
Yeah,
Right.
They should.
Tuition ain't free. Yeah, I don't know, man. I ride high on it up until the point we lose, and then I'm just like, I can't look anymore.
But you can lose now. I feel like you could meet Bama in the conference championship, lose and make the playoffs. We'll see how it plays out. Maybe there's like 7 undefeated.
If we lose to Bama, then that's kind of it. It's kind of it. Like we end up. This has happened a couple times. We go to the SEC championship, you know, and then we lose to Alabama, and then that's pretty.
But it's not your first loss.
What do you mean?
If you're undefeated
Yeah.
until that last game, and now you're sitting at like 12-1, I don't think they're going to pick 3 teams in front of you. If your
Maybe
only
not.
loss is to Bama, who I'm making undefeated at this point, like
Good bet.
yeah, so
Good bet. They're just so fucking good. Like when you look at the depth that they have at any given position, it's like look at running. I mean, Georgia has so many good running backs. Like they wheeled them all out in the last game. They're like, oh yeah, and here's Matrice Magumbo. wait, isn't this your 8th running back of the game? Yeah, he's one of the best in the country, though. You have each one is better than the last. It's incredible the recruiting classes that they have in Georgia, but still Alabama is just better. They're almost always better. We've got to get lucky to beat them.
A guy I went to high school with played for Nebraska in their prime. I think he won 2 championships while he was there. And he never started. But he played like 5 or 7 years in the NFL. So that's what their second string was like.
That exactly. I've heard people talk about whether or not Alabama could play against an NFL team, like a bad NFL team. Like if you took like the worst team in the NFL and played them against Alabama. I've always heard that Alabama would get destroyed, but it'd be really cool to watch.
I'd like to see it. I do think they get destroyed though. Like,
yeah,
you figure every single player in the NFL, like, better yet, how many players on Alabama's roster will make the NFL?
It's a shorter list than all.
Right, like 12. So like this year it's going to be 5, but if you take all the years, it's going to be like 17. I don't even know.
I don't know.
And so it's whatever, 20% of the players.
Yeah, 30%. It's also the same thing with UFC, right? Like I'd love to see Amanda Nunes fight an untrained man, and then like depending on how that went, maybe a slightly trained man. And then just keep stepping it up until we got a good fight.
Yeah. Nunez has to be on steroids.
She might be.
She's strong.
She's so strong. That Chinese chick too. That Wei Ling or whatever. Like she doesn't look legit. There's a lot of
Rose does.
Rose looks so legit. Like if you saw Rose like in a bar or something, you'd be like, oh, look at that skinny bitch.
Yeah.
Why don't she grow her hair out? God damn.
Is she still doing shaved head?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I don't either.
I guess it makes sense if you're a fighter, lose a little bit of weight, look tough.
I don't know why I thought of this. I guess we're talking about tough chicks in bars, but I saw this video on Reddit today. Like this chick comes into a bar and she sees her husband cheating on her. He's like cuddled up with some chick at the bar. Her opening move is to walk up to him and fucking throw a headbutt. She headbutts him in the nose, blows his nose up, blood everywhere, and then she starts throwing bombs, and he's just eating them.
Is this a real clip?
Yeah, she hits him like the headbutt is like perfect. Like I've never seen a woman headbutt a man. She fucking bombs him with this headbutt, nose just bleeding everywhere, and she at one point she throws so hard she falls on her ass, but gets right back up and throws another. She's throwing like a man, like she's throwing like an athlete. She's hitting him so hard.
Her boyfriend was cheating on her.
Yeah,
I saw an amazing Reddit video. So there's this woman. She's sitting in front of her computer on a webcam at a job interview, and then another woman, her sister, grabs her by the hair, throws her fucking down, and then starts ground and pounding the fuck out of her. Bam, bam, bam.
Why?
Her sister beats because the job interviewee fucked the sister's husband, and the sister is enraged, and she really just beats the fuck out of her.
I saw it.
And the clip ends, but I choose to believe the next move was she got back in the chair, and they said, "So tell me about a time you handled a difficult situation."
Well, there's that time just now when my sister broke my nose in front of you. And I feel like just continuing the job interview shows that I'm the kind of employee that, oh God, it hurts.
Because I know we're a family here.
She literally goes, "Don't you ever talk to me again." She's got a real strong like Southern accent. "Don't you ever talk to me again." Like she beat the shit out of her right in front of and everybody's like, whoa, what's happening? Stop. I love when somebody's getting beaten, the shit beaten out of them, and everybody's like, stop.
It's always you can hear in every fight video, there's a woman going, stop it. Like
I wish the two combatants would stop and get her.
Yeah, just join forces.
You know what? We will stop. We're both very annoyed with your high-pitched squeals, though. So you're going down now. Hold her, Billy.
Do you guys remember that show Bully Beatdown on MTV like fucking 15, 18 years ago?
Yeah.
There was one episode where like the bully wasn't just some like know nothing idiot like big guy, and like he was huge, but he went in there and like actively, if I recall correctly, bullied the fighter and was like, "I thought you're supposed to be the pro." aren't you the pro? And he's just so much bigger than the guy. And like the guy who's being bullied by that guy has to be like, oh, he's going to be so mad. He beat up the fighter and he's coming for me next.
Dude, yeah, that would actually be bad.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you pick a heavyweight to do this? Why isn't Chuck Liddell here?
I mean, I have nothing but respect for Mighty Mouse, but unless you have 3 of them, let's pick somebody larger.
Have you guys seen that whole TikTok trend of like kids destroying their like high school bathrooms?
No, but I lived through it. Yeah.
I saw that it was a trend, but I didn't understand that.
Yeah, like they
a whole
just go
generation of poop bandits. Awesome.
No, they go in there and
No.
like fucking rip the place apart. Like they like kick the stalls all the way down. like not just the door, they like kick the walls down. Like they like fucking rip the soap dispensers off the wall. So now like these kids are showing like what their high school bathrooms look like now on Reddit, and it's like they've taken their soap away because fucking psychos keep TikToking destroying bathrooms.
No, I don't like that. I don't want to go into a bathroom and be forced to like shit in public like I'm in a Pakistani prison. Like I still want my walls there.
My high school didn't have doors on every stall, and the gym had no
What?
doors. If I recall. Yeah, and it was just
bizarre.
I don't know why. In some ways, the school was really wealthy. Like I've explained this before. It went by real estate taxes. We didn't have many people living there, and then shore homes are expensive. So, but yeah, not every stall had doors, and I just felt like I can't prove it. I know the girls had doors. I just fucking know it. Their showers had doors, and we just had fucking nozzles in the prison was better.
That's how our high school was. We had nozzles. The girls had stalls in the shower, at least. We had stalls in our back. How big was your high school? A pretty big school?
So 4 years combined for like 1,300 kids.
Okay, not a huge school, but enough to afford bathroom doors.
I just felt like it wasn't a money thing. Like they decided it was better that way or something. I can't explain it. I hated it.
We had doors.
La-di-da. Over there, flexing on our door.
Yeah, we had doors.
Dude, there was I've mentioned it before, like my meat gazing gym coach from high school.
Yeah.
Where like we'd all get out of the showers and he would just stand there and like look at us in the hallway and be like, boys, class is starting soon. Get dressed. And he's just looking at everyone's dicks. And like at the time, I remember he like was affiliated with the basketball team. And I remember I was in the hockey team and I was good friends with a lot of guys on the basketball team. We'd sit and eat lunch together. And I'm like, dude, Coach Smith is a fucking weirdo. He is a fucking weirdo. And they'd be like, no, I mean, he's kind of weird, but like, he's just a little odd. And I'm like, he watches me dry off every day.
If he watches you dry off, I feel like that makes him not a pedo. He's chosen the manliest child there.
Yeah.
I mean, to
Coach
pretend
just
that
likes to make sure you're dry, Taylor. What's the problem? You put your clothes on wet, you're gonna be all chafed up, right?
If he watches,
maybe you get mildew in your shirt. You want mildew walking around stinking, Taylor? Coach is looking out for you. Stop
Thank
being
God
like
Coach was there.
watching teenage Taylor is gay. Watching teenage Woody is pedo.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to pretend that I was the only person being scoped out. All of us were. He would stand there. It was the shower here. You left the shower, and there was a corridor with the hanging towels, and he would stand at the end of the corridor and look over. And I knew it was weird. Everyone knew it was weird because there was another coach, the football coach, who when he came in, like post-practice, he would be like eyes glued to the ground, like, guys, we have another practice Wednesday during school. We're doing this, that, and the other thing. Bring this. Goodbye. And that's how he handled it. That's how he handled it, like a real adult. And this other guy would come in and just stare. And for years,
don't you think locking eye contact is the thing? Just like straight up, never
stroking.
No, it was
angrily.
It was cock contact. He would just stare at your dick.
Hypothetically, you're a coach in that situation. I think I look at players' eyes and make it very clear that I'm looking at eyes.
I'm up here.
He would either come in and be looking like right at his clipboard, like so and so, be ready for this, or he would come in and do the Kyle thing and just kind of look at the ceiling. But this other guy, and I remember all throughout high school, for some reason, the basketball guys would be like, he's not that weird. He's not that weird. Fast forward to fucking 10 years after we graduate high school, and this same dude gets in trouble for like a sex crime. And I'm like, I knew it. I told you. And still, one friend in particular of mine who played basketball, he's like, he's not that. he didn't do that stuff until like after we left.
Wow.
Like, and it's like, that is not true. And I don't think he raped you, but you
I'm
know,
suspicious.
in his head, he might be like, we both wanted it.
Yeah.
But
I
this
don't
guy was a
think he
fucking
raped you,
ghoul.
but S my D just to see how practiced you are.
Oh,
And do you know, and this ties into what
How
we're
are
saying
you
with
going to
Joshua.
tell, Kyle? What's your method?
What we
I
were saying,
guess
you
you're
remember
right.
you remember the religious shit we were saying with Joshua earlier?
yeah.
This coach who committed a sex crime and was fucking creepy with all of us, he was the guy at the front of the auditorium every week when we had our fucking sing-along praise. He had his hands up. He was fist pumping for God, imagining they were little boys' assholes. And he was that guy. He was that fucking dude raising his hands singing so everyone could see how religious he was at the front of the room. Meanwhile, he's a fucking borderline pedo, if not full-on pedo. So there's something you learn.
What's the word for a pedo that likes teenagers?
Refined.
Cool guy.
Refined. I don't know. I think it's like a heebie-jeebie file, something.
You call that guy a Twitch streamer?
You call him a Discord admin.
Ephobilia? I don't know how to pronounce this word. You guys wanted-
Ephebophilia would
Zach
be my
found it
guess.
too.
That doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it?
Ephophilia?
No wonder that didn't catch on. That's way worse than pedophile.
Yeah, come up with something a little slicker than that, boys.
A phebophile? Yeah, that's never catching on.
No, I like Discord admin better.
Yeah, Discord admin. There are a lot of
Wait,
odd people on Discord running communities. You see about it in the news all the time, where it's like this Discord group with 3,000 members surrounding Minecraft mods, actually run by a cabal of pedophiles asking for feet pics because, you know, I give you a diamond sword if you show me your feet. That same we've talked.
Admins can just type that in and get them.
Oh, I don't know. But,
yeah.
Who was it? Fuck. It wasn't it was the feet pick guy. There's a guy named, I think his name's Dan Schneider, and he was like a Nickelodeon producer kind of guy, and he did that show iCarly, which was very popular back in the day. It was past any of our time, so I'm sure none of us have seen it.
they just remade it. I think
I've seen the memes and like the Photoshop, or not Photoshop, the screen caps, and basically this guy Dan Schneider, I saw tons of examples of feet shit in the show where it'd be like, oh, this young girl needs to like cover her feet in ketchup. Ha ha ha. And then at one point, this dude tweeted out, like, if you're an iCarly fan, write something on the bottom of your feet and send me a photo of it. And so there's like a bunch of 10, 11, 12-year-old girls sending this dude tweets.
Yeah.
Like something.
Dude had it
bottom.
figured out. He
Like-
was the Tarantino of tweens.
Like absolutely ghoulish.
How many? Like,
Yeah, this guy, Carly tickles Sam very unusual toes. If you have a moment, will you please name Sam's toes for? And Sam is a girl character in that show.
how many like coworkers did he have that just knew it and let it go?
Apparently,
what I'm saying?
all of
Like-
Hollywood.
Yeah, like because like Harvey Weinstein, Matt Lauer, I guess, was a widely known dog. Bill Cosby was like people.
Bill Cosby's
knew.
getting a new TV show, you know.
Really?
That has-
Damn, I'm looking for the pun.
That has
No
my-
pun. No pun. It's happening. I'm psyched.
Just
Let's
the
circle
dog
back to
people.
that. Anyway, I just feel like this guy Dan Schneider, a lot of people knew about his thing with kids' feet, and were just
Mhm.
like, you know, I don't want the show canceled.
Dude, Tarantino's like we all know about Tarantino's foot fetish, right?
Yeah,
you guys
it makes
know,
it
right?
pretty obvious.
Like in every movie, he's got like his female characters like barefooted with their feet. Like even in like what's the recent one with the Manson murderers? With that had
I don't recall.
Leonardo DiCaprio and
Oh, I
Brad Pitt and everybody in. Anyway, like he's got God, I can't believe I'm spacing out on her name too. It's the chick who plays Harley Quinn. Anyway, like
I
she's
forget.
got her bare feet like up on the movie seats. Like there's no reason for that. And they're dirty. Like he's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah. Like and then I go back to Kill Bill where he's got Uma Thurman who has very big feet, by the way, which he must be into, which is why he's cast her so many times. Like Uma Thurman has really big feet. Like she's got that whole scene where she's paralyzed and she's like, wiggle your big toe. So there's this whole scene built around close-ups of her feet and her toes wiggling. And then there's that scene later on where like she plucks out the other chick's eye and then squishes it with her foot, and there's this close-up of her toe squishing the eyeball.
That one is weird. I can even give him the whole like they're paralyzed, wiggle your toe, because that's what you're supposed to do. But the stomping, what was it in something dead after tomorrow, some fucking where it becomes a zombie movie.
Oh yeah. The Grindhouse thing with Robert Rodriguez. It was a double feature. Yeah, like
that's not what he's talking about. From Dawn Till Daylight, maybe.
From Dawn Till Dusk, maybe I'm.
From Dawn Till Dusk. I
think that From Dawn Till Dusk has a scene like in that bar where like some lady's just like putting her feet on some guy for no reason.
I think
like
what
way.
Actually,
or maybe I'm
wrong about this.
Movies.
I want to say it's who's the beautiful Mexican actress.
Selma Hayek, perhaps?
Selma Hayek. I want to say maybe there's a scene, Selma Hayek comes out, she's dancing with the big snake, right?
Yeah.
And I think that she puts her foot in Quentin Tarantino's mouth and pours like beer or liquor down her leg while he drinks it.
Yeah.
Yes, that is exactly the scene I'm thinking of. Yeah. That is so shoehorned into that movie.
All right. Everybody pay attention. So like this scene, it's integral. It's integral. All right. Selma, you're gonna put your big toe in my mouth. All right, let's just do it right now for like practice. All right.
Like, no, he's the director. He's gonna be like, cut again.
Yeah, like over and over. Like, no, let's leave it in there. No, let's leave it in there. No, yeah, let it soak.
He just takes her toes out. There's no more polish on him.
I looked up Cosby's TV show. A little disappointing. His spokesman says he's on the phone working on a number of projects. That's not quite like
that's what he calls victims.
Yeah. So I was really hopeful that something was coming out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I read was he was getting a new TV show. I hope it's true. I hope it happens.
Maybe you're a better source than me. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I think I read a Reddit.
What's the new show? Like, what would it be?
I don't know. I literally just read like Bill Cosby's getting a new show coming this fall or some shit like that. I didn't look any deeper. Like the headline alone.
I can't imagine looking at a new show.
If you're operating from a place of morality, it's crazy. If you're operating from a place of profit, he has interest, right? Like I think everyone wants to see what he's going to do next. I'm curious. I want to see it. I don't care what Bill Cosby does next. He can do comedy. He can do celebrity boxing. He can do a show. I want to see it.
Him versus Harvey. That'd be good. Except Harvey's definitely going to win that one because Harvey was surprised.
Good Bill
65-year-old
Cosby
man
match. Chuck Liddell.
Oh my God. Equally blind, equally senile. I mean, they'll walk away from profitable things if they don't want it. Like remember the Roseanne thing? Roseanne like came back and was huge. It was making money hand over fist, and they ended that. So I can't imagine them doing giving Cosby a show.
Well,
that's the first I've heard.
It depends who. Like I don't know who canceled Roseanne, but it was someone on like the NBC level. I gotta believe like there's some network out there that'll do a Cosby show. I don't know who it is, Sci-Fi or
like Spike TV.
Spike, that's a better example. Yeah, someone out there who'll try it.
Sci-Fi, a world where I never raped anybody. I don't know how to do Bill Cosby anymore. Fuck, I never could do him. That's not even fair. But there's the thing about raping certain people that is frowned upon. But if you make a good show, you can rape whoever you want, and then you can get out of prison on the technicality. Not even close.
I have a topic, but I just know Kyle would enjoy it. Let me find it.
Here he is. Here are the shadow approaches of Kyle.
Oh. Kyle, do you know who Michael K. Williams is? Did I get him? Did I go too soon?
Michael K. Williams.
Michael K. Williams.
You
I
definitely know him
either.
Yeah, and I know the name. I can't picture him.
He played Omar in The Wire.
Got him. Yeah, of course.
And do you know how he got that scar?
No.
So let's see. He went outside to get some air during a popping party at a bar in Queens. I saw that two of my friends were being surrounded by some dudes who I didn't know. and it looked like they were going to get jumped. I said, yo, I'm ready to leave. Let's go back. I'm ready to go back home now. But Williams said that one dude kept pacing behind me. He kept like, sucking his teeth. And I'm looking. I'm like, yo, so what's up, dude? Yo, bro, what's your problem? The dude wiped his hand across his mouth and just what I thought I appeared to be smacked me. But what he did is he spit a razor. He was positioning the razor in his mouth, that sucking his teeth, to get it between his middle finger and his ring finger. And then he just went and swiped my face, and he cut my face. It was actually the first hit of the fight, so we managed to escape with our lives, barely. But Williams survived the attack, and the gash from the razor blade created a distinctive scar that ran from the center of his forehead across the bridge of his nose to his right cheek. At the time, he was working as a dancer in music videos for stars like Madonna and George Michael, and the incident left him marked for life. It also got him noticed by directors with whom he was working. Things changed immediately after that. Directors didn't just want me to dance in videos anymore. They wanted me to act out these thug roles. Like, Mike, roll these dice in this video. Have this fight in this video. I'm like, all right. A short time later, Tupac Shakur was filming the movie Bullet. Happened to see a Polaroid picture of me and was like, yo, this dude looks thugged out enough to play my little brother. And he led to a role in Law and Order, The Sopranos, and The Wire. So I just thought it was interesting. Oh, thank you, Zach. That's perfect. That's how he got the scar. Did he just die? I forget why I was.
He just died, drug overdose.
Oh, really? That sucks. I figured he had one of those early heart attacks. But I don't know much about him as.
I mean, I only watched him in Sopranos for that one episode he's in, and obviously, like as Omar Little in The Wire, man's got to have a code.
I'm more into his early dance stuff. I'm a real fan.
Big fan of his dance stuff, of course. I know all his moves, but he's just so fucking good in The Wire. Anybody out there who's never seen The Wire, like, now's a good time, right? Omar just passed, like little tribute to Omar. Check the show out. It's so fucking good.
Same goes for Norm Macdonald's comedy. If you're not familiar with Norm Macdonald's comedy, go check that out. Tons of new clips are being uploaded.
Chiz was pointing out they just uploaded his moth joke from Conan O'Brien. That episode. It's you're either gonna like it or you're not. And I loved it. It's fucking hilarious. It's like the whole, it's classic Norm. It's really funny shit. But yeah, I loved Omar. His character was the best character in The Wire, in my opinion. Like he's a gay gangster, right? And it's like those things seem like they butt heads.
I forgot he was gay for a second. Yeah,
like he's a gay gangster, and he's not just a gangster. He's the gangster who robs other gangsters. Like he's like the alpha white shark.
He's so fearless. That's what attracts you to him. Like the main gangsters are Baker and someone else. Maybe you can help me.
Oh, Barksdale. Barksdale crew. Yeah.
Barksdale, and I think Baker's the other one. And it's not. All right, I made a mistake. Anyway, Stringer. Yeah.
Bell.
So Omar, though, is the only even the cops are afraid of Barksdale and Stringer to some extent. Like, at least they respect him, and they have Omar will he'll walk into a 1v3 and like his odds. He's a different breed and win. And
he's great. He's fucking great. Like he's one of the best characters ever put on film. He's really funny. He's got lots of great lines. Like I remember there's one episode where he just like wakes up and there's either no cereal or no milk. And so like he's like walking in his robe and nothing else to like the store to get like some fucking Captain Crunch or something. And like some drug dealers see him and they just drop a big bag of crack. They're like, Omar's here. Fuck, take the crack, Omar. And he's just like, don't mind if I do. He's just like he was just trying to get cereal, but he's so scary that they see him and they're just like giving it up. They're just like, yeah, take it. He'd roll around with that double barrel shotgun.
It's interesting. I don't know if I've never been in real gunfights or even like real fights outside of school, but like, what makes a tough guy? In the movies, they will make you think that a morbidly obese Italian mobster can beat people up. Why? Because he's extra aggressive, right? And who's the short guy who plays a lot of gangsters?
Joe Pesci.
Yeah, it is. My cousin Vinny, yeah. And That's right? We're the same guy, Mike. Okay, so they will make you think that Joe Pesci can beat up 95% of the population only because of his superior aggression. You know, like, what, you could never stand a chance against Joe Pesci. He'll stab you in the eye with a pen before you know what's going on. And it's like, maybe they're right. I don't even know.
I mean, to be fair,
he's in his 70s.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
We're talking about that scene in Casino, right?
Oh, yeah.
Where his opening move is literally to start stabbing the guy in the face with a pin, and he's just like, "Oh, what happened? There was a big strong man here a minute ago. Now here's a little girl.
Your little girl in here? Is there a little girl in here crying?"
That's one of the scenes I'm talking about, right? And, or we could go. I think it's A Bronx Tale. It's not Joe Pesci, but there's a morbidly obese Italian guy, and they shut the door, and he's literally belly bopping people as one of his offensive moves.
That was a big guy.
and like, well, how to win a Hollywood fight and how to win a real fight are not the same thing, but it does make me wonder if a guy is that aggressive, right? If his opening move is bat to the head, pen to the eye, like, does that get you far? Maybe it does. I don't know.
Of course, yeah. Like if your opening move is to stab someone in the neck with a pen, you're gonna win every fight because all it takes is them to turn away for a second, and then you stab them in the neck with a pen.
Out of all the players we faced, the one we feared the most was the gun. The gun. He had a hell of an arm, but he also had a gun.
They made a rule against bringing guns into football games.
But he was grandfathered in.
But he was grandfathered in.
People.
And he
That was the
stay the hell away from me, or I'll gun you down. It was like all the defensemen are just like doing this around him like putties from Power Rangers. Who
That
like,
was the funniest SNL thing I've ever seen. I'd never seen that until you showed me, and it's like, well, you know, and then there's like the old men getting interviewed, like, you know, he was an incredible player. You can't take it away from him, but what put him over the edge? It was the gun. Nobody else would go to tackle other players, and they didn't have a gun, and so it was much easier. This guy, you can try to take him from behind. He's got a gun. Like,
I feel like it was a football innovation.
If anybody's listening has never seen this shit, just like get on YouTube and search SNL The Gun. And like watch it's a Steve Martin sketch.
Everyone else was kicking themselves for not thinking, why didn't I bring a gun?
And they do such a good job because it does remind you of those old ESPN things where they got the old guys from the Stone Age of football with the leather helmets and stuff. Like they got the aged makeup on. I'm like, yeah, back in my day, there was one player everyone feared. It was the gun.
The Hammer.
Pardon?
The Hammer.
No.
All right. Fred Williams played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I'm not sure about this. I think he's part of the Iron Curtain.
Mm-hmm.
And they called him the Hammer because he wrapped up his forearm with tape to make it fucking hard, like a boxer's knuckles. Mm-hmm. And he would hit people with it.
At least he didn't have an actual hammer. I didn't know where this was going. Everyone feared the hammer because he had a ball-peened hammer, and he just.
Once in a while, he'd bring a claw.
During training camp, he was switched to defense. His attitude switched over and prompted him to play the position with too much aggression. And the coach of the 49ers asked him to quit hammering his players. And the hammer stuck and became his nickname.
You know what? I'm going to hammer him some more. How about that?
That's the coolest way to get like in sports annals of history is someone who just thought of the meanest way to play. Like literally like what the 74 Flyers where they figured out like
to deliver karate style blows to the heads of opposing players, especially wide receivers.
He's judo.
During Super Bowl I, he garnered national headlines by boasting that he would knock out both the Green Bay Packers starting receivers.
Dude, that guy rules.
2 hammers to Boyd and 1 to Carroll should be enough.
He has high respect for Boyd. 2 hammers.
The guy, like, if you read that in the paper and you're about to play him the next day, you're just like, you know, I mean, he's got a point. Like, I don't think I can take more than 2.
Dude, like the ultimate like team version of that is the 70s Flyers, where they were like, you know, the thing about hockey is you're supposed to have a bunch of skilled players, but what what if we just get a bunch of fighters and like 3 really good players, and the fighters just pass it to the good player, and then they pick the next best player on the opposing team, and you force them into a fight. And if they don't want to fight, you fight them anyway. And then they're just going to lose even harder. Take their bucket off, slam their head on the ice. Like, that was when the Russian team refused to play them. That is such a funny story, because like generally you think like Russians, super fucking tough. They're way tougher than Canadians and Americans. They're just, they're in Siberia. They're tough as shit. But in hockey, it's actually the opposite. Like the European, like even Russian players, they're more finesse, they're more skilled, they're very, very good. But back in the 70s, the Russian team shows up and they are not prepared for the Flyers. The Flyers,
you left it out. Didn't they beat like 28 NHL teams first? They probably weren't even 28, but they beat all the NHL teams first.
They beat at least a couple first, I think, because those teams tried to be like, we can out hockey them. And then the Russian team was like, get fucked, idiot. You're not going to out hockey Russia in the 70s. And then Philly just decided, like, we're going to make them wish they didn't come to Philadelphia. And they did, literally winning by forfeit. Like the Russian team and the Russian coach. I think it was the Russian coach, not the team. The coach was like, I'm not going to risk all my high-tier players to this bullshit. I'm not doing it. That guy hasn't touched the puck all night, and there's blood all over his stick.
I guess I feel like I should be a Hurricanes fan first, because I like it when the home team has home ice advantage, but I can't let go of the Flyers, and that is such a proud thing for me that they
cool.
beat the fuck out of the Russians during the Cold War. It was 1976. The Russians were kind of having their way with the NHL teams until they met the Flyers, and they just beat them into submission. Their coaches were literally like, "This isn't even hockey." Yes, like, that's a real quote that they said. Yeah,
they did. This isn't even hockey. He tried to stab me with blade.
I think Ty Cobb fits into that idea of like players who just like come up with a dirty way to play because there's no rules against it. And just
I'm not even familiar with his legacy.
So Ty Cobb, from my hometown, one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
Did he bat 400? Was he?
I don't remember his records. He had a ton of hits. I do remember that. I don't remember his specific record.
Oh fuck, he's way older. Born in 1886.
He played from 1905 to like 1928 or something like that. He played for like the Royals and the Tigers, I believe. Like those are the teams that pop into my head. He played in a time where it was a bit of a gentleman's game and everybody was kind of lollygagging. Okay, nobody was taking the game too seriously because it was a game. And we were not making millions of dollars, and we're not on TV. We're just playing for those guys and the fans and to make enough money to buy some hot dogs tonight, right?
Yeah.
But he was the kind of person who didn't think like that. He liked to win. So he was playing at an intensity level that you might see today, or maybe not, maybe even more intense. He would sharpen his cleats until they were weapons. And when he slid into bases, he would slide like a fucking drop kick. He would kick people in the shins and in the stomach and the chest with sharpened steel cleats. And if you wanted to tag him out, just know it's coming. Just know it's coming. He was kind of his batting style was like he was a really good hitter in the fact that he would drop in these little hits over the defenseman's heads. Like he wasn't crushing home runs. He was hitting singles and doubles, over the
.366 batting average is ridiculously good, right?
It's an incredibly high average. Yeah,
was that
career?
That's his career is .366 batting average.
Yeah, that's got to be like top 25 of all time.
I'm sure. Damn, that's really impressive. Sharpening your cleats, that's hilarious,
dude. If you want to watch a fun movie, Tommy Lee Jones played him in the movie. And it's pretty fucking good. It takes place when Tommy Lee Jones is where they like start out with him as like an old man, and they de-age Tommy Lee Jones and age Tommy Lee Jones enough to like make it like do flashbacks for like when he was playing ball. One of the most interesting incidences, and I mostly know this from the film, but Ty Cobb caught a man trying to pickpocket him once on the street, and Ty Cobb pulled out his pistol and beat the man to death.
Dude, Ty Cobb is awesome. What a cool guy.
So like from my hometown, which is Royston, that's where I like was born actually. Like I grew up mostly in Livonia, but my my early years were in Royston. That's where my family's from originally. They're right next to each other. They touch, and it's the same county. But we have the Ty Cobb Museum. They have like paintings of Ty Cobb on like local businesses and stuff. There's a water tower with a big painting of him and everything. But yeah, one of the few ball players that you can be a fan of who also killed a man. Ty Cobb is one heck of a ball player. Pistol whipped him to death. I just talked
403 times.
Holy shit. Yeah, Taylor said he averaged 366 for his career.
Yeah, that's what it says, and that seems fucking absurd. He played for 23 years.
Well, he was batting against plumbers. So.
Sure, I mean, fair. But nonetheless, the movie's really good. Some of it is filmed in like my hometown as well. Some of the Ty Cobb movie is there, and some of the people I know are extras. Tommy Lee Jones does a really good job of playing Ty Cobb. It's a good movie.
Baseball has a really cool history. Like, it's gone on for so long. Like, if you look up like the NHL, like oldest players, it's someone born in like 1890 or something. Baseball, it's like there were guys born in like the 1860s, like 1850s who played, and there's just something really cool about that it's so storied and there's so much stuff, and it was way more popular than any of the other sports back in the day at that time, is my understanding. Like baseball was the
You ever see what's your favorite
sport?
I like baseball. I always have. Do you like baseball movies?
Yeah, I'll watch
There's
any
some
kind of
really
sports
good
movie
ones.
that I like.
Like
Which
Bull
one would you
Durham.
recommend?
Bull Durham's really good. A League of Their Own, when you got the girls playing during World War II. That's really good.
seen that
Tom
one.
Hanks is the coach, and you've got like name a tough girl like from Hollywood back in like the early 90s, and she's in it. So like Rosie O'Donnell's in it, Madonna's in it, and I can't think of the third lady, but like it's really good.
Yeah.
Tom Hanks is like this.
The lady from Thelma and Louise.
Yeah. That's who I can't think of right now. It's not both of them
Maybe
are in
both of
separate
them, yeah.
baseball movies because
I'm thinking of the big blonde one.
yeah, the big blonde one is who I can't come up with, but the other one is like was in Bull Durham with Kevin Costner, and then there's the one Gina Davis, and then Field of Dreams also with Kevin Costner. Clearly, he's a big baseball.
Waiting for you to
fan.
get to Moneyball. It might be my favorite baseball movie.
That is definite. Of the baseball movies I remember, it's like Angels in the Outfield and Rookie of the Year. And,
come on, those are children's movies.
I know. I'm talking about when I saw them as a
Fair.
kid. And then the one you just mentioned.
Moneyball. Yeah, I watch
Moneyball.
Moneyball highlights sometimes on YouTube. You watch a Moneyball highlight, and before long, they're like, "Oh, you like Moneyball? Here's another one. Here's another one." I watch almost the whole movie.
Jonah Hill stole the show in that movie. He
did. He got paid like nothing.
So good. Yeah, really? There's a football movie about draft day. I can't remember the name of it, but it stars a huge star that's from Field of Dreams. Kevin Costner. I think that's who it is.
I do like Kevin Costner. He's a terrible director, but a decent actor.
Football draft.
I thought Field of Dreams was Dennis Quaid, and that's why I've never watched it.
It's called Draft Day, and it does star Kevin Costner. And Kyle, you haven't seen it? I think you would like it.
Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah. My grand.
Who else? It has. I'm sorry. Who's the conservative comedian who sings "I'm an Asshole"?
Bill.
I have no idea.
Dennis Leary, I think. He's
okay.
I'm not very familiar with him.
Yeah. No, I like baseball movies. Those are some of my favorites though. Bull Durham, Field of Dreams, and League of Their Own are probably my three favorites. Moneyball is good, but it's I don't know, it's almost too new to like be included in my like classics. It maybe one day. It's a good movie though. Don't get me wrong. I like all the actors in it.
It's
I think
The
they do a great
Natural's
job.
good.
The Natural. Oh, Robert Redford.
Yep,
He's also the guy from Jeremiah Johnson. Robert Redford's a great actor. He had a good movie where he's like a prisoner in like a military prison, and James Gandolfini is like the warden. And he's like Robert Redford is like this storied like military commander who like maybe disobeyed an order or something, and now he's got to go to military prison. And James Gandolfini is like a never was kind of military guy, like he never actually served, but he's like a fanboy of Robert Redford. So when he comes in, he's like inviting him to his office. He's like, "Oh yeah, maybe you could."
I've seen this movie. That's
maybe
such
you
a
could
sad
sign this,
scene.
and maybe you could sign this for me or do this or that for me. Like it's an honor to have you here. And Robert Redford's just not fucking having it. He's just like, I don't know about the honor, but I'm here. You know, it's just he's just like straight laced, like not it doesn't want to sign any fucking shit. Like I'm here to do my time, and they end up like butting heads. It's
and
it's
then James
movie.
Gandolfini like hates him because
he immediately hates him.
You know, a jilted person to him.
Yeah,
I've seen that movie. It's good.
Gandolfini doesn't have many movies, unfortunately, but that's one of them. That's pretty good. Also, that Tarantino movie. Well, Tarantino wrote this movie.
Talking about Redford movies? You're leaving out Indecent Proposal. That's the big one to me.
I don't like that one.
All right. Indecent Proposal hits me hard. I'm wired for monogamy. That's just what's up. The main characters in it are Woody Harrelson and Demi Moore. And they have a picture perfect marriage. They have these like matching wedding rings and they have dreams. I think Woody Harrelson's a struggling architect. They're not very wealthy, but he's got potential. And they dream. I think they have some land that they want to build on someday. And they're just bonded together. Anyway, they find themselves at a casino. And Robert Redford's character is an older gentleman, good looking, super duper rich. And he offers them $1 million to fuck Demi Moore. And they're like, oh, this would make all our dreams come true. But we don't want it. But it would make all it. They do it. He fucks her and she likes it. And then they go back. They try to return to their marriage and pretend nothing happened. But Woody Harrelson can't. He's like stuck with it. He can't. He's just ruined by it to the point where he's not nice to her like he was before. So she leaves him and goes with Robert Redford. I'll spoil the movie. He they become a couple for a little bit. Then he realizes that she's really meant to be with Woody Harrelson. He's like mean to her to is an intentional way to get her to leave him. And then she goes back to Woody Harrelson. And the ending scene is them like holding hands with their matching wedding rings again. But there's this sort of, it'll never be the same.
Yeah, like uneasiness.
He donated all the money he got to some animal.
What a fucking idiot.
I was about to say, like that's for nothing. He's like, I lost the money on blackjack.
No, I think the way the scene went is Demi Moore and Robert Redford were raising money for some good wild animal cause. To get her attention, Woody Harrelson sponsored an elephant for $1 million, and that's where the money went. And I don't know. So sometimes you like a movie because they make you feel good, but I feel like if you really like movies, you like them because they make you feel. And Indecent Proposal makes me feel bad, which is impressive.
Yeah. You ever see Cool Hand Luke?
Yeah, I think so.
That's a good one too.
I think I saw it when I was very, very young. I don't remember anything about it.
It's where he's in like that southern prison and they're trying to break him, but he just won't fucking break.
I have a much lighter topic and I'm curious about. Kyle, you bought a Spork. Did you show it to the show already? I remember you telling us about your Spork. I am thinking,
why?
I'm in the market for a Spork, and I wonder,
possibly be.
Look at this Spork. It unfolds like a tent pole. Is it a long Spork? Would you call it? I think it's a normal length Spork is what I'm seeing.
Why did you buy that?
Yes. Why did you buy a collapsible Spork? I know you don't really like camping.
I want something expensive and yet worse than traditional utensils.
I wanted a Spork. I wanted a Spork in my life.
I just wanted,
I wanted a Spork in my life.
Spork in your life.
I wanted a Spork in my life.
So you can eat soup inefficiently. Why?
Don't judge me. Okay, the Spork is the perfect utensil. First of all, the Spork dominates the spoon. It dominates the spoon. If it's in here, as long as I can remember how to put it in there, I don't right now. But I've got instructions over there somewhere. Where are they? Where are my instructions? Yeah, here they are.
You need instructions for a Spork?
I'll memorize it eventually. I don't do this. There's a special way to that way. Okay, yeah, it's like this. It's like this. Yeah, it's easy to forget. There's like 3 different ways for things to go. You get
it looks like there's one way for it to go.
Well, you're dumb. That just shows how dumb you are. Clearly,
yeah,
I mean,
clearly,
you don't know how to use.
I won't be able to.
Clearly, you don't know how to use a collapsible Spork. You haven't been trained yet, but I'm.
But why?
Shit.
You fucking idiot.
Why? It goes in. Look, it went in there. It went in. Yeah.
No. Lift it back up. Lift it back up. That shit did not go in. That shit absolutely did not go in. All right. Now, all right.
Hang on, let's go back to instructions.
You fucking retard.
He's back on the of the Spork.
Hang on.
But I just blown away. But why?
Why did you buy us? I'm in the market for a Spork.
You can't possibly be in the.
I am. I do all this moto camera.
I got it.
No, hold it up on the screen so we can confirm that it's sliding gracefully into the holster.
Hang on. I think it's right in there. Yeah, look at that. Bam.
Look
It's
at
right
that. Look at how much time you saved.
Ooh, nailed it. All right.
And look, it hooks onto your keychain, so you can take it anywhere, right? So now this is part of my life. I'm a Spork man now.
That's
I'm a motorcycle guy.
I'm a zipper lighter thing, but he went with the Spork. So what made you buy a Spork, Kyle?
Man, I'm just buying stuff for my trip to Colorado, and I was thinking, I'm probably gonna eat some cheesy potatoes or something. I'd like a Spork for that, and it'd be pretty cool, be pretty chill. I think everybody would be blown away if I was just like popped over my Spork,
Everyone's they'll certainly be blown away.
Like I bought all sorts of things. I got my lighter.
Now that is sick. That is sick.
Zippo is pimp. Yes.
Yeah, I got myself a Zippo there for lighting things.
Shit, I want one of those.
Colorado.
Will you be able to have a knife?
One of one.
When your promotion's over?
Yeah, I can have knives, swords, black powder weaponry, cannons.
Oh, that's right.
Mortars,
swords,
bows, arrows, ninja weapons, shuriken.
How about that thing Worf has?
Oh, the batleth. Oh,
yes.
The batleth is already being made. Don't worry. I found a $900 batleth on Etsy. I'm going to be a student of the blade. Okay. Champion.
I just looked up what a batleth is. That's okay. I was going to make fun of it. This is actually pretty cool.
Zach, can you help us out with the Zach?
I've been training my batleth technique since I was a young man. Okay, like trust me.
Using a wooden batleth right now.
How do you use it? You hold it and then occasionally you swing it out.
Well, it depends. It depends.
What kind of foe you're facing? I'm sure.
It would depend on the foe and what kind of weaponry he has.
What if he has a Spork?
What race he is? And by that, I don't mean color. I mean literally.
Yeah, if it's a Bolian or a
Klingon or
another Klingon warrior, perhaps. Yeah,
what if he's the same thing as whatever Worf is.
He's a Klingon.
He's a half and half. He's a half Klingon.
He's not. He's 100% Klingon.
Oh, his kid's half and half.
Aren't
actually his kid's 3/4, I believe.
Oh.
Klingons are super
Alexander,
strong, right?
Alexander, yes.
Klingons are super strong and resilient to damage.
They have redundant body chemistry or organs. So they have multiple organs. I think they have 3 lungs maybe, and their heart is encased in bone and stuff. They may even have 2 hearts. They've got this ridiculous redundant body.
So they're just super hard to kill.
Super hard to kill. They have a warrior race, kind of like Spartans. They're sort of trained to be warriors from
you're selling me on Star Trek now.
Klingons are fucking great. They're my favorite race in all of Star Trek. They're really fun. Worf is my favorite character in all of Star Trek. So yeah, I'm getting myself a batleth and start training. Of course, I'm sure there's a Star Trek martial arts school near me. I can learn that thing Kirk does with a double fist swing. He does, and maybe the Vulcan nerve pinch as well. A few different martial arts there combined. I'm looking forward to it.
Who's the Vulcan again? Vulcans don't have the forehead ridges.
No, they have the pointy ears, and they're all about logic. They don't really have emotions, or they have very powerful emotions, but they keep them suppressed. Well, it depends what series you're talking about. If you're asking which Vulcan, but you're probably thinking of Spock. He's kind of the original Vulcan.
Interesting. I've been watching a lot of Impractical Jokers. A lot of lore there also.
Mm-hmm.
Not really. No.
Worf is pure Klingon, like Kyle said. Yeah. Raised by humans, which makes him a little conflicted.
Yeah, it's true. He was raised by Russians, actually.
Barely human.
And Siberia or something like that. They were, I'm trying to think, Shevchenko. Yeah, the Shevchenkos raised him. And they also raised his son, Alexander, for a short time because the actor that played him was so bad, they just had to get him off the show for a while. After his mother was killed by a rival Klingon. And that was a good episode. His mother has an episode early on where she's wearing this I call it a camel toe leotard because that's what it does. Mm-hmm. There's just fat camel toe. It's one of my
Nice.
favorite episodes. Yeah, it's good stuff. Try to find like, I mean, shit. We got a little time here. I know we're 6 minutes over, but let's
who
just
cares?
camel inject. Let's see. Worf's mate.
Worf's pussy. Is that what I should?
Kaylar, her name was Kaylar. So let me find her camel toe.
Oh, man, there's a lot of porn.
Camel toe.
Is it WHARF? Is that how you spell it?
There's a lot of camel toe in Star Trek lore. Like I'm
WORF, I think.
WORF is yeah. This one doesn't really display it the way I like it really laid out there for me. I'm not finding it off the top of my head, but the scene
Jesus.
is.
This is.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in Star Trek.
Worf
Yeah, what
is
I'm
so
seeing is
ugly.
definitely not even Star Trek. This is
That's just pornography. Maybe if I search Klingon camel toe, maybe that'll get it for me. Kate Hudson camel toe. That is a big camel toe, Kate. Well, now I'm onto this.
Send a link.
Yeah, hang on, I got you. Oh, that is a fat camel toe she's got. Don't cover it up. We want to see.
Yeah,
I'm not
cover it up,
seeing
you
the Star Trek camel
filthy
toe, but
fucking whore.
Dirty girl. I used to watch her mom all the time.
She's a space slut.
wait, who are we talking about?
Kate Hudson.
Oh,
Who's
she's
your
not-
mom?
What's her name?
Kimmy Hudson.
No. It's a famous actress that Kurt Russell was married to.
Goldie Hawn.
Goldie Hawn, yeah.
I didn't know. Or
I
maybe
think
knew it.
she's dead.
No, she's just
I don't
old.
think so.
No.
Goldie Hawn's one of those women that looks a little weird because she's had a lot of plastic surgery. But where I contend, I don't know if she looks worse than she would have.
Yeah, she doesn't look good though.
She looks horrible.
That we can agree on. Let's take another fresh look at. Yeah, can you find any like 2021 Goldie Hawn, Zach, and people can judge?
Oh, this is great news. I thought Kurt Russell was dead.
Why would you think that?
Just, you get lost in the rigmarole of life and then you think certain people are
Oh.
I mean, he was in Hateful Eight just a few years ago, and
Hateful Eight was like, what, 6 years ago?
You have to be careful on Goldie Hawn pictures. She has a few like ugly faces that just look like she's ruined.
don't close your mouth, Goldie. Whatever you do.
Is that it? When I see her smiling and she knows her picture's being taken, it's like, all right, a little weird, but not the worst. Yeah, so that I would say that falls under this category. The picture that's up, a little
Look at that
weird, but
Look at
not
that man's
like
mustache.
super bad. Yeah, he's got
Yeah, his mustache fucking rules. But her
fucking-
face, way overdone. My
Yes.
mom got that in like her last years because she was like all about like Botox and shit. And it got to the point where like she'd smile and like women will think, I don't want wrinkles in my forehead.
Mhm.
But like you look like the fucking saw puppet when you smile without those wrinkles. Yeah. I'd like to play a game.
The good thing about Botox is you can try it on and stop. Like it goes away. It's not like there's fillers you can get, like where women puff out their lips.
Yeah. That
You
also
have
that
shit
goes away
removed.
too. It goes away over time.
migrates. It
Oh,
So I looked into it. It migrates, and then if you have it done a couple of times, you just look fucked up, and you have to go to someone to remove it. Botox, on the other hand, is just like a numbing type thing that makes your muscles not tense up and create those things.
like paralyzes the nerve or something.
And
that's a better
it can,
description.
it can long term do that shit. Botox.
I
Like it
didn't know
doesn't.
that,
It
but I
doesn't
think
all
that's
fade
if they
away.
make mistakes and put it in that. But assuming that it works like it normally does, it that definitely hurts. Zach says it takes 6 to 12 months for the filler to dissolve on its own. I feel like I've seen it. Women have it removed because it migrated in a bad way and stuff. So I didn't make it up. I don't know.
Clearly,
Maybe.
like the science hasn't figured this stuff out enough yet, and you should not be a first adopter. Let someone else storm the beach, and then take the good stuff.
I saw this TikTok
fucking
trend
20
where they
years
take
from
their they take a
3 to
little,
4 months. And
they
it
did a
goes
little
away.
spot of glue. They did a little spot of glue and they put it right here, like in the bottom of your like frenulum or
yes,
whatever this is
yeah.
called. And then they like take their lip and they push it up till it sticks, and then it makes their top lip do this like stinky duck face.
So they look like they're snarling at you. That's stupid.
To be honest, like so the I think I saw it too on Reddit and from TikTok reposted. And I was like, okay, it was like DIY or something like that. Like,
why?
This looks terrible. Why would anyone do that? But I saw it and I'm like, if you have really thin lips, this doesn't make it perfect, but I might take this over what was there before. I wonder if we could find that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Not into it. But maybe if you had really thin lips, I might just do it to a girl to laugh at her. That'd be funny.
There's always that.
Yeah.
Well, Kyle, how long is your Spork? Is it longer than the utensils in your drawer?
I think so. I don't have like a.
I'm shopping for a Spork. I bought utensils. I'm not sure I love them.
It is like full length. Like it's at least as long as like a standard like implement.
When you're camping, have you ever seen the dehydrated food that campers get?
Yes.
Okay.
In that bag. Yeah.
In that bag. And if you don't have a long utensil, then you get it on your fingers and your knuckles and stuff as you finish it off. So I'm not sure your Spork's long enough. I don't know.
Yeah, you wasted. How much was the Spork?
It was $30, wasn't it?
Fuck, I don't know. I can look real quick on my Amazon. I don't think it was 30. I think it was probably more like 15. I used to have one of those titanium Sporks, but I think
kicking yourself for losing it, right?
I literally am.
It was
$30. I'm looking at it on Amazon. It's totally I can see the package it came in. It's that $29.95.
Woody, I would not spend $30 on a Spork.
I know you would spend $29.95 on a Spork.
There's no way I would do that. I'm looking at my past purchases. Let's see. I spent $80 on light bulbs yesterday.
Well, that's reasonable. You need light.
Well, I mean, it's 4 light bulbs. You saw that light bulb. It's fucking sick.
Mm-hmm.
It's that one I found on Reddit that look, it's $30. It's $29.95. Well, you know what? When you're in the market for a good, sport, expense is
money's no object.
Money's no object. You're just like, hey, I need a good sport, in my life, and
you'll be able to give that to your grandchildren.
I'll be able to.
You won't.
I mean, unless this like rubber thing that like allows it to do this bendy shit just breaks after like 30 uses.
Bungee
$30, it'll never break.
10 years later,
you didn't fold it right. The spoon part has to be in the middle. Remember the way you did it before the spoon? No, turn it towards the camera. Yeah, see, you have to put the middle part. The spoon has to be the middle part. You got to do the two fold.
Taylor's figured out how to operate a Spork, you would see.
The spoon is absolutely not the middle part. It's like this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, evidence is on my side with the slide in.
Hang on,
yeah.
Not immediately evident. Like a fucking Rubik's Cube for assholes.
Looking stupid.
I got it.
No.
What?
Certainly.
Woody, who's the star of Home Alone?
Don't engage.
I'll let you know as soon as you finish that fucking sport.
Yeah. When I'll keep my hands up and then say his name after you put that. You're giving up, aren't you? Macaulay Culkin, Kyle. It's Macaulay Culkin.
Down, and then this goes back. And then
he's putting the spoon in the middle, Taylor.
There's only 3 movable
parts.
You'd be surprised. But they can each go 2 ways. There we go. So look at that. There we go.
Look at how convenient that was.
You just keep these with you, and you don't have any problem, right? You just always keep these on you. Look, I got these handy pockets right here. Bam. Boom. Never will be an issue. I won't. You never know when there's money in a pocket like this.
It's like a bomber jacket. Is that what that's called?
Zach found a great extendable dinner fork for dessert long-handled fork cutlery. It's 25 inches long. I want this. I just wish it was a spork instead.
Yeah, pull that at the campfire and start shoveling some fucking food in.
Dude, I would fucking pull that out at dinner time and flex on everybody. Show them how.
All right, I kind of want it now. That's fucking.
If you go to that Amazon listing, go to the 3rd photo in the Amazon listing, and it shows someone like stealing a dumpling off someone else's plate.
I'll have that.
Oh, I'll have it.
I'll have some of what is it? It's telescoping, isn't it?
I'll have what.
Oh shit! It's telescopic. I just realized that it's a.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah,
it
that's
gets
kind of
so
cool.
long. Like,
And they don't have
Oh.
Spork options, unfortunately.
Shit, you can save 5%. That's
It's
incalculable.
only $10.79. Dude, utensil talk needs to be a tentpole topic on this show.
Next
Oh,
week,
yeah.
all utensils, 4 hours. Get ready, boys. Chopstick hour. All right, that's coming. That's coming. Okay. Other utensils,
Forks, spoons, chopsticks, and the rest.
knives.
Knives.
Never forget the knife. You ever see one of those things you use to like shave butter? It's like a little little thing that's like it's kind of like a cheese grater, but it's in a little scoop form. You'll shave a little butter on there and
with the
spread
wire
it.
on there?
Yeah.
Like a cheese cutter almost? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, you guys
All right,
wanna
that's
call
enough
the
of
show?
this. Yeah. Just fucking stop now.
All right, PKA 561.